If you have a question or a query for JewelleryMaker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people.
Did you know, no matter how many times you purchase with JewelleryMaker in the same day, you'll only be charged one fee of postage and packaging. Select our standard delivery for just $2.95, or if you'd like to receive your goods sooner, upgrade to our premium option for $4.95.
Morganite was first discovered in California in the early 20th century. News spread quickly and it became of special interest to George Frederick Kunz, a well-known and respected gemologist and gem collector from New York. In 1911, Kunz later discovered the gem in Madagascar and suggested naming this pink variety of beryl Morganite. Along with emerald and aquamarine, Morganite is now one of the most popular gemstones from the colour beryl family.
I try and get brides to think about being a bit more creative and designing their own jewellery. I think it's nice to have something different and nice to do it on a cost-effective price point too. You can spend so much money on your wedding day, so if you can do something that saves cost, you can buy a more expensive pair of shoes, say, and then make your own tiara. It is really important, I think, for most girls that they don't have the same as their friends.
Good morning, jewellery makers. How are you? Lovely to have your company. My name is Elena and today it is Tropical Day. I'm really, really excited, and I spared you the anguish, I think would be the word, of seeing me in coconut cups and grass skirts. I don't think anyone needs that at 8 o'clock in the morning, or any time of the day for that matter. But this wonderful person has made the effort. He looks fantastic as always, stonking as always, and it is our last show together, everybody. It's Mark Smith.
It is our last show, isn't it, today? Our last 4 hours in each other's company.
Well, not ever.
For a while.
You're going to come over and have some dinner with me, though, aren't you?
New edition.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
Bounces with the baby.
We're talking about this. I mean, I don't think I'll be wearing this shirt again, but I was saying to you before the show, I bought this for a party I went to when I was 17. I wore it once and it's been in the wardrobe for 25 years. And I dragged it out today. You still
fitted in it, mind.
Yeah. And the first thing Rob said was, that's a sort of that shirt that my dad wears. So that was.
There we go. Well, there we are. Rob's dad can. I know that I wouldn't fit in my clothes from when I was 17 years old.
Well, it's quite good then.
Yeah. So that's one achievement. That's amazing.
I was looking about the whole thing about Tropical Day, and I was on the Late Show with Zena on Friday, and we were talking about today's show. And she said, am I going to go down the whole George Michael, White Speedo, Wham,
I was
Club
thinking
Tropicana?
that.
And I did a bit of research this morning.
1983. Really?
Club Tropicana
I was 5.
released.
5 years old, but that's still a great track, isn't it? Club Tropicana. Yeah. With the little sort of little mini running shorts that they wore in the 80s that left nothing to the imagination, did it? Nothing whatsoever. And if they were laid down, well, anyway, we won't even go there, shall we? Well, I think you look amazing. You look amazing, and the kit is incredible as well.
That's amazing. It's so apt for today, isn't it?
It really is. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. So, more from Mark, obviously, throughout the course of the show. Yeah, I'm quite sad. I'm very sad that I'm going to miss you. I really, really am. And everybody here at JewelleryMaker. Last day on Thursday, officially. So, you've got me for the next 4 hours. Can I just say we've got loads squeezed in. We have got 1,000 quantity deal of the day. of tanzanite. Now, I don't know if you've heard...
No, he won't tell me.
He won't tell you?
No.
Can I say it once, Rob? He says, what are you going to say, Al? If I give a ballpark figure? Under £15. There we go. Because you tuned in nice and early, you know. 1,000 quantity of tanzanite of that quality. Amazing. So make sure you do stay tuned for 11 o'clock because that is going to be huge. We have also got loads and loads of new ins on their way over. We've got one of the most substantial chains. It's called a Singapore chain. It's got over 8 grams of sterling silver with rhodium plating, one of the most expensive of metals. That's coming up, an incredible deal. I'm buying multiples of those because it's incredible. I've also got brand new connectors coming your way, brand new earring findings coming your way. We've got some brand new aquamarine coming your way, diamonds.
It's a stunning strand of aquamarine.
Amazing strand of aquamarine, isn't it? I know.
Yes.
Shall I give you a little sneaky peek? This is what Mark's raving about. It is stunning. Look at the sheer size of that one in the centre.
I know, it's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely stunning.
Oh, Mark, and I tell you what, I'd pay it for that one gemstone. What we're taking it to, I would pay for that one gemstone. It's amazing, isn't it? This is coming up, so loads and loads and loads to see. Plus, of course, all your tropical themed jewellery from the wonderful Mark. Now, I'm going to start with, kicking off the tropical day. I think it's right that we bring you a tropical sounding gemstone, not necessarily from a tropical location, but a tropical sounding gemstone. Good start, good start, good start. Here it is. Well, it is tropical. I would regard
I would as well.
Australia tropical.
Yeah, I think so.
And New Zealand.
It's below the equator, isn't it? So
Yeah.
anything below the equator is tropical, I think.
I think so as well,
yeah.
definitely. But this is different to any abalone that I've seen previously. Now, I'll show you the front, the surface value firstly. You know what you're getting, the main, the abalone as we know it, I suppose. And if I just start turning it, look, look, look. Are you noticing it's more of a cabochon? Because you've actually got shell on the actual back, which means it'll be absolutely perfect for those of you who like to secure cabochons or anything onto backing fabric, and then you can sort of stitch around. It basically has that surface, another surface to actually anchor onto. I've never seen abalone with that additional.
No. It's amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it incredible?
Because I feel with our double-sided abalone, big pieces, it seems a shame to wear one side against you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You always want to keep flipping it around.
You're almost hiding one part of it naturally. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely incredible. I think, and it's going to lay beautifully, isn't it? Actually on the décolletage itself, or wherever it is you actually choose to wear it, maybe on the back of the wrist line, because you've got that flat surface. And I'd imagine it's going to add to the strength of the actual gemstone itself, just because, like I said, there's another area there to support the abalone shell. Still the same amazing quality that you expect from us here at Jewellery Maker. Beautiful chromatic shifts of colour. Start this morning as we mean to go on. $6.95. Now this is not small. As you can see, if I hold it next to sort of my hand, you get an idea of dimensions. 56 by 43 right the way up to 62 by 46. Wow, look at that colour. It's like your shirt.
Not quite as loud, I don't think.
That shirt is ace. I can't stop looking at it.
I don't look at it, I'm looking straight on.
I love the can you put, and you've got your glasses on your head as well.
I have, yeah.
Yeah, you need to put them on as well. Looks super cool. It's amazing, isn't it? $6.95. Now, I wasn't expecting that because, to be honest, this is the biggest abalone shell that I've brought to wear. I think they've pretty much sold out. It was probably about double the size of this, and it was, you know, that's an amazing, amazing deal. We'd like to hear from you this morning. Get some text messages coming into the studio. I don't know, maybe you've got some questions for Mark or myself. Maybe you're going on holiday to somewhere wonderful and tropical. Our Chloe Jones has just got back. She's looking super brown.
I know, I saw her on Friday.
She always goes lovely and brown now, doesn't she? Always goes a lovely colour. I'm one of those that no matter how much I try, I might go a whiter shade of pale. Literally, I'm very fair-skinned. You tan nicely.
Yeah, it takes a long time.
Yeah, same. A long, long time, and even then I just go from blue to white. £6.95. Yeah, we'd love to hear from you this morning. Maybe you're off on your holidays, because we have got a kit which is absolutely perfect for holiday style jewellery. Now, let's move on. Abalone, it's an amazing transition into turquoise, don't you think? Don't you think those gemstones work amazingly together?
You've got turquoise, have you?
Uh-huh. And perfect for your holidays. I don't know why I'm thinking tropical holiday straight away. I'm longing. I'm longing for it, that's what it is. Don't you think this is an amazing combination?
Gosh, look at that.
Next to one another.
I like the difference between the matte and the gloss. I like that.
I do, the different
like
textures and everything. Ollie's just pointing out to me, he's saying, Eleanor, tropical holidays, they're a thing of the past. What is it now? What is it? Where have I got convenient holidays? Pontins and Butlins and Centre Parks. Oh, I love things like that. Caravans and things. I like things like that, but I still want to be able to go abroad. Long haul flights maybe not so much initially.
I'm desperate to go camping. I've never slept in a tent in all my 40-odd years. Even to buy a cheap two-man tent and put it in the back garden over the summer, I'd love that.
Me and my best friend and I, sorry, I'll say that correctly. My best friend and I, because she's just had her first baby, I say just, she's one now, Poppy. That's our holiday this year. We're going down to the South Coast camping.
Oh, that'd be nice.
But they're proper campers, you know, they've got the full shebang and everything, the 2-bedroom tents and everything. There'll be Tom and I rocking up in this little tiny one. You should come with us, Mark. You should.
Yeah,
you should come with us. Absolutely. I love the South Coast, though. I think the South Coast is as close to being abroad as we possibly can get. Look at that. I mean, amazing colours. Like Mark said, beautiful textures. This is actually a lovely matte, faceted by nature, as you can see. So it's not polished. And you've got those lovely matrix formations running through. I think it'll be amazing alongside that abalone shell that you've just seen, because you have got sort of the wonderful turquoise hues and patterns, but also the textures. Okay, almost a metre long length of genuine turquoise. Only £4.95 this morning. Aren't you glad you got up nice and early? Because I tell you what, that's got to be one of the most, in fact, I'll rephrase that, that surely has to be the most affordable turquoise strand we've brought to air.
That's amazing.
I don't think I've gone under £5 before.
Not for turquoise.
Not for turquoise, no, because turquoise is very much, and it's a costly gemstone, isn't it? We have to invest in it usually.
Even though they're chips, they're smooth, round-edged chips, if that makes sense.
They're not teeny-weeny, are they?
Some of the chips are quite, not sharp, that's the wrong word, but they're quite pointed. And, but these are, all the corners, looking at the close-up, they're all rounded off and soft, aren't they?
I totally agree, which is a really good point, like Mark's making. You know, some people are a little bit nervous of tiny chips because...
Oh, it's beautiful.
I don't know, eyesight, dexterity or anything like that. These are that little bit bigger, and I think because they have got that colour, they're that a little bit easier to see, the drill hole. Just literally feed it off the strand, that's the easiest way to do it. Under £5 for, I think, the first time ever.
Wow, that's amazing.
That I can recall anyway. Genuine, natural, Tibetan turquoise as well. Tibetan turquoise has got a lovely sort of greenish tinge, which is absolutely amazing. Very, very, very aquatic. Lots of comments coming in about your shirt, Mark. Let's bring some on screen for you.
No,
Kathy in London. Wow, Mark, love the shirt. You need to wear it more often. It is a real cheery up shirt. Yes. Guest designer Jan, hello my darling, morning team. Elle, oh thank you. I haven't made any effort. Mark has, however. Mark, you look amazing.
You don't need to make an effort.
I live in black at the moment. What a shirt. Looking forward to a great show. Love you loads. Mwah, we love you too, Jan.
This is the first time in 5 years that I've worn a short sleeve shirt as well.
Is it?
Yeah, so I do apologise for my arms today.
What's wrong with your arms?
Well, I just don't think it's very polite to be on TV in short sleeve, personally. But
okay.
It's just a Mark Smith thing, I think.
It's yeah. We've all got our little quirks, haven't we? Things like that. Yeah. Sorry, I've got my arms out.
Yeah, but you're different. You've got nice arms.
I've never thought of that before. Well, it suits you. It suits you.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I bet if you team that with some nice tropical shorts as well, it would suit you as well.
I don't get my legs out.
No, I don't really either.
No.
I don't either. Moving on to the kit. I'm excited. Can I take a wander over to Mark? Let's go over, because then I get to stand next to the shirt.
Would you like a chair? Shall I bring a chair over?
Oh no,
for
darling,
you?
I'll stand
You
next
sure?
to you for a little bit. You look really
Okay,
cute.
okay.
You do.
Cute.
You do. Well, it's the shirt, isn't it? And don't you think the beard, ladies?
Okay. God, you're really
And
embarrassing
gents,
me.
everybody, you look really handsome. You look very, very handsome. I love this kit, and it could not be more appropriate, could it?
Right, it's just perfect for today, isn't it? I think all the theme days that we have with the kits, I think this is just perfect match,
I reckon
isn't it?
this is literally nail on the head, don't you?
I think they've got this kit and they theme the whole day around it.
Yeah, probably.
Rather than the other way around.
Yeah, probably. You can. I mean, you can almost imagine, you know, the hula skirts and everything like that, can't you? And
Completely.
the garlands. I did try and get hold of a garland. You know,
you?
the flower
Oh, yes.
garlands. I tried to get hold of one, but funny enough, there's not many around Ulster. In Warwickshire, where it's been chucking it down with rain. It is beautiful, and you've created some really holiday-esque style jewellery.
The big piece in the middle, I think, is probably my favourite.
I'm going to go with that as well.
Yeah.
I love that.
I was talking to Rob before the show, and the first thing he noticed was the fact that they're two different looks. You've got the hot colours and the cold colours, and I tried to mix, but I just couldn't.
I totally agree with you, because you've got sort of the sort of coral-esque colours, and then there's lovely, beautiful blues, which go amazingly with this Eslon, doesn't it?
Yeah, best,
yeah, absolutely incredible. Great for all different levels of skill as well, don't you think? You know,
Completely.
so great for beginners, and Mark's going to give you demonstrations. Great for those people that are very established. The beauty of Club Tropicana, this kit, is that it's going to go a long way. I mean, you've got 5 strands of amazing shell, and I love it in this shape.
It's fantastic. No, it's really, as I said, it's completely, perfectly tropical.
Really, really, really wearable. Yeah. I'm going to start with the Eslon firstly. Oh, sorry, that was my fault, reaching across. Sorry, Ollie. Show you these beautiful Eslons. You've got the different gauges, the 3 different gauges here, from your 0.3, 360 metres, and in that lovely sort of fawny colour. And then you've actually got, in the pink, 70 metres in the 0.4, and then in the in the 0.9 you've got 32 metres. So I love the fact that you have got those different gauges. So great for macrame, great for kumihime, great for beading.
Everything, absolutely everything. Absolutely everything.
Yeah, I don't think there's a technique that you can't do with it, really.
And because the drill holes are really substantial in these beads, I didn't use any of the finer gauge. But it's there as a backup if you did need it. So
yeah, you can probably use that with your pearls and things like that, couldn't you?
Put it in your stash.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely, a little extra bonus. You've also got these wonderful clasps, which I'll just pass over as well. These are, I think, some of my favourite clasps that we actually have, because they're gold-plated copper. They've got these lovely hooks. Now, and if I pop one like this as well, you can see where the actual findings and the mechanisms, all your thread can, or chain, whichever, can actually go into. So you actually get 3 of those. Gold-plated copper. They're very easy to put on, aren't they?
I'm actually going to show you how to do it. That's part of my demo.
Fab.
So perfect.
Fabulous,
Perfect
fabulous,
timing.
fabulous. Okay, what else do we get? Let's move to the fun bit. The shell.
It's such a shame you don't have carat weight for shell, isn't it?
It
I've been treed for this one.
Yeah, it is a shame. It's all done by measurements because it's an organic gemstone, but I agree. I mean, it would be probably bordering on thousands of carats if it was.
I was thinking 350, 400 a strand.
I would think so. Yeah, definitely. Nice to have these sort of milky colours too.
I've never had this colour before.
Really nice, and it goes amazing with that. This is your cream, and then team it alongside my favourite, which is this lovely coral pink. Love that. And you've put the coral with the orange, but they also work with the creams, don't they?
Completely.
Then you've also got this orange, as I've mentioned it. Let's bring that in. All the same sort of sizes and textures, so they are going to complement absolutely beautifully. I was looking for an anklet online the other day. I was looking just for a bit of inspiration really to make my own, and do you know that it's all about the shell at the moment. Shell and your organic gemstones like abalone that you've just seen, also a lot of turquoise about at the moment. So I was thinking, okay, yeah, I can work with that. I can definitely work with that. Look, this still got to keep going because we've got loads more colours to bring you. These wonderful blues. So up to 4 strands here. And last but by no means least, you've got these lovely greens as well. So you're getting all 5, plus the threading material, plus your findings. It's a very classic jewellery maker kit in the fact you've got your threading material, gemstones and your findings. Today it's all for just $19.95.
I didn't know that either.
It's fab, isn't it? I love the fact that this kit's not taking itself too seriously.
No, that's
Do you know what I mean?
That's a good way of putting it. I love
That's
that.
working out at less than £2
per
each.
item.
Per item. Less than £2 per item. Do you know what I mean? I think with colour, it's a case of, especially in the summer, we start to try things differently. There was an advert actually on last night, and I think it was one of our sort of cosmetic shops and pharmacies and things like that. You know, the big one. Could be shoes, but it's not. It's what you wear in the winter. You know the place. It was that advert, and they actually said on there, in the summer, we tend to try new looks. This could totally be your new look.
Well, normally in summer I go from a
summer.
dark grey to a light grey. That's probably me in summer.
That's still a new look. Still a new look. I haven't really ventured this summer, but yeah, we become a little bit braver, and that doesn't necessarily have to be with our clothes. It can be with our accessories, etc.
Yeah, completely.
Love it, love it, love it. Loads and loads and loads of you on those phone lines. Absolutely incredible. How many of you have now got Club Tropicana running around in your head? Yeah, me too. What is it that you're going to be demonstrating for us, Mark?
Well, I'm going to show you how to do a bit of pearl knotting. I've never shown pearl knotting before.
I'm excited.
Something a bit different.
Do you know, actually, I saw a comment from one of our customers saying I need to master it. So
it's a really nice little simple technique. So it's basically the section from the macrame down, really. Just
this bit here?
Yeah, just to show the...
And goes to show that pearl knotting is not just for pearls.
No, you can do it with anything.
Any gemstone.
And that's why I love Essilon so much, because you can basically pearl knot with every single gemstone we've got now because of the different gauges.
And Essilon really does anchor, doesn't it? Because it's not slippy and slidey. No. When you do that knot, it does stay, doesn't it?
Well, I've discovered something that I'm going to share with you in a minute that I've discovered about Essilon as well.
Okay.
When we come to doing the clasp,
fabulous.
Something that might change your outlook on Essilon altogether.
I'm excited, intrigued. Take it away, my lovely.
So, what you'll need for the necklace, and you do need quite a lot of Essilon for this, you need 5 pieces, or 3, or 7, depending on how big and bulky you want your piece. You need 5 pieces, 6 foot long, so fingertip to fingertip.
Right.
Which does sound a lot, but once you've done your pearl knotting and then you've got your macrame sections either end, you will use a lot. Okay. So I've got shorter pieces here just for demoing with. So we're going to take the 5 pieces, and the first thing you need to do, you need to leave 2 feet of spare threads either end. Okay, so what we're going to do, so if you imagine you've got your 6 foot lengths, you need to save 2 feet, because this little section here you're going to do your macrame with. You don't want to add cords when you can use the cords that you've already got. Okay, so I'm just going to leave a little section. In effect, you would leave 2 feet. We're going to tie an ordinary overhand knot, okay, which will then bind all 5 pieces together. Now you can pull really tight for this because that knot's going to stay. We're not going to untie this knot. Okay, so that's just...
Make it absolutely secure.
Yeah, okay, so that's our 5 sections. And then what I've done is I've taken a small macrame board and I've put a pin right through the knot. Okay, just like so. So that's all nice and secure. Next thing you need to do, you need to decide how far you're going to have your beads apart. Okay, so what I did is I took my first cords and I tied a basic overhand knot. Okay. And at this point, you haven't determined the space that you're going to have your knots. Okay, so I've tied the knot, but I haven't pulled it tight. Okay, then I'm going to place my knot that contains all of the cords on one of the black lines on your macrame, but I have used this a lot, so I do apologise for its lack of.
I think that's good.
grid.
Goes to show that our guest designers do use our products, most definitely.
So I've got my little knot that I haven't pulled tight. I'm going to place the big knot on the cord, and I think I'm going to do a space in between of 2 inches. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to follow this black line here, and I'm going to work 2 lines across. I'm just going to place my pin in. I'm going to hold that nice and secure, and all I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull that knot.
Top tip.
Okay, then once that's attached to your pin, just give it a bit of welly. Okay, take the pin out and pull. So that's your first knot. Okay,
Right.
so you do that with all 5, so they're the same length.
Lovely.
Okay.
Could you possibly, you know, if like me, you're not one to measure, is nothing stopping you doing it all different knots
absolutely.
wherever?
No. It's just me. You know.
And, well, no, yours. I like the fact that they are all in little clusters.
Yeah.
But if you were impatient like me, then I probably wouldn't measure. Okay. But then mine wouldn't look as good as yours, though, would it?
Okay. So we've determined that we want our spaces in between to be 2 inches. Okay. So then we're going to pop on some beads. And as you can see, even the larger Essilon will go through the chips really easily. Okay. So we'll in effect, you can just then decide how many beads you want in between each pearl section. So I did 3 for mine. You can do 1 or you can do 5, however many you want to do.
So little clusters of 3.
Yep. So you pop on your beads, and then all we're going to do then is we're going to tie our overhand knot. We're not going to pull it tight because this time we're going to take our pin, we're going to place it inside the knot, and we're just going to pull nice and tight up to the bead, so that pin is in between the knot and your bead. Okay, so once that's pulled nice and tight, we slide it off and squidge with our thumb and finger. So as you can see, that's perfectly knotted. It's not going to go anywhere. Okay.
That's a very simple way of knotting gemstones, because it's something that I haven't yet mastered perfectly as much as I'd like to. I always have little gaps every so often.
And if you don't have a pin, another tool I use is your bead awl, which I know we have.
Yeah.
We have. So I'll do once more with the bead awl in case you don't have any T-pins. Okay.
It's a really good tip.
So we're just going to tie our overhand knot. Pull that through. We're not going to pull it tight. We're going to place the last knot on the black line. We're going to place our pin or our bead reamer on the line. We're just going to pull, give it a bit of a squidge, take it out, pull nice and tight, and that's all we're going to do. We're just going to repeat. So we'll pop on another gemstone, slide that through. Okay, slide it up to the knot. Overhand knot, don't pull it tight at this point. Okay, we're not going to use the macrame board this time because we're just going to slide the knot up to the bead. So we're just going to place it in, pull it up to the bead, nice and tight, slide it up. Now you start getting you can see how it starts to form.
Love it.
And this works really well. As I said, this particular type of shape and the material you're using, it just fits absolutely perfectly.
They work amazingly. Quite nautical as well, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So you would then continue all the same on the 5, or you can have them different lengths, different sizes, be as ad hoc as you like.
I really like this kit, and I love the fact that it is, like I say, quite relaxed, because I'm looking at this, Mark, and I'm thinking that would be nice around the ankle. It would be lovely, sort of like one big long length, literally just wrapped round.
Exactly. You don't have to. I mean, all I've done at the back, if you turn it round, is all I've done is just have macrame. So I'm going to show you the next stage, and then I've just knotted it, and it sounds really nice.
It sounds
it's
amazing.
Not heavy. It's not heavy. It's not heavy,
I would totally wear this. 100%. I'd wear this. If I turn it round, you can actually see how Mark has, like you said, actually knotted it. So you've got that's a simple macrame.
Yep. I'm going to show you that next step now, and all I've done is just done a simple overhand knot at the back, because it's long enough just to slip over the hedge.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to worry about sort of clasps, etc., which again I love because it's quite easy to wear, enjoyable to wear.
And because of the weight, this is a really silly little thing, but because of the weight, it doesn't tangle.
Yeah.
Which is really nice. Sometimes if you're using multiple strands like this, you do get in a bit of a mess.
Yeah. No, that's going to lay perfectly. Okay.
Okay, so we'd imagine that we've done all our beading, okay, and then we're going to do just simple macrame. Now, basically, we've got our 5 cords. So should we start with a twist or square knot to start?
Oh, go
what
twist.
Do you fancy? Go twist. Okay, so we're going to use the middle 3 as our lazes. Okay, so just going to make sure they're nice and secure. And we're going to do with our other cords is we'll just start our macrame. And what I did 2 inches of twist, and then 2 inches of square, 2 inches of twist until I'd run out of cords. Okay, so we'll just do a couple of bits of twist. Okay, and because of this colour, I don't know what it was, but it reverted me back to the plant pot holders of the 70s, and that whole sort of
Plant pot holders of the 70s?
yeah, macrame plant pot holders. They were massive in the 70s.
Were they?
With macrame, and I think it's the colour of the cord.
They obviously didn't make it to Wales because I've got no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I'll send you a link to some.
Yeah,
like
I've never seen macrame plant pot. Have you? Maybe they didn't make it to my sort of little village.
Okay.
In
You're
Wales.
too young anyway.
No,
You're far
I was born
too
in the
young.
70s.
Okay. So imagine that we've done 2 inches of twist, and then we revert to our square knots. It just adds a bit of interest.
Now, if you're watching Mark for the first time or JewelleryMaker for the first time and you're thinking, I really like this idea, macrame is an ancient art of knotting, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And Mark's got numerous DVDs which are all available on our website. You know, we've got some in the show actually, and there's lots of clips on YouTube, etc. with Mark. So if you want to watch this back, you absolutely can.
Yeah. So you just
It's
continue.
repetition, isn't
That's
it?
all it is. That's all it is. Yeah, exactly. So you just keep going till you run out of cords. Okay. So if you see the finished necklace that I've done, the 2 inches of square, and then I did the twist. And I did the square, so it just has a bit of interest. And again, it looks beachy, doesn't it? I think it's the colour and the texture of the Eslon as well. I think even a necklace without any beads at all looks beachy with Eslon.
Yeah, I
really
think so
does.
as well. And the
Yeah.
colours, it's just beautiful. Yeah. And again, have you noticed a lot of my sort of younger friends who, some of my friends have just gone to Marbella and everything, they're at these pool parties and whatnot. You know, it's the days of just going down to the pool just to chill out, no makeup on and, you know, your swimming costume.
Now.
No, it doesn't happen now. They're all dolled up to the nines, you know, and they've got these body chains and fabulous... I mean, they look amazing, don't get me wrong.
Do they actually go in the pool?
I don't know if they do, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know if they... It's all about... It's like a catwalk, you know? I couldn't be bothered with it myself. If I go on holiday, I ain't putting makeup on. Not putting makeup on, but yeah. It's all about, you know, this kind of fashion and everything over the swimsuits and everything.
Wow.
Yeah. Fabulous. Okay.
Okay, so this is the little tip that I've discovered with Eslon. Okay. You will need a naked flame with this.
Right.
I've discovered that there is a part of, I'm not sure what the makeup of Eslon is, but the part of the chemical makeup of Eslon is exactly the same as paracord. And we know with paracord you can cut, you can melt, you can splice, you don't need glue for. And I've discovered that Eslon is exactly the same.
Really?
Yeah, so I did this on the late show on Friday, so I thought I'd share it with the viewers on the morning show as well. Okay, so I've got my 5 ends, okay. So all we're going to do is pull nice and tight. You still need to make sure it's nice and tight. All we're going to do then is just going to cut, leaving millimeterage, maybe 1 or 2 millimeters. Okay, and we'll do the same for this piece here. Okay.
Nice and close.
Okay, then all we're going to do then is take our cigarette lighter.
Obviously, if this is children, then you do it for them.
Yeah, or a candle or one of those barbecue match lighters, you know, the long, clicky. I think we're trying to source them from somewhere. So what we're going to do, we're just going to 1, 2, 3, squidge.
Dab, dab, dab.
Turn it over. 1, 2, 3, squidge.
Dab, dab, dab.
And we're going to do the same for the top. 1, 2,
Oh yeah, it does. It
3,
literally smooths it off.
squidge. Okay, so if you have a look at that. Okay, there's no glue, nothing. And that's perfectly secure.
It is. That. So it is. There is something that's in Eslon that's the same as paracord.
Must be.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's really secure.
Yeah, that's
It's not going to fray or anything like
It's not going
that.
to fray. It's not going to come undone.
Top tip.
No glue.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Don't have to worry about. All you need is, like you said, that naked flame.
Yeah. I love that.
And a bit of dabbing.
It's brill. It's brill. So,
Fab.
do you want me to show you how to put one of the clasps on, or have you got something to show us first?
Yes, please.
I'll do that. Okay. So, I had an accident with my, I won't take it out of the bag, with my glue. We had this on the show, and I forgot to put the top on. Okay.
Right.
So the end sealed up. Now this is the epoxy JewelleryMaker glue.
Right.
I didn't realise, and I squeezed, and all the glue came out the back, all over my hands. So I won't use that. So I've got the glue that's super. Okay.
Did it take ages to sort of get off your hand as well? Because it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, but never
Have you ever
mind.
glued your fingers together? I have.
I've done it with this on the show.
Yeah. You're like, oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. And in an hour, I had my hands underneath the desk, desperately trying to pull them apart. Ridiculous. So I'm just going to pop one of the little clasps on, okay? Now, these are a lot smaller than our Kumihimo ends, which we've got an amazing bundle coming up later. I don't know if you know.
Yes.
It's ace. Okay, so these are quite finer, so you're not going to get your, your 8 warps inside one of these
it's for your
little cone
finer
ends. It's for
gauges, your finer threads.
Okay, so what I've got on my desk here is I've got a piece of twist. This is just your basic macrame twist. And also, there's another little tip. That's my twist macrame, okay? If you want a finer twist, twist it again. And the Eslon holds its shape really well. So if you wanted a finer twist, really fine,
Actually squeeze it together.
you can squeeze it together. And that will stay like that.
Wow.
And
Do you think it would sort of corkscrew back?
And then you can just unwind it
If
to
you
the
wanted
twist.
to.
So if you're doing twist macrame and you're not happy with the way it looks, just give it a few more twists and it will hide all your...
Yeah, hey.
So
I did not know that.
Okay, so it's brilliant. It's perfect, isn't it? It's beautiful.
Absolutely.
Really beautiful. It has a really fine... It looks machine made, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so we've got 3 ends this time. So I've macramed all the way to the top, and I've ended, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tie a series of basic overhand knots. Now you've got 3 cords, so I'm just going to use 2 and 1. Okay, so just an overhand knot, then another, and then another. So you've got 3 knots all together. Okay, and all I do then is just stretch out the 3 knots.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're going to do exactly the same as we did earlier. We're going to cut the ends.
Nice and close.
Okay, so I'm just going to cut there and there, and I'm just going to melt the ends.
That probably adds to the security as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The actual...
Yep. Okay, nice and tight. And as you can see there, we've formed a nice, neat... And that actually doesn't get as hot as paracord does either. I mean, I'm going straight onto it after I've used the flame.
It's almost like a cone.
Yeah. Okay, so it's a nice pointed end. Okay, so we're going to choose our end. It's really careful when you're choosing your clasps. I've done this so many times as well. Okay, make sure you pick up one of each end.
Okay.
Because I have picked up 2 hooks and I've also picked up 2 ends and made a piece of jewellery. And
you've gone.
Yeah, it sounds really simple, but it's such a little easy mistake to make.
We've got a text message from the lovely Laura Binding, by the way, coming through.
Okay.
Laura is saying, morning guys, lovely makes mark, about glue. If you get it on your hands, acetone will remove it. Use it for your nails and things like that as well.
Thank you.
There we go.
Acetone.
Thanks, Laura. That's a top tip. That's guest designer, Laura.
Perfect.
There we are. Experienced mum knows what to do in such situations. I'm wondering if one of her little lippers have glued themselves
May have happened before.
together. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so you do exactly the same either end of your little points. Okay, and then we're going to I'm going to hold this up in front of me. Okay, so if you did have your jewellery glue, you do exactly the same thing, but this is all I've got today. So this is why I need just to bend down a little bit, because we need to be really careful. All I'm going to do is drop 2 drops. 1, 2. Okay, there's an excess
there. So you can use any glue, Mark, not just this one.
This is all I've got in my.
Yeah.
I would normally use the epoxy glue.
Right.
From the wee stock. Okay, so get rid of any excess. Just tip it out on the corner of your board. And we're just going to take our end that we've prepared. We're just going to see it fits in so neatly and nicely. And then if you're using the JewelleryMaker glue, leave it all overnight. But I think with the glue that's super, it normally sticks within a couple of seconds. Bonds in seconds, I think it's known as.
And again, all the glue that we actually have on our website, we're actually going to put some on screen for you as well, working exactly the same way. I haven't got a sample here in the studio, but obviously as Mark's using it, that would be what you choose.
Yeah, the JewelleryMaker.
The JewelleryMaker glue.
Yeah.
So we can do that. E6000.
That's the one.
E6000 works again with metals, fabrics, beads, plastics, pretty much anything, doesn't it?
Yep. I've emptied all the glue out now.
This is the 14.7 millilitre tube. So it's they last ages, don't they? The glues.
As I said, I've got my glue in here. I've got what have I got in here? So this is the glue with the nozzle. I won't touch that because that's a bit of a mess. So this is the one that's got the very fine applicator.
Yeah.
And then E6000, which is the glue that you've got on the screen, which is this one here. If you just use a cocktail stick.
Yeah.
So put a little piece on a, what I've got at home is a little, it's like one of the little glass dishes that you show findings and things in. So all I do is I just put a little drop in the dish and then use my cocktail stick to apply the glue. It's brilliant.
There we go.
Good stuff.
And used for all methods of jewellery making.
Yeah.
Let's bring that price on your screen for you to get hold of it. £2.95. You know, you couldn't get that glue that you were just using earlier on for that price tag, really, could you?
No.
And it will hold everything absolutely securely. So,
perfect.
okay, so you've left it to dry.
Yeah, just repeat the same, the other end.
On the other end.
Yeah, and
job done.
ready to go. So I've used, where have I used it? Yeah, on here.
Here.
Yep.
Shall I show that on the back of my hand so you can actually see exactly? Yeah, and it's such a professional finish.
Yeah. So it's just, I think because these are quite small, it puts people off doing kumihimo and that sort of thing with them. Yeah. But as long as you cut some of your strands off, we know now that the Eslon you can cut and melt. Yeah. So if you had an 8 warp kumihimo, just cut off 5, do your knots with a 3, and then you can insert them into your ends and have a really nice neat finish.
Absolutely amazing, yeah, because I didn't think that Eslon would do that, so it does actually almost seal. It's probably adding strength to it, isn't it? Because it's kind of melting. Thank you so much, Mark. Do check out those baskets on this kit, of course. Very, very, very popular. We'll be back over with Mark shortly. Mark in his shirt. Your shirt needs introducing today. Don't forget, we have got the deal of the day. It's a 1,000 quantity, and it is guaranteed under £15, which is going to be absolutely amazing. So please, please, please make sure that you do stay tuned for that. It's going to be incredible. But I've got loads more to bring you as well, including this with the deal of the day. Mark, is going to be amazing. Morganite.
It's not small either, is it?
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. These are big, big, big Morganite solitaires. You know, this gemstone, remember the beryl family, you want to have your manganese. Manganese is what determines that lovely peachy, pinky colour. But normally Morganite lacks colour. Normally, it's still beautiful, but it's more of a blush, shall we say. This is definite pink stroke peach, and it's totally and utterly natural. Like Mark said, these are not small. They are big, big, big solitaires in their own individual right. I mean, look at that consistency of colour. It's amazing, isn't it? Almost bordering on. This is so good that you almost think, now hang on, is that Morganite? Because it's almost too good to be true. Do you know what I mean? The colour is so rich, so apparent, you almost question whether it is actually this gemstone, because most gemologists, most gem traders, etc., would expect Morganite, especially in its natural form, to actually have more of a sort of whitish colour, and like I said, just a pale, pale blush running through. Such is the quality here, jewellery makers. You're getting an entire strand of big, sizable individual solitaires with those wonderful natural hues. Now going right the way up to 19 by 12 millimeters. If you're thinking that this is going to be something you have to invest heavily in, you'd be greatly mistaken. £19.95 for Brazilian natural Morganite of this carat weight, of this sheer size, and I'm talking about sort of, you know, individually. It's not a strand which is made up of 165 carats of tiny individual little nuggets or tiny little chips. They're big solitaires, Mark.
I was just thinking they'd be perfect for cufflink strand.
Oh, what's that strand?
For cufflinks.
Yes.
So
oh, they would.
Perfect shape for cufflinks.
They are, aren't
they're not too big. I mean, having a big solid chunk of Morganite on your short cuff, I think would be fantastic.
Wouldn't it just? Amazing. Yeah. Absolutely incredible quality, and every single one of them. I love the irregularity of the shape, and I love the fact that you have got more peachy hues here, and then more pinks around this way. That's the manganese that's present within this gemstone. But ordinarily, we expect morganite to actually have undergone some kind of treatment in some way, heated usually. Like your tanzanite, to be honest, it's heat treated to bring out those beautiful hues. Not the case. Not the case today. 1995. Can you imagine this alongside the deal of the day? It would be absolutely stunning. In fact, I'm going to bring them in. I'm going to bring them in against one another. Because tanzanite has got that beautiful pinkish secondary hue, they work amazingly alongside one another, morganite and tanzanite. Don't you agree, Mark?
That's perfect, isn't it? Absolutely perfect.
Isn't it? Really bringing out those gorgeous, gorgeous pinks.
I think for me that morganite would be a collector strand.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd make anything with it.
I'd agree with you there, and I often refer to the fact that I spoke to a family friend of mine who's got a jeweller's in Wales, and he's obviously a gemologist, and he actually said to me, I was talking about the Brazilian emerald discovery, you know, or a parcel that we bought some time ago. I think it's all but run out right now, Minas Gerais, and I'm not saying this is definitely from the Minas Gerais parcel, but I was telling him about it, and he was like, his words were, it's like lightning striking the same place twice, to find natural morganite, just because it doesn't happen. It's normally undergone some kind of laboratory treatment, which is absolutely fine. Doesn't necessarily devalue the gemstone, but it definitely is more rare, astonishingly more rare, when it has undergone zero enhancement whatsoever. We've still got lots in baskets. Do check them out as soon as you can to make sure that you avoid disappointment. What would you do with these?
Well, like the cufflink strand, or the larger ones, you just have on the end of a long chain with a chain tassel.
Amazing.
I think would be beautiful.
As a feature.
We were talking about gem collecting strands on the show on Friday, and it would be really nice not just to collect strands of gemstones for a collection, but the best of that type.
Yeah.
And this, so for me, I think because of its size and its clarity, this would probably be my morganite strand of my collection. Just have a strand of every single gemstone we carry. I think it would be amazing, and to have the best of that gemstone.
I agree with you, because if you went into a museum, a gemstone museum, it would be this intensity of pink, you know, and this wouldn't look out of place, would it? I totally agree with you there. Well done. Check out those baskets as soon as you possibly can. Now, and again, another gemstone which look amazing with this, and natural, which again is like an anomaly of nature, blue opal. I saw these arrive in the studio. Saw Becky carry them in. I was like, ooh. Could just see that Pantone perfect colour matching. Look at these. Let's put the morganite on top. Don't you think?
They are stunning, aren't they?
They are stunning, aren't they? Mark, I think I launched this strand. I believe I did. I did. Do you know, I knew I had. And do you know why I remember this? It's because I was saying that they are almost, the luster is almost like china.
Did I launch them with you?
Were we together?
I'm pretty sure we were, you know. Yes. Yes.
Can you remember us talking about the shape? And can you remember us talking about
the Russian Easter eggs, first of all, the Russian Easter egg shape, and then we were talking about, as you said, the strength of colour.
Yes. And we were talking about how every single one was totally different, but the luster is amazing.
Yeah. We were saying that this could, in fact, it looks like a very, very beautiful blue Botswana agate.
Yeah. It does. I think it was us together then, Mark. Yeah. Isn't it funny how we see so many gemstones on a daily basis, but then we can still pick out one individual gemstone strand. Totally and utterly natural. All top drilled. I love this shape, don't you? Perfect shape. Some of our finest coloured blue opal, I think that in terms of depth of saturation, and they're amazing in terms of just how beautifully polished they are. Now, you can get opal, which is, sort of shaded or levels of. These are definite blues. Okay, I remember it clear as day, and I knew I'd launched it, and like I said, there we go, Mark remembers too, on the 16th it was.
Was it really?
Yeah,
yes,
on the 16th. We're bringing you the remaining quantity now. Unusual to get these beautiful dimensions, these wonderful sizes. And this is what's even more unusual. I knew it was something exciting. I couldn't remember, though, the price. Could you?
See, I really like the pale blue. I think that's really unusual. It's like a real sort of duck egg blue, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Duck egg blue. I love that, isn't it? Duck egg blue is really, really, really pretty. You see it in interior design. I think, again, I think that's what we were speaking about. You see it in interior design quite a lot. Just one of those suspended from maybe your Singapore chain, which is coming up a little bit later on, is going to be absolutely stunning. You've got multiples on for single figure price tags. And I know, like I said, it's an 11 centimetre strand, but they're double stranded, aren't they? You know, they are really jam packed on there. So you're going to get lots of individual pieces of jewellery. Let me just count them for you. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26 individual solitaires that you're getting there. And yes, formations and patterns, that's the whole appeal. That's working out at 38 pence per natural blue opal. It is amazing, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. I'm drawn to this one here, just because it's got that royal depth.
The one in the bottom with all the banding, that's quite
You
unusual,
love this one down here?
With the band,
yeah.
Or the one at the top with the 2 bands, I think that's pretty.
This one here. They're all very unique, and that's the appeal, and I think everybody is going to have a personal favourite. I totally agree. And because they are graduated as well, you're going to have the corresponding size alongside. Again, lots and lots and lots to do there. Check out those baskets. It's the last remaining quantity that we have of this beautiful strand. Like I said, it's unusual to get that depth of colour, and definitely unusual to get it at single figure price tags. And Mark and I both recall this clear as day when we launched it. Now it's time for our amazing star buy. You will not believe what we are about to do. I don't think Mark even knows. Just prepare yourself, Mark. You might want to sit down, my lovely, because the phone lines are going to erupt. The website is going to be super, super, super busy. It's one of our favourite gemstones here at JewelleryMaker. It'll look incredible with today's kit. It's absolutely tropical. Star buy up next. How many do we have, Robert? 200. Because I called him Robert, I mean business.
That's what I thought.
Tom is Thomas when I mean business.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know I'm in trouble when Mum says Elena rather than L. Elena, yes. Or she means business. I have 200. Dial as soon. If you love your pearls and you're looking for the smaller sizes, they're not teeny weeny micro pearls. They're the perfect in-between size. You know, the ones that always sell out the quickest, the ones that we always run out of in our stash, the ones that I was referring to literally on, what was it, Sunday about, that I always run out of first. Look at the dimensions on the top, on the graphics here, up to 6x5 to 5x4 millimeters. I've got 200 of these available. Dial that free phone telephone number under, at the bottom of the screen, 0800 644 655, poised and ready to press your option 1. Only because I believe that this is going to be one of the quickest, fastest selling star buys of the entire day. I know where we're taking it to.
I've got great affinity with this shape of gemstone, because do you remember I made the wedding jewellery for Philippa last year for her wedding, our neighbour's daughter.
Yes.
She had strands of these. Now I didn't do this because I'm not a sewer. But I purchased the beads for her in her dressmaker, and she used this size as petals around a crystal centre flowers, and she had them encrusted all on her veil and on her skirt of her wedding dress.
Wow.
It did look beautiful. It's the perfect size for petals on flowers.
Can I just, with the launch as well, we've got coming up with Swarovski, get them now. Get these now, because they'll be amazing to work alongside the Swarovski launch. And I agree with you, these are the perfect size, because they're not so big that they're going to weigh anything down. No, so yeah, I use these a lot with, funny enough, that's one of the jewellery making techniques that I do most. Using a 0.25 wire, just literally feeding pearls and sort of sewing it onto lace. I was talking about it actually only on Sunday. I've actually just done a handbag as well, literally just sewing it through using a 0.25. So simple, so simple, but I always run out of this. Always run out of this size, just because they work beautifully. But also, if you think about our jewellery designs, I mean, you can make pearl cluster style rings with these.
You can use them as spacers, you can kumihimo braid them. That would just look beautiful.
Yeah, amazing.
Absolutely beautiful.
Absolutely amazing. Now, already, thank you so much to all of those of you that are making life easier for our call centre and also ease on the web. I haven't even mentioned where we're taking it to, but listen, it is going to be exciting. You're happy to check out at $7.95. We're not stopping there.
Okay.
I'm not stopping there. That's why I said, listen, I'm absolutely for you making sure that you're not missing out. That's why I said, look, there's 200, Robert. Go, 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 $4.95. This is what I was referring to. I was trying to put it, sort of out there as best I possibly could without actually spoiling the surprise. Look at the flurry of you on the web and on the phone lines. Like I said, it's first come, first serve. You know, Mark, we do get a feel for star buys and everything. What's going to sell out quick? I knew this was going to be one of those. Still got chances. So if you're on those phone lines, do stay where you are. Like Mark said, they're spacers. They're great for your seed beading. They're great for soutache. They're great for just classic beading, sewing, embellishing.
Can I show you a bracelet that I've made for the second kit?
Please do.
Which would look lovely with that pearl.
Please, please, please do. Yeah, do you know, I knew which one you were talking about as well.
Yeah.
Yes, they'd be the perfect size for this, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Perfect.
Oh.
That wouldn't be a miss on a bride's arm.
Not at all. Not at all. That's incredible, Mark. Yeah. £4.95. And again, if you want to get more than one of these, you by all means do. Albertha, Marion, Sheila, Cornwall, Francis, hello to you, Christine and Deborah and Julie. In fact, I'm looking at this call screens and I reckon probably about 80% of you have got more than one. And I don't blame you in the slightest.
No. I'll be buying 5 or 6 of these and just keep them in your stash. This will be the size that you use before any other.
Absolutely. Like I said, I made the mistake, and this is a mistake, don't do what I did, right, by the way. I emptied all my pearls into one dish. I know, all the different sizes and everything.
I have different, because I don't do size now, I do strand compartments. So I take them off the strands, but I keep each strand in a compartment. I don't mix strands now, because they just need to be exactly the same.
Yeah,
off the strand.
Don't do it, because honestly, now you're ferrying around trying to look for, and of course the smaller sizes, they're always harder to find. But yeah, these are the ones I always run out of. Always. Pat in Yorkshire saying, thank you, just added another. Don't blame me, Pat. And you were happy to check out at $7.95, weren't you? That's what I mean. I was trying to give you a little bit of a hint. Just dial through. I knew at £4.95 there would be so many of our customers going, wow, wow, wow. But how many have we got left? Okay, we're massively over-allocated. We've got about 40 left and probably about 60 in baskets. Telephone bidders, stay where you are. It's first come, first serve. First come, first serve. Grab it whilst you can. Like I said, I've got London, Lexa, Cillins. I can't keep up. Well done. I need to move on because, like I said, it is a sellout. Do stay where you are on those phone lines. Now, I've got coming up, for the first time ever, the Singapore chain. It's just arrived. Have you seen it yet?
No, I've not seen it.
Now, we've got over 8 grams of sterling silver here, so it is one of our most substantial chains. Think about luxury jewellery establishments now. You know, gram weight makes a difference in terms of price tag, but it's rhodium plated as well. Now, if those of you are thinking what's rhodium, it's one of the most expensive forms of metal. It's not actually used solidly in jewellery, as in you won't get a rhodium necklace, you'll get a rhodium plated necklace. It's the most reflective of all metals. It's very, very, very expensive, very expensive. And the reason for that is because it has got the most amazing shine. It's mirror-like, quite literally. How stunning is this?
Gosh. It's called Singapore.
This is the Singapore chain. Yeah. We've never had anything like it before. I am most definitely buying one of these because it's absolutely stunning. This is coming up at 10 to 11, so just before your, and do you know what, I'm going to show you on this actually, just because I think, Mark, look at that.
It's incredible, isn't it?
It's under £20. I know, there's 8 grams of sterling silver, look at that. Not displayed it very well, there we go. Isn't that stunning? coming your way, so make sure you do stay tuned. This is the Singapore chain which we are launching today, so super, super, super excited. Loads more to come. We've got your beautiful, beautiful deal of the day, which is going to be awesome. Well done on your pearls. Don't go anywhere, because there's more tropical beauty after this.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. Because sometimes you look at something and think you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it and you've just made it, you think that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, yeah, that looks really good, that looks quite professional, I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished. First of all, you think something so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for atmosphere, sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you, you get to see the same people on a regular basis, and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
Here at JewelleryMaker, we love seeing your jewellery creations, learning about your inspiration and reading your blogs. If you write your own craft or jewellery blog, then we'd love to hear from you. Simply tweet us at jewellery_maker UK with your blog link and we'll be in touch.
Welcome back, everyone. So lovely to have your company this morning. My name's Elena. I'm joined by the gorgeous Mark. Are you all right, my darling?
Really good, really good.
Are you doing a bit of gizmoing over there?
Yes.
Yes. You look really guilty then. You gizmo.
I must say, gizmoing is my guilty pleasure.
A guilty pleasure. Yes. We've got more inspiration and guidance coming from Mark, and I tell you what, we've got so much included in today's show, haven't we? Yeah. The Singapore chain.
That's incredible.
Isn't it amazing?
Incredible.
Isn't it amazing? I'm most definitely getting some of those. Should I show you again? Shall I show you again? It's I mean, such a high quality piece of jewellery, this. With your rhodium plate, and you can really see the difference in terms of the colour that you get from rhodium plating. And they're wonderfully, wonderfully shaped, those individual links. So that's coming up, guaranteed under £20. We've got that 1,000 quantity as a deal of the day in Tanzanite, which is an amazing price. And we've got more amazing kits, of course. Look at this aquamarine, though. I know Mark is absolutely in love with this. Mark?
I know. I don't know what I'd do with that one stone. I'd also do something special with it.
It's huge.
It's beautiful.
Look at the quality of this aquamarine that we've got coming up this hour. Oh.
It's in this hour, is it?
It's in this, yes, definitely.
Okay.
Now, aquamarine, ordinarily, you make sacrifices for either colour or clarity. Not the case here. You've got both in absolute abundance. I agree. I don't quite know what I would do with this. It's that absolutely amazing, amazing centerpiece, I suppose. I reckon you're going to be doing your secret signal with this. I reckon, just because you don't see aquamarine. I know it's your favourite gemstone, but you don't see aquamarine of that size or clarity or colour very frequently. So what are you thinking this is going to be, what, about £80? Not even close. Affordable. Affordable, amazingly. So make sure you do stay tuned with those pearls that you've just had. I've also got some brand new gem set earrings, which are incredible, absolutely amazing. In fact, I've got they're in sterling silver. We've got them in garnet, we've got them in amethyst and blue topaz, so they're going to be amazing. So beautiful shepherd hooks with gemstone set in as well. Stunning. Okay, let's get this hour underway, shall we? Now these are new, or new to me. I've not seen, well, firstly the tube looks different. If I just lay it across there, you can see they are big individual, sorry, itchy foot, big individual rondelles. There we go. Go right the way up to 6 by 5 millimeters, and I daren't take them out of here because, as you can see, they are absolutely jam-packed into this tube. You get approximately 240. If I leave it where it is, the actual drill hole itself in the centre of the rondelle, oh thank you Mark, is really substantial, so you can absolutely get most of our threading material, our leathers, our suedette, our paracord probably as well. Mark, would you agree?
Yes, actually.
Yeah?
Yes.
Paracord to go through, certainly our Eslon thread that we just used. Now, this is a little bracelet that Mark's actually made, and you've used these in a different way. They almost look like two trues.
Yes, yes. All I've done is I've taken each of the beads and I've flattened them.
Squashed
them in flat nose pliers.
Yeah.
And the way that the little bead is made is that it splits into two, and you get two holes either side.
Yeah.
So you can do this sort of double drill hole look, and you can do
Love it.
Yep.
Or you can keep it as a classic bead if you wanted to.
I always recommend with these, it definitely works for the large ones, not so much the small ones, is to buy a tube of each and just squash a whole tube so you've got ready and waiting to go.
Very satisfying, I bet, as well.
Yeah, good fun.
I bet it's like making bread, you know, when you're like, oh yeah, I've got to knead that dough. You know, it's a really... Kerry just looked at me as if I was very peculiar. It did sound a bit peculiar then, didn't it? Well, I take it you've never made bread. Do it if you're stressed, honestly, it helps.
Yeah.
Really helps, yeah. This is one of Prue's pieces that she's used the gold rondelles exactly the same way. So she's kumihimoed with these, but like I said, you can do so much. You get 240. They are some of the biggest rondelles that we actually have in stock of our seed beads, and they're £12.95. £12.95. You know, only launched this month.
Gosh.
So they are relatively new. Do you know what I'm inclined to think? Again, just restrand them on some stretchy elastic. Beautiful.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, really simple. Great way of actually holding on to your carat weights within your stash as well. So like maybe just actually having alternate gemstones with a seed bead. So you're still going to have that impact of colour. You've got amazing lustre because these are silver plated, so you have got that beautiful reflective lustre across the surface. Maybe you can contrast these with spinel. Funny enough, I've got some spinel coming up a little bit later on. In fact, we can do them next if you want to. They'd be incredible alongside your deal of the day. Amazing with that morganite. To be honest, I don't think there's a single... piece of jewellery or way of using this that I can't think of. Do you know what I mean? That was a really poorly worded sentence, but you know what I mean, Mark, don't you? Yeah. There's... You can incorporate this into so many different mediums.
240. Yeah,
240. Macrame, yeah, tick. Kumihimo, yeah, tick. Beading, yeah. French beading, yeah. Gents jewellery, yeah.
Gents jewellery would be amazing. Beady bead, I'm just imagining.
Beady bead.
They'd be beautiful.
They'd be fab, wouldn't they, for that?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Love it. Leave it with you. Well done. Stay where you are on those phone lines. Moving on to... Should we do the spinel on the back of that? Look at this strand.
Wow.
Oh, can I just bring those back? Because I really do think they'd look amazing next to one another. That monochrome look, you know, very Lorraine Schwartz, very Gucci and Tiffany. It's all about the surface luster, of course, because this is an opaque gemstone, so you're not going to see internal diaphanity or clarity. Look at these. They are big individual solitaires, some of the biggest that I've seen actually being brought to air. You've got a 30 centimetre strand going right the way up to 9x4mm in their size. Cut is absolutely imperative when it comes to spinel because, like I said, it's all about that surface luster and polish. So you want to have very definite edges. You want to have almost sort of perfect angles so that it does capture and play with the light. So even under soft focus, like what you were just seeing on your screen, the gemstone actually sparkles like a black diamond, but to be honest, it's probably more lustrous. In fact, it is more lustrous than a black diamond. Suitably durable too. It's right up there on the Mohs scale, so you could wear this literally by day, by night, with absolute confidence. In total, I mean, I will count them for you if you want me to, but they're all solitaires. Would you agree, Mark? I mean, of that size, you could just take one and wear it as a solitaire, because they're not tiny rondelles, are they?
I think it's Thomas Sabo.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he does bracelets solely using, I'm trying to think if it's black spinel. And we had a friend of ours, Paula, it was her 50th in January, and Andrew bought her a Thomas Sabo black spinel bracelet.
Very nice.
It was quite expensive.
Yes, I bet.
Yeah, and for a simple stretchy bracelet, it was extraordinarily expensive, actually, thinking about
absolutely. Well, you're paying, we know this, but you're paying for the brand at the end of the day, and you get that not just with jewellery, you get that with clothes, you get it with your luggage, everything, don't you?
Completely.
Cars, 100%. You've got amazing quality, luxury quality here, and I totally...
So you've got two stretches there, do you think?
I'd say two stretchy bracelet. Is it literally a stretchy bracelet, that one? Yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Was it 3 figures?
Yeah.
Yeah, thought so.
Nice box.
Yeah, pretty box.
Nice box.
Yes, nice pretty box. Yeah. Okay, good luck to every single one of you. You've got 210 carats. £17.95. I genuinely do not know where you could get size, quality like this at anywhere near that price tag for spinel. No. You're talking about one of the most commercially sought after colours, black. And that's understandable. Why? Because it's so universal, because it's so complementary. But this is one of the most commercially sought after colours. And yet, £17.95. But Rob is saying something to me in my ear. What was that, Rob? You did do the rondelles at £12.95, yes. Oh, I hope Andrew's not watching today, Mark.
I think it was that price, actually. That price there, but without the decimal point somewhere else. That makes sense. Just one to the right. Yeah, it was that. How funny.
It's now £12.95. And Andrew could have made 2 of those bracelets. Oh my goodness,
I know.
My goodness, that's incredible, isn't it? Look how many of you are there. Fabulous deal. And like I said, we're not just talking about little teeny weeny black spinels, which are beautiful, absolutely. I love microfaceted gemstones, I like offcuts, I like chips, etc. But these are big solitaires, you know, sort of way above the average sort of calibration of a rondelle, as you can see. And £12.95 this morning. Georgina, Manchester, hello to you, Ruth and Belinda and Aziza, Olwyn, Margaret, Neil, Helen, Lady Anthea, Vivian and Suffolk and Christine and Elaine, Ruth in the Scottish borders. So nice to have your company this morning. So I agree, if you got the rondelles earlier on, I just think those 2 together would look absolutely stunning. But to be honest, you could literally take this strand, get it home, £12.95 plus your postage, and there's 1 postage per day. All you need is a little bit of our elastic and just make a stretchy bracelet. I mean, that's because it's black spinel as well. I don't think you could ever need to take it off. It's going to match everything, isn't it?
Yeah, that's beautiful. I don't think I've seen such a big strand as this. Just trying to think.
Yeah,
I don't think I have. I don't think I have.
No, yeah, these are some of the biggest that we've got surely in the vault. Yeah. I mean, those pearls that we had earlier on. Or any pearls for that matter, you know, because these are that size that would support the dainty ones, like spacers, like we said earlier on, or the big double figure millimetre ones.
Gosh, That looks more than 210 carats, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yeah,
Or
wow.
you've just learnt how to do your knotting with Mark. If you've just tuned in, then actually watch it back. What about restranding this and just knotting in between and making a neckline?
Red Eslon.
Yes. Oh, it's a little bit saucy then, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a little bit racy.
Yeah.
Yes, I start thinking about basques and things like that.
Yeah.
But underwear. Agent provocateur, that type of thing. Yeah, why not? Why not? I know we're in tropical day, but hey. Why not? Moving on to some gorgeous amethyst. Oh, this has just arrived.
I saw that coming in.
Look at the clarity. Okay, now amethyst, again a mainstream gemstone, comes in different colours. You can have amethyst, which is purple, you can have pink amethyst, you can have Rose de France amethyst, you can have Praserite amethyst, which is green. So it's not necessarily one which is more valuable than the other. It's basically down to what you love, the colour which you choose. Clarity is something that absolutely does make a difference in terms of value. I'm going to hold this out for you. These are amazing. It's literally just arrived. I've only just had the chance to see these for the very first time. Look at that fire. Now, if you've ever wondered, what do I mean by fire when I keep talking about it? A gemstone, or certain gemstones, aspire to play with the light internally to reflect a spectrum, a rainbow spectrum. You can see it here. So if you see the occasional flashes of greens and blues and yellows, that's the gemstone's ability, high quality, to play with the light and give you that fire. You don't often see it in amethyst, to be honest, and you've got it here in abundance. I mean, look at that, dazzling. They are individual, I don't want to say barrels, because to me these are exceptionally faceted. All the way around. Can you see that? Exceptionally cut and faceted, very, very consistent, all of those beautiful angles, and very close to a briolette cut. Now, yeah, this is a more investment strand, and it should be, rightly so, because you've got the clarity, you've got the perfect pink colour as well, all of that fire. There we go, look at that. Can you see the yellows and those wonderful tones and blues coming through? All of that fire and clarity internally, and 115 carats. This is a little bit of me, this. It really is beautiful.
Carol and I were on the morning show last week and we were talking about what JewelleryMaker does for people, and I said that if I finished the show today and left and never came back, the one thing that I would thank JewelleryMaker for more than anything would be introducing me to other colour of amethyst other than purple.
Yeah.
Because people who join us for the first time, they don't know that there's a pink or a green. So,
yeah,
above anything else, I think introducing me to different colour amethyst.
I'd agree with you there. It's not so well known. And I always think about, whenever I see quality amethyst like this, pink amethyst like this, I always think of a ball I went to, a Gems TV ball I went to, where I was hosting a table. I might have seen some of you there. And I was wearing a solitaire ring. It was and we can borrow jewellery, or we could borrow jewellery to go along to it as well. I borrowed an amazing tanzanite necklace, and I had also, from my personal collection, a solitaire in this beautiful emerald cut ring. Everybody thought it was Minas Gyrus kunzite. It wasn't. It was pink amethyst.
Wow.
It was pink amethyst and sterling silver, with the gold plating. Everybody thought it was. So when you get pink amethyst of quality like this, it will absolutely command attention. I totally agree. This is stunning, absolutely stunning. Good luck to every single one of it. It's going to be a little bit more considered because you have got that amazing clarity, as I said, exceptional faceting, but incredible carat weight as well. However, when I say considered, that's nowhere near what it could be. I knew you'd shake your head. $29.95. It could have been, in my humble opinion, we could be bringing this to your screens at sort of £79, £89 plus. And just take one of those, put it on some gold chain, the Singapore chain that's coming up later on. Stunning. Pauline is saying, so pretty. I'm really getting into the more pretty gemstones this year. I usually go for intense colours, but have become a very girly this year. I love that, Pauline. Me too, by the way. Me too. I've always loved the pastel tones, but yeah, maybe it is the Pantone, I don't know, but absolutely incredible. Helen in Shropshire, hello Eleanor and Mark. I'm going to use my black spinel with a big pearl in the front, silver bead each side for me, of course. Wow. And that's Helen. Yeah, that sounds amazing.
Really simple, but
wow.
Yeah.
Absolute wow. And that's the beauty when you get quality gemstones like this. You don't need to really overcomplicate your design sometimes. Keep it simple. Don't be afraid.
One of those little baby white pearls either end in an earring. I think that looked really nice.
Amazing. Yeah. Well done. I need to move on. Absolutely incredible. Moving on to the rubies. Look at these. Gosh, I tell you what, there's a lineup of gemstones. Look at the length of strand, firstly. We've had a lineup this morning, haven't we, so far? We've still got the Singapore chain. We've still got the tanzanite coming your way. We haven't even started. Gosh, time's a racing. We haven't even got started yet. The new connectors coming up as well. Look at these. Genuine ruby. Look at that glow. Look at that amazing glow. Totally and utterly natural. Intensities of reds coming through, and it's not always, you know, sort of your pillar box red that we see in this gemstone. Different locations will offer different things. Indian ruby. Mila Kunis, by the way, if you don't know who she is, she's an absolutely stunning Hollywood A-lister. She was recently pictured, and you could Google this if you wanted to, enter onto your search engine site. Mila Kunis, M-I-L-A, Kunis. She is a brand ambassador for Gemfields. Gemfields own the Zambian mine, and they also own Fabergé now as a brand. Mila Kunis was pictured wearing some amazing, I think they were Madagascan, I believe, ruby earrings, but it was this kind of colour. You know, they didn't have diaphanity. It was actually quite opaque like these. Ollie's just saying to me, what? Yeah, oh, okay, crush on Mila Kunis, sorry. Yeah. Most men do, to be honest. Most men do. Look at that gorgeous colour. She was pictured recently, this week, actually wearing ruby earrings like this. $11.95. I can bet you $1 hers weren't. That's amazing. And they had that very classic, it was like a cabochon shape. It might have been checkerboard faceted, I'm doing this off memory. And then they had sort of cluster, like seed beads all the way around. So it was a very, very traditional design, and you could reiterate it with these.
Gosh.
So we're going back to quite traditional designs and quite traditional gemstones, but the point I'm making is the fact that it was natural and very intense, very almost opaque like this. So beautiful. Well done. I've got a bead scoop. It's the luxury bead scoop, Mark.
Oh, an old friend.
Do you remember that day?
That was a bit
insane,
wasn't it?
It was special, wasn't it?
Didn't they all go?
I've got 26.
26 left?
Left.
Out of that was 1,000.
There was 1,000.
Yes. That's going to go down in history, that show, I think. That was pretty
I think so as well. We had management watching, and we had so many people messaging in. Why did 1,000 sell quite literally like that? This is our Lucky Dip luxury bead scoop. So you might have within this bead scoop opal, tanzanite, jadeite, emerald. This is one example. Here's another example. We've got 5 different examples, Ollie is saying. It's a massive, massive, massive mix. Oh, chrome diopside there, ruby there. Can you see the chrome? Citrine, definitely. I'm definitely picking out sapphires there as well. That's the beauty of the luxury bead scoop. I've got a garnet here. I'll pop that on there. Don't miss out though, because I have only got 26. Chrome diopside there. Do you remember us doing this, Mark? Abalone.
Yes.
Tanzanite.
We had a bead trail on the overhead, didn't we, and trawling through. lots of opals, wasn't there?
Loads of opals. I'm going to have to bring the price on your screen because this is going to sell out, obviously. But yeah, it will go down in the history books, Mark. So hang on a second. Wait. Is this what I think it is?
Yes. In a bead scoop. Oh no.
I don't know. I'm not going to confirm yes or no, but it's a lucky dip. You don't know, but hang on a minute. I have got another one as well. OMG! Gone. Another tanzanite there. Ruby. Sorry, I could literally sit there for hours picking them out. We had 1,000, didn't we, Mark? Incredible! Okay, moving on to...
What time are we doing the aquamarine?
What time's the aquamarine, Mark's asking? 8 minutes time.
Okay.
Shall I show you? Look at this. I'm going to go as far as saying this is some of the best aquamarine that we've got. Would you agree?
That's what I said this morning, yeah.
Sparkle like that, clarity like that, size like that, and that perfect sky blue colour. Can you imagine this alongside today's deal of the day? Which, again, I'll grab for you 1 second. Just that combination of tanzanite and aquamarine. It's going to really elevate the blues, not that it needs any elevating.
This is really tropical, isn't it? This is a tropical sea colour.
Isn't it just? Wow. And hang on a minute. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Does it get any more luxurious than this?
I'll be buying that whole strand just for that middle stone. I think that's just incredible, isn't it?
I agree. 8 minutes until we bring you your aquamarine. We've got a text message from Anne-Marie in West Midlands saying absolutely beautiful. So many amazing items this morning. I think the husband's card's getting some use today. Don't blame you. I really, really, really don't blame you. Okay, moving on. Oh, rhodolite garnet. I tell you what, it is a morning of exceptional gemstones, isn't it? Faceted rhodolite garnet, no less. My goodness.
You have to put that with the aquamarine.
I have to put that with it.
Yeah, you have to.
And the tanzanite deal of the day.
This is my preferred combination. If any gemstone with aquamarine, it would be garnet or ruby, that dark red against the aquamarine. It just does something too. Look at that.
Look at this, the refraction that you're getting, and I don't normally talk about refraction with your with aquamarine, but I tell you what, look at that gorgeous sparkle. I agree with you. It is.
I'll just alternate them and just use the whole strand of that aquamarine.
Amazing, isn't it? Oh, gosh, I'm in love with this rhodolite garnet strand. It's amazing. They are faceted little rondelles, and I want to say rondelles, but they're more spherical actually. They are quite round. It would look incredible alongside your spinel as well that you had earlier on. Yeah. Look amazing with your Singapore necklace. This is a natural gemstone, and when it comes to rhodolite garnet, because garnet is a gemstone family, you can get it in lots of different colours. You can have purples, you can have reds, you can have oranges, you can have colour change garnets, for example. When it comes to rhodolite, you are looking for that real definition sort of like a grape juice, basically, and of course an abundance of sparkle. Look at it, amazing. I would literally restrand it, Mark, as it is. I just think it's so classy and sophisticated on its own. With the pearls that you had earlier on, it's going to look amazing. I think garnet is one of those, or rhodolite garnet of this quality goes with so much.
That's beautiful, isn't it? Is it rhodonite or rhodolite?
Rhodolite.
Rhodolite. Okay.
Rhodolite garnet.
I keep saying rhodonite, which is another gemstone complete, isn't it?
Yes. Rhodolite, and especially from this location, by the way, some of the best in the world. Some of the best in the world. 1795 is where we should be. Oh, I'm going to be doing some shopping today. Ollie is absolutely on edge. You know why? Because he sees that's habit, Ollie. Don't panic. That's habit. And I'm really like looking anxious because of the price point. So Ollie's like, "You okay?" Hey, I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. I just want to do a bit of shopping. I'm $9.95.
It's only got more of a purple hue, hasn't it? The rhodolite.
Yes, and that's the more valuable, the more grape-like. You know, if you imagine that sort of squash, you know, with the little berries, that's what you want your rhodolite garnet to look like. This is amazing, absolutely stunning. And the wonderful thing about quality like this is if you just take one of those individual gemstones, you're going to really see that intensity of red. We're over allocated, so please do check out those baskets if you want to guarantee success, like Karen and Suffolk and Celine and Neil and Christine and Jackie and Miriam and Belinda and Lady Lanthea. Again, tons and tons and tons of you there. Do you know what we were saying on Sunday, Mark? Jan and I were saying we haven't seen bicones in ages.
No, we haven't. No.
I don't know why.
No. Bicones and double drilled. We need to get more double drilled, I think,
Why
as well.
is that? Why have they disappeared almost off the surface of? They are very popular.
I think for beady beads as well, there's not a shape like them because they slot into each other perfectly. It's a beautiful shape.
Weaves.
Wow. Weaves, yes. Yep.
I think it is a case of simply popularity. Popularity, a bicone is so immensely popular with our jewellery makers, they always are on and gone. I had one strand on the weekend, one, of bicones.
All weekend?
All weekend. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is the only bicone strand that I've got today as well. Now, I've got the same strand in smoky quartz coming up later on as well. In fact, let's do it back to back.
They look beautiful together.
Don't they?
Yeah.
Both exceptional quality. So we'll actually have the smoky quartz coming up very, in fact we'll do it straight after. Now when it comes to your rose quartz, you want to have that definite baby pink. You know, you don't want it to be wishy-washy or pale, you want it to have that definite blush. Let's bring that price tag on your screen, 6mm again, very wearable, £6.95. It's amazing, isn't it? Look at that, I mean the clarity that you're getting as well with your quartz. And amazing faceting too. You know, they're really geometric and precise.
No letters in brackets?
No letters in brackets, yes, absolutely natural. Not treated in any way, shape or form. Somebody's asked to see the rhodolite garnet alongside the rose quartz. Good shout. Beverly, my lovely, good idea.
Very nice.
Mary and Alex says, I have this strand of rose quartz and it's stunning. It really is, isn't it? I totally agree. Margaret and Lanarkshire, just buy them. They're gorgeous. They are. What is it about a bicone? Is it because they are quite geometric and because they do tessellate together so wonderfully?
That's probably why I would buy them. The way
because
that
they tessellate.
They sit together really nicely.
I'm going to introduce, what about that? This trio. Isn't that amazing? What are you about to say? You took an intake of breath there, Mark.
No, I'm desperate to see the aquamarine with the smoky quartz.
I can do that.
You can do that.
I can put the aquamarine alongside your smoky quartz, no problem whatsoever. Shall we bring the graphics onto your screen for the smoky quartz? This is a classy gemstone. I do think, you know, if there are some gemstones which are fun, there are some gemstones which are, you know, a little bit sexy, there are some gemstones which are a bit, I don't know, vivacious and energetic. This is a classy gemstone. I can almost imagine it like a glass of champagne.
We don't see much smoky quartz now, do
No.
we used to see quite a lot early days, but it's so far and few between now.
Linda's gemstone. Linda Bromwell, guest designer Linda Bromwell. And she's a classy lady. She's a very classy lady, is our Linda Bromwell. So I can imagine her wearing smoky quartz. Do you agree?
It goes with everything as well, doesn't it, smoky quartz?
Yeah, really does. For you, Mark, my lovely. Does go exceptionally, doesn't it? Yeah. This is coming your way, by the way, the aquamarine. 50 carats of your quartz bicones. No surprise at £6.95. If you are brand new to jewellery making, if you've never started this journey before, all you need to do, if you love this right now, if you love smoky quartz as a gemstone and you really want to start making or start on this journey, get this strand home, get some simple threading material, one of our threading packs, and a findings pack, and you're done. And there's tutorials on our own website, there's tutorials on YouTube, you can buy DVDs, Introduction into Jewellery Making, so simple to make something very, very high end.
What I like doing with bicones as well is you know one that I like doing the triple row Shambhala bracelets with the 3 rows of beads. Well, this shape really lends itself well, especially using wire. Sits beautifully together. Really nice shape.
Can you macrame with this then?
Yes.
So you can macrame and you can macrame, you can kumihimo.
You can kumihimo, yeah. But it sits really well with macrame, especially if you're doing double or triple rows. It lends itself really well to that.
They're a perfect size for that, actually, for a double or a triple row, aren't they? They're not too big, they're not too small. Tons and tons and tons of you there. Well done. Do stay where you are on those phone lines. Okay, I need to move on in the essence of time. Still got a few of those remaining, so don't abandon those calls. It is time for your star buy. Now, I know there's one gentleman here in the studio that's really excited about this, and I totally, to reiterate what you just said, Mark, I would buy this strand for the 1 solitaire. I mean, the others, absolutely fantastic as well, but that big aquamarine is amazing. This is a gemstone, which one of my favourite publications in the jewellery world it's actually titled, it's a mouthful, Exquisite Pieces of the 19th and 20th Century. It's not heavy reading, it's mostly pictures, and it shows pictures of Van Cleef & Arpels, Bulgari, Cartier, pieces of jewellery that they've created, usually for royalty. And whenever I see that book, I always go to one gemstone, and it's aquamarine. I go to it to see the pictures that have been made, because it shows the perfect clarity and the perfect colour. I'm going to go as far as saying, jewellery makers, that this is going to be some of the best that you've ever had the chance to own of this wonderful gemstone, March's birthstone. It's aquamarine. It's up next. Okay. Rob, wow, so I just gave Rob a little nod. He's actually on the phone. He said, Elle, I'm just going to deselect your earpiece. He's, as we speak, negotiating. Wow, yeah, more hustling, Holly says, yeah. The quality and the grade of this, and bear with me, the reason why I'm not showing you straight away is because, in all seriousness, you know, we don't see this, very few people actually see this grade in the mainstream market, because with aquamarine, and you've certainly heard me say, if you've watched previously before when talking about this gemstone, usually there's sacrifices to be made, clarity or colour, colour or clarity. Some of the biggest designers in the world will of course use aquamarine, but like I said, some will actually have heavy inclusion, still beautiful, but the most amazing sky blues, and vice versa. When you get that duo marrying perfectly in one chance, one solitaire, and let's be brutally honest here, it's not just one solitaire, you're getting an entire strand, so I'm going to talk parcels then. It's exceedingly exciting. We know of aquamarine, we've loved it for literally centuries. It's a gemstone which is very tranquil, very soft, very calming, and can give you abundance of fire, can give you amazing brilliance, can give you that perfect sky blue colour. Now, I always, sorry, Rob's off the phone now, bear with me. What was that, Rob? You're going to go straight to it? Right, literally, negotiations have been made. As soon as the graphics comes on, this is going to be, how many have we got, Rob? Because that's going to sell out. Oh, it's so brand new, we don't know. We've got 126, sorry. 126.
Was that it?
This is that new, right? And I'm sorry if you're watching right now going saying, come on, get your eggs in line. Ducks in line, sorry. Eggs, get yourself sorted, Jewellery Maker. We should have, we should have this sorted before the live show. We should, Rob should have made that discussion already, done his negotiations for the final low price. But it's that new, Mark, that we're doing it literally live on air. We're having to, but the graphics and web bidders, you are seeing that price point. I was expecting when this first arrived, I said it, didn't I? I said it literally live, £79, £89 plus.
Mm-hmm.
Maureen in Essex has just bought 4 of these. The first person, by the way. The first person. Maureen, you know your gemstones. That's what? I've also just heard something else, Mark. This is natural. "65 carats of natural aquamarine." I can tell that, Mark, you're actually quite anxious. Wow, wow, wow. First time I've ever seen this strand. And I totally agree with Mark. I would absolutely, absolutely happily invest for that one solitaire, what we're taking this to today. Incredibly, we've managed to negotiate a parcel of 120 opportunities. But if you want to go and get this, Mark, by all means do. If you want to use that app, by all means do. Because I don't think you're going to see this chance again. I truly don't. Now, look at this brilliance. Look at that luster. Look at that sparkle. Look at that quality. It is amazing. Do your research if you... Oh, look at this, Mark. I'm a little bit... I'm anxious because I've never seen anything quite like it. I've certainly never seen a gemstone of that size here at JewelleryMaker before. If you took this and actually commissioned it or maybe set it into gold, what do you think it will be valued at? I'm not qualified to say, but what do you think that aquamarine on its own, or any of these smaller ones for that matter, would actually be valued at? The phone lines are absolutely jam-packed. Can I just give you a heads up, by the way? Pretty much everything is sold out so far this morning. Pretty much everything. And I think this is going to be, I mean, this is luxury. This is absolute luxury. Show you against the skin tone, show you against the black background, show you against, like I said, it held it out earlier on so you can see the actual amazing clarity, which is not something I usually say when we've got colour like this. I fully expected this to be sort of your 70, 80, 90 pounds even, if not more. Now, you've just heard myself and, well, Rob literally said, I've got to deselect you, Al. I'm going to be making those negotiations with our management team. Okay, be prepared, and I will count them for you as well. The price that you've got on your screens, web bidders, that's it. We cannot go a single penny lower. It's ridiculously low already. £34.95. You know the reality here, Mark, and straight away that comes to the forefront of my mind is that, you know, I've had a particularly expensive couple of months. So I've moved house, we've got a baby on the way, I've had lots and lots of things to buy. But you know what? And there's things I still need to buy right now for the new house, etc. I can buy a dining room table anytime. I can't buy aquamarine like this anytime. I can buy a new cushion anytime. I can't buy aquamarine like this anytime. It doesn't have, those moments don't arise every single day. Look at how many of you are on those phone lines. It's amazing, isn't it, Mark?
I just think it's beautiful. I can't remember the lady's name that messaged in earlier about having her black spinel with a pearl and 2 of the silver spacers.
Yeah.
Just that black spinel and that central aquamarine in the middle.
Amazing. Do you know what I would do? This gemstone is very close to my heart, and I'll try not to get too sentimental. It was my sister's birthstone, so it's very, very close to my heart. And I look at it and I always think, it was like her, you know. It was very beautiful. It was very elegant. It was very soft, if you like, and I mean that obviously in a very nice way. So I always get a little bit emotional when I look at aquamarine. But when I see aquamarine of this quality as well, I start thinking, like, oh gosh, it's unbelievable. I'd literally just take a few of those rondelles on maybe a head pin and the Singapore chain that we've got coming up next. Talk about sparkle. It's just going to look amazing.
How can we do that for that price?
Well, I don't know what Rob has powers. I truly believe. Moira, Linda, Pamela, Suffolk, Surrey, Linda. Well over half the stock has sold out, and I'm not in the least bit surprised. Tonya and Margaret, Lady Anthea, Donna, Mrs. Pauline, Nottinghamshire, Jackie. Hello to you, Deborah and Gail and John, and so lots of very, very lucky collectors right now. We talk about heirloom jewellery and heirloom gemstones. I mean, I suppose every piece of jewellery is heirloom for sentimental reasons, obviously. Not necessarily every piece of jewellery or every gemstone will actually sort of increase in value. This is what I would regard as something I would, I'd be proud to hand on to future generations. Amazing for your bridal jewellery, because it's that something blue, but it's not too heavy. Do you know what I mean?
So you can understand why aquamarine is now my number one.
Yes.
I think it's going to take something really special to knock it off.
And I bet you, when you made that decision, you'd still not seen anything quite like this.
No, I think it's phenomenal.
So if this is your number one gemstone, is this your number one strand?
Yes, this would be my.
Wow.
Yeah, well, it's just. I think I've never seen anything like it. It's absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I watched the Parade Hour on Gemporia last week, and that's not far off.
Oh my goodness, no. And again, you understand why Parade tourmaline is so vastly expensive, because it has got, you can either get green Parade or you can get blue Parade. I prefer the blue myself, which is very, very, very much these aquamarine tones. Amazing. I've still got people with it in the baskets. Please do check them out as soon as you possibly can. They will absolutely go. There's a lot of people here in the studio that I'm most definitely getting as well, for sentimental value, and also for the fact that it's quality that I know that if I literally said, oh, I'll tell you what, I'll get it another day, that probably won't happen. I'll probably have to wait a long time to get that quality, to get that grade, and at that price tag again, which is another huge bonus. Okay, moving on to.
Can I have it next to me for a bit? Can I?
Do you want it over there?
Just to sit here for 5 minutes, and then.
By all means.
And then Becky can.
By all means.
Steal it away.
You can gaze.
Gosh, isn't that beautiful?
You can gaze at that. It's amazing, isn't it? Do you know what, Mark? Mark? Have you make something?
No. I want the customer to have it. No, it's too precious. It's too precious.
You've just been given the nod of approval from the management team.
Really?
Yeah. You make something with it, my lovely. You deserve it. It's on our show together. Go on. On my shoulders.
Thank you.
Right, I launched these the other day, back in stock, and oh, my goodness, you will not believe how low these are going to. If you weren't able to watch on Sunday, we had an amazing, I forget, was it a star buy or was it a deal of the day? I forget, where we had 3 strands of diamonds.
The green?
The green.
That's not in there, is it?
It is in here. Green is the rarest colour of natural fancy diamonds, and yet we have got 10 carats of it in this box, along with 10 carats of black diamonds and 10 carats of your silver diamonds too. It was launched with myself last year, sold out, and we've managed to get hold of a further quantity, and we've got the final quantity. How many? Last 19. I knew it wouldn't be many. I knew it wasn't many because there was that many people on the phone lines. I'm going to show you. Look, this is 10 carats of black diamonds, faceted by Mother Nature. Look at that lustre and sparkle. Beautiful, isn't it? You can't compare fancy diamonds with anything else, can you? Let's bring the silver diamonds in. Again, faceted by Mother Nature. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
I'm desperate to see this strand.
Oh, wait, Mark.
I don't tease.
And we talk about openness of colour, because you can have green. There's a hint. No. How about definite, obvious green? That's what we long for. We want openness of colour. We want definite saturation. The more saturation there is in any of your coloured gemstones, diamonds likewise, you know, the more valuable those diamonds and gemstones will be. What we're taking this to, the remaining 19 I should say, I would without shadow of a doubt pay for just that one green diamond strand. I launched it only on Sunday, it was back in stock, and this was our should be price. I know what we're taking it to, I know.
Really?
Do you see what I mean? I'd pay it for the green diamonds.
Completely, yeah, I would as well.
I'd pay it for the black diamonds and the grey diamonds, but that's working out at £13 and what, 32 pence per 10 carats of diamonds. Hang on, that's £1.30 per carat.
Of green diamonds.
Of green diamonds. £1.30 per carat of diamonds. When you break it down like that, I mean, that's ridiculous, isn't it? If those of you that were sort of busy with Father's Day, etc. on Sunday, I totally understand. You'd have missed out on this chance. Well, guess what? I've got 19 web bidders. You'll need to check that out. Lynn, Helen, Dawn, Maureen, Anne and Viv, Suzanne, well done to you. I've got telephone bidders as well on those phone lines. Openness of colour is what we refer to with your fancy diamonds. So it's not just about sort of that saturation. The gemstone actually has to be able to perform. It needs to be able to bring you sort of a scintillation and a sparkle and a lustre and brilliance, you know, everything that we really expect from a colourless diamond. Loads and loads and loads of you there. We're actually over allocated, so I'm going to move on in the essence of time. Don't forget, we've got the Singapore chain. In fact, is it time now? Not yet, that's coming up.
I keep wanting to say Singapore sling.
That's a cocktail, isn't it?
Trying to remember what it is.
Isn't it gin and... In fact, if my mum's watching, she'll tell you. She likes a Singapore sling. Isn't it gin and champagne?
Wow.
Gin, pineapple juice. Sometimes with cherry. Ice. So just gin then, really. Oh, and Cointreau. Oh, it's not at all what I thought it was then. Wow, 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 wow. Anyway, it's time for the launch of your gem set earrings. These are amazing. Very beautifully simple. Obviously, all you need to then do is add your choice of gemstones to the bottom, and we've covered a lot of them this morning already. If you've got the diamonds just, if you got the, or you intend on getting the tanzanite, which I hope you do, as today's deal of the day. If you've got the aquamarine, just amazing. I can go on and on and on and on. These are going to be the most amazing findings to create your wonderful pieces of jewellery. We're talking high end here, you know, picture them as we should, you know, the finished article after you've put your wonderful skill, picture them in those jewellery establishments and picture the price tag, because I tell you what, it wouldn't be anywhere near as low as what we're about to take these to. Faceted gemstones, I've got a triple opportunity of three different gems, all in sterling silver. Literally back to back. They're all exactly the same design. All have got beautifully faceted gemstones. They're simple, they're classic, they're timeless, you know, they're something that we'll all wear, I truly believe. Now, I'm going to start with the blue topaz. Now, blue topaz, I actually watched my former boss do a launch on some what it was called. I think it was aqua blue. I think they called the collection. I don't know. But topaz is a gemstone which comes in multiple colours. Some of the rarest gems on the planet are actually topaz, like your imperial topaz. You can have it in a London blue, a Swiss blue. You can have it in exotic blue. You can have it in clear. Wonderful trace colours like this, very similar to your aquamarine. show off the gemstone's natural brilliance. Now these are bezel set, and you have a 4mm eye clean topaz. Aren't they amazing? Don't you think, with just a few of your aquamarines maybe suspended, or maybe just one even, don't you think with, I don't know, the diamonds or the tanzanite that we've got coming up, maybe with some of your exceptional high-end gemstones that you've got already in your stash, don't you think that's a piece of jewellery that we'd all long for? Now, you're looking at almost 0.5 gram of solid sterling silver, which is a lot when it comes to shepherd hooks. If I just turn it around, you can see just how substantial they are. The curves that you're actually getting within the topaz too, so within the, sterling silver too, just elevates the luxury. You've got the jump ring at the bottom, just there, waiting to have your design sort of added to. But you know what? You could do, and some people might not agree with this, but if you wanted to create something a little bit different, maybe just remove that jump ring and wear them as almost like a solitaire. I've seen that in jewellery designs also. Now, let's bring that price tag on your screen. £9.95 for over 0.5 carat of genuine faceted, beautiful blue topaz, and all of that sterling silver. I have the same design coming up with your garnet, and I've got the same design coming up with your amethyst as well. In fact, I'm going to line them all up next to one another just because I think they'd look absolutely incredible. Imagine it being able to vary the gemstones as and when you see fit, you know. I love that. I love that versatility that you get through these. Look, Mark, aren't they stunning? They're brand new in premieres. Can I just move that out of the way? There we go. Don't you think these are amazing?
If anyone's got any matching faceted drops at home in any of these varieties, just having a brûlée wrap drop.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a ruby earlier, didn't we? Ruby underneath that topaz.
That's all you'd need.
Look beautiful, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I totally agree. Just one little pearl would be amazing. One of those spinels with any of these gemstones would be absolutely amazing. So I've started with the actual blue topaz. Now we're going to move on to the garnet. So I'll just literally move those up out of the way so I don't confuse anybody. Solid sterling silver. Put the graphics onto your screen. Look at the quality here. We were talking earlier on, Mark, about how when it comes to your garnets, you get various different types. You get rhodolite, you get Rajasthan, you get colour change, you can have zavarite, you can have tuleli, which is your spessartite garnet, all different colours and tones. This is the Merlot red that you're looking for, so like a full-bodied glass of wine, and you've definitely got that here. I think these are going to be one of the most popular. I think because it is that very classic gemstone. Look at the fire that you're getting through. They're amazing, aren't they? A garnet gemstone has been around. Well, we've admired it for years. It's never really gone out of fashion. It is absolutely timeless, and I think I actually put on my Facebook page the other day, you know, some of the biggest designers in the world were starting to work with things like carnelian and other forms of garnet, which is fantastic because there's nothing like nothing like garnet red. You know, it's with the refraction. There's nothing quite like it in a red gemstone.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, let's bring that price on your screen. I normally say, I'm not going to throw a curveball at you, but we just did, didn't we? How are they £6.95? How are you taking two faceted gemstones of over 0.5 carat and all of that sterling silver to £6.95? And again, it needs you can create a pair of earrings as your first piece of jewellery ever made here with such ease. All you need to do is a briolet wrap, which, Mark, takes 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's quite a nice, simple technique to do as well.
Really simple technique, and you can find probably your tutorials as well on a briolet wrap.
Yeah. I mean, could you change it into a ring?
Yeah, that's a good idea. stretch out that sterling silver.
Stretch it out, and then with the little flick at the end, turn it into a little snail spiral, so it can be adjustable as well.
That's a nice idea.
Yeah, if you didn't want to go down the.
You could probably turn these
route.
into hoops if you wanted to.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually create that full circular pair of earrings if you wanted, like sleepers. You could turn them into bails, most definitely. People buying 2s and 3s, I'm not surprised. Hello to you, Jan, guest designer, buying 3, and I know what Jan's going to do with them.
Could you thread beads on above the stone?
I reckon so. I reckon so, don't you?
Because it's what, 0.8?
Yeah, I'd say it's a 0.8 gauge in
Something
terms
like
of its actual thickness. I reckon you can get
could do
most
that as
gems.
well, couldn't you?
So you could put a pearl on top and on bottom.
Yeah.
Love that idea. Absolutely love it. Super, super popular as we imagine them to be. I'm going to be bringing you the amethyst next. Wow. Let's bring the amethyst in. We had a message, already been allocated by the way, we had a message from a customer recently saying the gem set pieces, findings, etc. that we're actually doing here at JewelleryMaker are just incredible, and I totally concur, totally and utterly agree. The quality that you're actually getting and sourcing, plus all of the gram weight that you actually get, amazing. I mean, look at that. You can see the luxury, can't you? These are totally and utterly natural. You've got that beautiful, I'm going to say almost Rose de France, some of the rarest colours. The amethyst can be is Rose de France, which is kind of bordering on between pink and your purples. One of those beautiful pink amethysts that we had earlier on, amazing. How about with your tanzanite that we've got coming up later on? Amazing. Now, why did you just go ooh and ah, Rob?
No.
Natural. Natural amethyst at £6.95. If I go quiet, you know what, if I go quiet, it's generally because I'm trying desperately to sort of digest this information in my own mind. With that aquamarine that we had earlier on, don't you think? Yes, with every single one of these, with these gemstones, they look amazing with that aquamarine, and you only need one. You only need one gemstone on the bottom. Look how popular they are. Moira, Debbie, Cardiff, Carol, Cambridgeshire, Kathleen. In fact, let me bring you that tanzanite alongside. Oh. What have I done with that? Oh, thank you. Whew, I had a little panic then. Just had a little panic. Mark, don't you think? Because you get the secondary hues of pinks and blues coming through in tanzanite, don't you think? Just...
Gosh, that completely transformed the amethyst, doesn't it?
Really does, doesn't it? I mean, look how high end. And that's literally going to cost you less than £10 to recreate those. Amazing. And what would you literally do? Put a head pin, put some of your rondelles, your tanzanite rondelles, maybe what, one or two,
three? 1 or 2, 3, yeah. And just hang from the bottom.
Hang it from the bottom. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy, easy, easy. Well done. Stay where you are on the phone lines. Now check out those baskets, because like I said, we've still got, they are brand new and they're very popular, and there's like 20, 30, 40 plus, which are still sat in baskets. Good luck. Now we have got an amazing morning show coming your way. The deal of the day, that tanzanite, guaranteed under £15. We've got 1,000 quantity, which always indicates that we're going to do something just a bit special. We've also got the launch of your Singapore chain, over 8 grams. That's coming up in the next hour with rhodium plating, and we're talking some more about rhodium plating if you've not heard of that during that opportunity. We've got new connectors, more from Mark. It's tropical day. Come back and join us after this.
I think when I look back on it, I think I was brought up as a beader. Not a jewellery maker, a beader. Because, you know, we always had my granny's button box and lace box, and, you know, you could go through her beads and put them all together, string them, you know. Jewellery maker is quality, and if you want the quality, that's who you've got to go to. I like your presenters, and the certain ones, yeah, and it's a shame it's so far, because I'd like to do loads more courses. But yeah, I will always be buying from JewelleryMaker. I am that sort of person with energy who likes to jump from medium to medium. Depending on what day of the week it is, depending on what I feel like. I find I work differently if I'm sitting in my workroom at the table than I do when I'm sitting with a tray in front of the television. But yeah, no, I would say to new people coming in, if you are looking at genuine gemstones, it's got to be JewelleryMaker. I would say look at the bundles, because I think you do some really good bundles. And press the button quick and buy them. You know, don't wait to think about it, because I think that's one of the big things, is if you wait, it's gone. You can always order, and what I usually do is I'll order, and I'll have other things in the back of my mind that I can add to that order to get your postage money's worth. Yeah. And if I don't like it, I can send it back. But I think that is the way to buy.
Did you know when you book on a JewelleryMaker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our JewelleryMaker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre. There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with JewelleryMaker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with JewelleryMaker. Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about JewelleryMaker. Watch one of our easy to follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today.
Do you want to tell everyone about the great purchase you've made from JewelleryMaker? Do you want to shout about the great service you've received? Then why not download the JewelleryMaker's Viewer's Voice app, available for iPhone or Android, and record a video that could be played on JewelleryMaker. Simply search JewelleryMaker Viewer's Voice in the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store and download our Viewer's Voice app straight to your phone or tablet. You can record as many videos as you like and send them straight to us here at JewelleryMaker. All you have to do is then carry on watching us as usual and wait for your video to be played. Download the JM Viewer's Voice app and you could be the next face we see here on JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back, Jewellery Makers. Lovely to have your company. My name's Elena. I'm joined by the gorgeous, the wonderful, the exceptional Mark Smith.
I look like an extra from Only Fools and Horses. That's what I was thinking this morning. I'm desperate to get out of this shirt.
Come on, Rodders. Which Del Boy or Rodney? Which
Rodney.
one? Rodney
on a road trip. That's how I feel.
Do you know what? It still doesn't get old, does it? Only Fools and Horses. It's that sketch where he falls between the bar.
Yeah.
Absolutely, be cool, Rodders. Be cool. Yeah, love it. And then the one with the chandelier as well. That's always gets me. Brilliant. Absolutely. You don't though. You really don't. You look adorable. It's tropical day, so we've got lots of tropical themes, but we've also got some amazing launches, which I'm really excited about. Now, it is my penultimate day here at JewelleryMaker until I go off and have little Bubba. So my last show with the wonderful Mark and Rob and Ollie and the girls. Oh, I'll see you on Thursday. There, cool. Cool. See you on Thursday. So almost, you're almost rid of me temporarily. I'm coming back, but I have been spoilt with quite a few launches and star buys, including this. This is called the Singapore necklace. Now you're looking at over 8 grams of sterling silver with rhodium plating. This is coming up this hour. And by the way, for those of you that are thinking, what is rhodium plating? Rhodium is one of the most expensive of your precious metals. It's not used solely in jewellery, it's used on the external diameters. It brings you the most mirror-like luster. It's the most reflective of all metals. That's coming up at 10 to 11. And then at the top of the hour, we've got 1,000 quantity of tanzanite. But this is going to be one of... And we were actually trying to recall, Mark, if we've ever taken tanzanite to this price before. We might have taken chips. You know, the little teeny weeny one, fragments.
Yes. Yep.
I don't know if we've taken rondelles to what we're taking this to.
But that's under...
Oh, well, I've said under 15.
Yeah, but the chips are...
Let's just say it's going to be amazing. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. Do you know why I'm playing my cards very close to my chest? We're still waiting on Bella to reply about the Bella head of buying team. We're still kind of hustling.
Look, Scott's not here, is he?
Scott's not here. Yeah, exactly. So we are, we're negotiating with our head of buying team right now. Is that true though? Have you actually just heard from Scott? No, I didn't think so. No, I didn't think you had actually just heard of him. Okay, I've also got these gorgeous connectors which haven't been in stock since 2014. Look at these coming your way. They're absolutely fabulous. Aren't they amazing? They're coming up within this hour as well. In the next hour, beg your pardon, in the next hour. So back in stock after, what, 2 years? Absolutely stunning. But let's get straight into the next kit, shall we? I'm going to take a mosey over to our lovely Mark, who has been busy creating, as always, some amazing inspirational pieces of jewellery. And bless him, he's ever the gentleman, got me my chair. Got me my chair. I need to sit down now these days, because I waddle everywhere. Yeah. Are you all right, darling?
Yeah, really good.
Are you as nervous as the boys in the gallery, by the way? Because they get very nervous about heavily pregnant women.
I don't think so. No, I'm quite good in the crisis.
There we go.
Calm.
There we go.
Yeah.
See? It's good to know. Good to know. I'm pretty good in a crisis as well, to be fair. Anyway, I love this colour combination. It's an unusual gemstone combination, but it works.
I think it's unusual jewellery that I've made as well.
Yes.
It's a bit...
It's about a bit out of your comfort zone, I'd say.
Yeah, I've got a bit asymmetric as well with the pendant at the bottom, which is a bit... It's really unlike me. I have tried.
No, I like it. And I like the fact that you're not afraid to sort of push yourself out of your usual sort of mediums. I love that bracelet that we showed earlier on.
That's really nice. Yeah.
Absolutely stunning. And it does include, by the way, aquamarine. That's aquamarine. And we were talking earlier on about the colour and the clarity and etc. Beautiful little full mill rounds with your pearls and with your abalone. Right, let's show you everything that you are actually getting within this kit. I'm going to park myself right here for a second because we're going to go through all of these components. Now hang on a minute, for 7 components.
Oh, yeah.
Starting with...
I've never ever used this gauge.
I was going to say, it's not a usual Mark Smith kit, is it?
No, not at all, not at all.
So this is 1.25, the thickest, or one of the thickest gauges that we actually have. This is in that lovely champagne gold, and you get 10 metres of. Yeah, it's not usually sort of what we would actually give to you.
No, I didn't know what to use it for. I really didn't know what to use it for. So I've used it to make my own findings.
I was going to say, your links and everything.
And the base for the pendants and...
Amazing. Yes. Just goes to show. See, just have a go, have a go. Then we've actually got 10 metres of your 0.8. which again, great for structure, great for findings.
I tend to use 0.8 for lazy strands when I'm doing wire macrame.
Right, so you do it for your wire macrame, perfect. 0.6, again, you've got 10 metres of there, which I know you use for rosary linking.
Yeah, it's my favourite gauge, 0.6. For rosary linking, macrame, everything you can do 0.6 with.
Everything. It is very, very versatile. And if you wanted to double it up on measurements, then you literally can do that. Just literally twist it around each other. Then you've got 10 metres of your 0.4, which is probably the most used gauge. Would you agree?
Wanted gauge, yes, I think.
Because you use it for your weaving, you use it for... well,
again, rosary linking, for your weaving, for your macrame, absolutely everything.
Absolutely everything. So in total, you've actually got here 40 metres and a really broad spectrum of different gauges in that lovely champagne colour. But we've also got your gorgeous gemstones as well, and that includes New Zealand abalone. Now, if you have a tropical day, you've got to have abalone, haven't you? These are actually cut, or drilled rather, on the diagonal. So you're actually going to have beautiful sort of diamond-like shapes, and they're 10mm in their size, double-sided as well, so you don't just get the abalone on the one surface. Absolutely amazing.
They're really deep stones as well. They are deep,
aren't they?
They're really deep, really, really good. I love that. Look at that green. I just noticed out of the corner of my eye. Look,
amazing, isn't it? Really, really, really intense.
Wow.
Can you imagine this just... I just looked at your earrings then. They'd be a lovely gent's earring.
Yeah, just straightforward stud.
Stud earring for a gent's jewellery, or cufflinks even, or ladies' jewellery, of course. I'm not just sort of singling out the fellas. We've also got these lovely electric blue.
That's amazing blue, isn't it? I've never used this blue before. I think it's absolutely stunning.
It's a gorgeous colour, isn't it? It's totally different to what we've had previously. I mean, we've had the peacock colour. Yes, we've had the black pearls. This is electric blue.
Do they call this royal? Is this the royal blue?
I'd say royal. Hang on, what does my... Yeah, royal blue.
Yeah. I think it's beautiful. I said I've never used it. I've never had that stone before. I think it's incredible.
Amazing, and they're a really lovely size. Ollie's just saying an anklet, you know, just a couple of them spaced rosy. That would look lovely, because you've got the intensity of the colour, haven't you, coming through. But let's bring your #1 gemstone in here, Mark. Maybe this is why you got the kit.
This is probably why,
This is why you got the kit. It's natural, it's aquamarine, and they are in 5mm size. 5mm measurement, sorry, just pick that back up again. I love what you've done. You've created channel set pieces of jewellery. You've created that wonderful woven bangle.
And ring on the end, and made the little ring on the end.
I love that, channel setting the ring. Can you see? Beautiful. And even singling out and separating those aquamarines, notice the quality of the colour coming through. Now, our should-be price for 40 metres of wire, plus your natural aquamarine, plus this royal blue pearl, and also your abalone, £39.15. That's not bad, is it?
No.
You've got 1.25 gauge in there, in the champagne gold colour too, and all of these beautiful gemstones. I mean, how much would you expect to pay for an aquamarine?
We were looking at the jewellery before the show, and the first necklace near you I would put on my stall for £45.
Yeah? Because you've literally added nothing to this kit. You've made all of your findings as well.
I've done everything. There's nothing... Have I added anything? No, I don't think I've added absolutely...
No.
I think I've added some featherweight head pins, because I've got this thing about ending a necklace with a loop.
Right.
So I used a couple of featherweights.
I think we can let Mark off with a featherweight head pin.
That was it.
Everything else you've literally made that from the findings, the connectors, all everything. Using this wire. So £39.15 is not bad then.
No.
But that's not where we're stopping. We're going lower. As you know, our kits are not just about inspiration, it's also about amazing deals. £24.95. And like I said, how much would you expect to pay for the abalone singly? How much would you expect to pay for the natural aquamarine singly, pearls singly, the copper wire individually? Absolutely incredible. So there's 7 individual components here for that £24.95 price tag.
That's silly, isn't it?
And you were saying you just on one piece of jewellery.
£45. Yeah, the gizmo coil piece here.
Yeah, you're in profit straight away, aren't you?
Massively.
Massively, yeah, considerably so. And I you know, it goes to show that our guest designers, you all have preferred mediums. But you will also venture out of your comfort zone, and sometimes you're forced to, in some way, shape, or form.
I think that's good. I think that's good that because we get a bit sort of in our comfort zone, don't we? And we tend to.
Well, everybody does.
It's nice.
Everybody does that. So it goes to show that even when you are, I mean, you are definitely a wire worker.
I don't think I am.
I would say you are.
No, I don't think.
I just think you're exceedingly modest and don't realise just how good you are at these kind of things.
I don't know. I tend to be labelled with the chips and the macrame side of things, and I don't get why very often. But when I do it, I tend to like the macrame side of it. But no way would I say I'm a wire worker.
Yeah.
Not in the league of Alison and Laura and Gemma.
But yet, and you were saying your guilty pleasure is gizmoing, and look at this. So absolutely amazing. Lots and lots and lots to do there. Check out those baskets as soon as you possibly can. Your tropical waters. It is like a tropical lagoon, isn't it?
It's beautiful. It's that aquamarine for me. I just love the aquamarine.
And me. Which one are you actually going to demonstrate for us?
I'm going to show you the gizmo section and the findings bit on the first necklace.
Okay,
here.
so if I just pop that there and I'll bring this one over. Oh, there we go.
So it's just really good that we've got all these gauges in the gizmo coiling. So I use the deluxe gizmo coiler. If I just hold this up so I can show you. I think we've got it on the website. Rob's going to try and find it. And this comprises of the clamp with the 5 mandrels. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the gizmo that I've been using. This is my friend, my #1 friend.
Yeah.
This is the gizmo coiler. So we're going to use the finest of the mandrels inside, which is the thinnest here, and we're also going to be using the next size up and the larger one. Okay, so the finer one for all the gizmo coiling, then we're going to use the next 2 sizes up to make different size jump rings. Okay, so it's a really quick way of making a quick stash of jump rings, making a gizmo coil and cutting, rather than doing them individually. Okay, so I've got my clamp set up on my desk. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to make the coils, which are going to become the coils, if that makes sense. Okay.
The coils that are going to become the coils.
Yeah.
It does make sense.
So I'm going to use the finest of the mandrels for this section, which is the bottom hole in your clamp. Okay. Now I love gizmo coiling because I don't actually do anything. All I'm doing is holding the wire. I don't have to do any thinking.
Yeah.
And it produces the most amazing jewellery without actually...
It really does.
There's no thought process going on in it.
It creates... I agree, gizmoing is one of the simplest techniques, but yet one of the most effective.
Yeah, I love the gizmo coil.
I do as well.
So for the coils, I use the 0.8 gauge. Okay, so I'm just
Can we gizmo with any of the gauges?
You can use it with any of the gauges, absolutely. And I actually gizmo with a 1.25 to make the jump ring, so you can even do that as well. So that's using 1.25.
So a great way of actually making your jump rings too.
Yeah, so it's brilliant. I've got half the reel of that left as well, so it does go a long way.
There we go.
Amazing.
We did say Mark didn't use anything else.
So I take my wire, I use it off the reel. I'm just simply going to wrap a little tail around the top of the mandrel here and just thread it on like so. And all we're going to do is we're just going to start reeling, and this is it. I mean, this is...
Look at this!
I get a bit cocky sometimes when I use my index finger. So you need to have to look at what you're doing. You just gizmo on. Okay.
We've just double checked, by the way, if you want to get hold of the gizmo tool that Mark is using, it's not available on our website at the moment because it is included in a forthcoming live show.
Okay, right.
So it will be coming your way very, very soon.
Okay, so you do your gizmo coil until you reach the end. Now when you get to the end, you'll be left with that gap. Can you see inside?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I tend to do then is take it off and then manually wind it up to the end. Okay. So you get another inch of gizmo then if you need it for longer projects.
Right, okay.
So we'll just cut this off and then I'll show you the next stage. So we'll take this off. That slides off normally. What I tend to do as well, whichever gizmo you're using, when you get it brand new, okay, first thing to do is just cover it with a very, very fine layer of baby oil, and then rub it off with a tissue or something like that, and that stops everything from sliding off really easily.
So actually on the gizmo rods?
On the mandrels, yeah. And everything will just slide off really easily, because I've had a couple of messages that the wire gets stuck, especially if you pull really tight.
Maybe Vaseline, something like that,
anything
petroleum
like that.
jelly,
Yeah,
something.
absolutely.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so I've got my gizmo coil. Then you need to decide, for each segment on the necklace, you need 2 coils. So you need to decide how big you want your coils to be. So this is why I use my macrame board. And I worked out that I want 10 squares, that's 10 centimetres, that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Okay, so we chop the last one off, like so, and then we're going to cut that in half, which is the 5. So we know that both our gizmo coils are going to be the same size. Okay, so now we're going to coil the coil. So,
coil the coil.
Okay, so again, I'm using 0.8 as the lazy. I still call it a lazy because it's still going to be inside the channel.
Yeah, it's an anchor point, isn't it?
So we're going to thread on our 2 sections. Okay, and then we're going to go back to the mandrel again. Now, this is the point where you can decide whether you want a fine coil or a larger, more substantial coil. I wanted a fine one, so again, I'm using the finer mandrel.
Okay, the one you've just literally used.
The one I've just used, yeah. So we go back in. Again, we attach our wire to our mandrel, nice and tight. And I always do 5 or 6 coils before I add my coil. So just rewind if it overlaps a bit. There we go. Okay, so all we're going to do is we're going to feed the first coil. Normally I would drop this on the floor at home, but I won't do this here. So we're just going to feed the coil up to the mandrel, and then we're going to start.
This is where you gizmo your gizmo.
This is where you gizmo your gizmo. So there we go.
And the first coil is always the fiddliest, isn't it?
Yeah, there we go. So we start coiling the coil, and then again you finish at the bottom.
With another 5.
And then you bring up the next one. Do you mind if I drop it on the floor?
No, please do.
That's all right, there we go. And then we coil, that's better. It's getting caught, so there we go. So we coil the coil.
And then your little 5 loops.
Okay, then we take it off, and then we go to the next stage.
It's so easy, you know, it's yet one of the most beautiful effects.
Well, I just think just that suspended on a shepherd's hook makes a beautiful earring in its own.
I agree. It's the texture that you're getting across the actual wire itself. Just looks incredible.
So for each section, I think I've done 1, 2, I think I did 10 altogether, because I made the bracelet as well. Okay, so we're just going to cut the little bead sections off. Make sure we have a couple of coils either end.
Ollie was just saying, could you coil a coil that's already been coiled?
You can. You can do it 3 times.
I can't even get my head around that, you know.
Yeah, it needs to be, obviously it needs to be long, but you can coil a coil and then coil that coil. And you get it's like a little, I think Rachel's done it, and also Claire's done it. And what Claire did is she did a triple coil, and then she whacked it with a hammer, and that's how she got her fur for her little sheep brooches and necklaces she made. You can make sheep fur.
You have both completely lost me. Like literally, it's that I'm like Joey off Friends. That episode of Friends where they're like, they don't know that we know that they know that they know, and he's like that. I've literally got no idea. Basically, you're talking about multiple coiling.
Yes, 3 times. I've just done it twice. So I did my coil, and I've coiled my coil. And if this was long enough, you could coil that as well.
Right.
So you'd have a big clumpy coil. It's really nice. It's really nice. Okay.
No, I'm not saying that, Ollie. I'm not going to ask, can you coil it again? Can you coil the coil, the coil, the coil?
I don't know. I think 3 is probably your maximum. I think. Okay, so we're going to make our little beads now. So we're going to do a simple wrap loop. This is my favourite little bit. So a couple of coils round, like so. Going to pop on a bead. You can use one of the pearls or the aquamarine because this is acting as a stopper. So we're threading the bead on. Then we're placing the coil, the wire, right through the centre of the coil. Make sure it comes out the other end of the coil.
Yeah, rather than off to an angle.
Yep. Then we pop on another bead, like so. And then we take our pliers. And what I tend to do, instead of leaving a gap between our last bead, I place the right on the top. And then what this does, it pushes down and concertinas the whole bead together. Yeah. And you get more of a symmetry.
Holds it tight. Yeah. And it, you know, because you have so much wire in the kit, it is making your kit go so much further as well. You know, if you think you've made a good, 1.5 inches there, probably.
Yeah, easily.
And only used 2 gemstones.
Yeah. So I used the 0.8 solely for gizmo coiling. And I made 10 of those coils. And
what are you threading them on to? What gauge?
0.4, or you can do 0.6.
Or the 0.6, right, absolutely. Whichever.
Yeah. So you would do exactly the same with the second one. Okay. Now to make the little connectors, this is where I started using some of my 1.25. They're like little wishbones is where I looked at it. So for each of the little sections, if I could have the necklace over, I can lay it...
I can pass you that necklace, no problem. On the bust or off the bust?
Off, and I can place it just on my board here.
That's fab, isn't it? Very Egyptian.
It's like a mayoral chain, isn't it, that a
it
mayor
is,
would wear?
yeah.
Okay, so we've got our 2 sections. So what I did is I made all the sections and then built the necklace. So for each of these little connectors, you need a piece of your 1.25, 4 centimetres long, or 2 inches. Okay, and the next thing we do is we need to do a couple of loops. So we're starting at one end, and all we want to do is it's quite a tough wire, the 1.25, so I would soften it first. Okay, so you've got one loop, and you do this loop in exactly the same direction. So we go to the end, and we make our loop like so. Okay, so we've got our 2 loops either end. I'm going to place it back on the board again. I must get a new board because I can't see the grid. And what we want to do, we just want to position the piece of wire on your grid so you find exactly where the middle is. Okay.
So you really do use your... I mean, you could go over it, couldn't you?
Oh, you can go over it with a pen if you want to.
Yeah.
But for $6.95, just buy another one.
Exactly, yeah.
I do have so many at home. I just get attached to them, I think.
I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. We are creatures of habit sometimes.
So I've got my little section there. We're just going to, while it's on the board, you'll find it easier. Just go down with your round nose pliers. Okay. Hold it nice and tightly, and then just turn 180 degrees so that both of your coils are now standing upwards. Okay, go a bit further into your ply. You want to probably go about a third of the way, and then I'm just going to take both of the ends and we're going to push them up, and hopefully if I've done my measuring right, they should be pretty level.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So just make a little stash of those as well. As you can see on the completed piece, you have your 2 little sections like so, and then you have your little wishbones either end, and then connecting to that, all I've done, I've made some little rosary links with the abalone, and this is where your jump rings come in. So that's the 1.25 using the second largest mandrel, and then obviously the big thick mandrel to make the larger ones. And so then you make all your pieces, and then you just
construct it all together.
Connecting. Yeah.
You're right. It is a very sort of regal piece, isn't it?
I just love it. And you could have made it really long if you wanted to. So we've got plenty of wire to do that. And then for the pendant at the bottom, all I've done is I've just made a shape. It turned into a kite shape. I could have probably done that swirl a bit neater, but again, I'm not good at organic freehand stuff, so I apologise for my coil there. And then all I've done, I've started off doing straightforward square knot macrame, which brings the 2 parts of the frame together. And then I've gone on to adding beads with the macrame. I've done a bit of wire wrapping, and then all I've done with here is just added separate sections with a little toggle at the bottom, all the way around.
So again, it goes to show that wire is not necessarily just for the wire workers, as in for wire weaving.
None of that was planned. It just happened.
Yeah, you can wrap with it, you can macrame with it, you can do so much. Now, in addition to your tropical waters, this is very popular. But again, do check out those baskets. This next strand is going to go amazing, absolutely amazing. Now they are faceted, beautiful rounds, and it is your sky blue topaz. Now, topaz over the past 3-4 years has increased the most out of any gemstone that I know.
Gosh.
800%.
Wow. Just because due to its scarcity.
Well, yes. And I actually asked my former boss, I actually said to him, because once upon a time, I used to see so much topaz, you know, it used to be a case of hour-long shows, things like that, and then it just disappeared. And I actually said to my former boss, where's all the topaz gone? Why can't I get hold of London blue or Swiss blue or sky blue or colourless topaz? And it's because of that 800% price increase, it became so considered. If you go to down to London, you know, the place where the royal family do their shopping, begin with H, you know, you'll find sky blue, London blue, Swiss blue at 5-figure price tags. It's hugely expensive now, and the reason for that, it does make quite good sense, because it's 7.5 on the Mohs scale, so it's a very durable gemstone. It's very wearable. It's hard. It's a naturally brilliant forming gem, meaning it loves to have internal clarity. You know, amazing quality like this is more abundant than probably most other gemstones, and it also has the ability to take on amazing colours. All of the big designers right now are using topaz. All of the big designers. Now, you can get it, like I said, in different hues. It's all down to personal choice. I'd say probably, other than your imperial topaz, neither is more expensive than the other, or more necessarily more valuable than the other. Obviously, the quality makes a difference. But it's all down to personal preference. This is amazing. Look.
I thought that was an appetite. The colour is so strong and vivid, isn't it? It's incredible.
You can understand why it's so expensive now.
Yes, yeah.
And things do change. Fashions change, prices change. Who knows? Topaz in the future might be one of the most expensive gemstones on this entire planet.
Yes, so beautifully with golds, doesn't it?
Yeah.
From your band, it's beautiful.
$49.95. Amazing clarity, beautiful faceting. You can see the brilliance, you can see the presence, and you can see the wonderful depth of colour. Sky blue topaz is like that perfect summer's day. We could stay here, and we should. What if we were to promise you, for a long strand, 31 centimetres, don't forget, the same price as the aquamarine from earlier on. £34.95. It's a massive price drop for a gemstone. Like I said, last time I was in London, I went just to have a little look. I don't do my shopping in that place, that department store, needless to say. I don't have an unlimited bank balance. But yeah, I do always go and have a look at the jewellery, and I saw there was a little collection of topaz in London blue and Swiss blue and in sky blue. £42,000. £42,000. Yes, granted it was in diamonds, and yes, it was with diamonds, and it was in 18-karat gold, but £42,000.
It's another world, isn't it?
Yeah, it totally is, and it's the same gemstones that we're actually buying right now, you know? Exactly the same gemstone. Linda, Jan, hello to you. Nottinghamshire, Tatiana, Rosie, Jackie, Pam and Jill, congratulations to every single one of you. Do stay where you are on those phone lines. Now, we've got so much to include in today's show. In about 20 minutes time, we have got the Singapore launch, the Singapore chain. At 11 o'clock, we've got the deal of the day. The deal of the day, which is this wonderful tanzanite strand. Unbelievable savings. Can you do me a favour, jewellery makers? Get the word out there, because I've got 1,000 quantity, and it's going to, we were trying to recall desperately if we've ever taken rondelles to this price before, and I don't believe we have. We might have taken chips or nuggets. I don't think we've ever taken the rondelles. Okay, moving on to, how about some carved gemstones? Precious 925 sterling silver. And this is Zambian amethyst from the Gemfields mine. They also own Fabergé. So anybody that's heard of Fabergé, probably one of the most iconic jewellery makers and gemstone jewellers in the world. And they are absolute proud advocates of quality like this. That's why Gemfields chose the luxury brand that is Fabergé, because of the quality that comes with that brand, I suppose. We expect the finest, and that's what comes out of those locations. Hand carved with that sterling silver bezel setting. Now you've got 2 grams of sterling silver as well, as you can see. How much would it cost us as jewellery makers? Excuse me. Sorry, excuse me. How much would it cost for us to actually purchase sterling silver half round wire to create this bezel set itself? 2 grams worth. Well, that would be very, very, very much considered. Then you've got these hand carved gemstones. Can you see that? If I actually hold them out for you, they're individual pendants. individual pendants. You've got those beautiful warm secondary tones and hues of pinks coming through, which almost channel themselves alongside internally along those lovely details of flowers. What would you do with these, Mark? Because I think they are a feature in their own right.
They do warrant to be on their own, don't they? They're just
yeah.
on a long chain. It's
yeah.
beautiful. What would it be like on that?
On the Singapore chain? That's
yeah,
a good
just
point.
one.
That is a really good point, because you could just take one.
They're carved back and front?
Carved on the front.
Right, okay.
So literally, I would say pendants, would you agree?
Yeah, completely. Yeah,
or rings.
Just one from the bottom. That's stunning.
Isn't it amazing?
Because I think the chain is substantial enough to warrant it.
Yeah, they are absolutely going to support the actual amethyst itself. Like you said, substantial enough to warrant it. 2 grams of sterling silver and a natural amethyst with your hand carving should be £27.95. But price drop guaranteed this morning, under £20. For 5 beautiful, sizable pendants here. That's working, you know, that's hand-carved gemstones, Mark. I mean,
£4 each.
Yeah.
Covered in sterling silver as well.
And I go back to the question that I asked initially. For us to actually buy half-round sterling silver wire...
That's amazing.
Oh, I tell you what, Rob's excited. He's been a bit distracted at the moment because he's been talking to Bella. No, don't apologise. He's been talking to Bella. Bella, hello, my darling. If you're watching right now, Bella is our head of buying team, and he's negotiated a beyond imagination price point for our deal of the day. Rob's just said, as long as Bella doesn't get cold feet, then we've got away with it. Okay, let's hope that Bella's off out somewhere then very soon. Okay, moving on to... Oh, can we do this sapphire? I know this sapphire strand. When Rob introduced me to this for the first time, I was like, wow. Everything that we aspire, if you think about the royal engagement ring, which is probably the most iconic and famous sapphire piece of jewellery that we've ever, that we know of on this planet, would you agree? Even outside of the UK. Think about that colour. Now, we believe, I spoke to Matt Bennett once, who is a gemologist. I said, is the royal engagement ring enhanced? Is it heated or anything like that? And he said, I think it's diffused because of the carat weight. We can't say for certain, but he thinks it's diffused. Do you know that's valued, or last time I checked, it was about 600,000, which surprised me because I actually thought it would be more than that.
The ring?
The ring, the royal engagement ring, yeah. I thought it'd be more than that. It did surprise me. But you think about that colour. That's why I mention it. Think about that perfect colour. Now that's a Ceylon sapphire, but it's got very beautiful, rich, intense blues with diaphanity. Now, sapphire is a gemstone which usually is very opaque. Not in this strand. Look at that quality. Look at that quality.
I looked at this morning when I arrived and thought, that can't be sapphire, that's got to be kyanite.
It is
sapphire. I thought it was kyanite. It's incredible, isn't it?
Isn't it amazing?
I've never seen it that clear before.
No, that's what I'm just literally going to bend this strand so you can actually look. Look at that quality.
It's got violet tones to it, isn't it? It's just beautiful. I
said it when I launched it, and I'll say it again. This is taking JewelleryMaker and our sapphire supplies to a whole other level of luxury. Now we're going to bring the graphics on your screen. It is very limited edition. We have got 12 remaining in the entire world. This is as natural as sapphire comes, really, because heat treatment, actually, do you know what? Heat treatment isn't actually classed as a laboratory treatment. Do you know that? It doesn't alter anything. It doesn't, you're not injecting it with anything. You're not fissure filling, or you're not irradiating. So many gemologists actually don't classify heat treatment as a treatment, because you can actually apply heat to a gemstone through the actual sun itself. So isn't that amazing? Look at that colour, that diaphanity, and yet it's only heat treated. Now we only have 12 in the world. Yes, this is more considered, but those of you that have been lucky enough to get hold of this in the past, who have maybe got it within their family's jewellery, this is the finest sapphire that I believe we have in our entire vault. And listen, I knew clear as day this was the strand that I'd launched with Rob, and he said, yeah, Al, it's your sapphire. And the reason why he said that, it's not mine, I don't personally own this, but it's a sapphire that I keep talking about here in the studios. 12 available in the entire world. And I totally understand why Mark thought this was kyanite, because that depth of colour is unbelievable.
Normally sapphire is quite an opaque.
Yeah.
This is really bright and vivid, isn't it?
We expect sapphire to be opaque. Don't we? And really heavily included. And if it's not, then certainly to have had some assistance along the way, because 95% of the world's sapphire is assisted. Not the case today. Are you ready? 4 have already gone. 99.95. If you took this to a gemologist and asked them to value it, even outside of a piece of jewellery, just as it is, I know they'd be excited by that. I absolutely know that they would not be imagining a double-figure price tag. Do you agree, Mark?
Absolutely. No, unbelievable.
Because, I mean, how many times, think of the royal engagement ring. Is it that royal engagement ring colour? Has it got lustre? Has it got brilliance? Does it play with the light, and can you see right into the heart of each of those gemstones? 110%. We have got remaining in the world 7. 7 left. That's all I have. Look at that. It just glows. It's so incredibly exciting. Fiona, Jackie, Linda, David, you've got yours. I've got people multi-buying as well. Double figure price tag for that gorgeous quality. Look how it glows. What would you do with this, Mark? Because like I say, we are talking about you know, high-end gemstones here, and I don't want people to think that, oh well, I'm not necessarily I haven't been jewellery making for very long, so maybe I shouldn't be looking at the gemstones like this, because I always look at quality and I always think keep it simple. Well,
I always think, because I think us gents get forgotten about.
Yeah.
And since Fleur and Debbie have introduced us to chainmail, the little Byzantine section with a rondelle, Byzantine rondelle, so you'd only need maybe 6 or 7 stones, but for gents chainmail jewellery, I think this sort of stone would lend itself so beautifully. Just imagine, just look incredible. And we've had sterling silver jump rings on the shows recently. And
absolutely, why shouldn't gents be enjoying sapphire and things like that? Andrea in South Yorkshire, one word, wow, I agree. When I worked in a jewellery establishment and I was selling timepieces, probably the most, you know, if you think about a luxury timepiece, you'll probably think about this brand that begins with R, yeah? And I was asked the question once by a friend of mine, they said, what's the most expensive watch that you've ever sold? And I was like, I can tell you straight away, it was £260,000. I know. It's a lot of money, isn't it? £260,000 on a watch. For a watch. It was sapphire and diamonds, and it was this coloured sapphire. It was that rich, rich, rich royal blue. Well done to all of our investors that have managed to get hold of this. Jill and Steve and Fiona, Jackie, you've done it. Linda and David. And again, I've got some more people on the phone line speaking to our contact centre. Okay, I need to move on in the essence of time. How about if I bring you some beautiful lobster claw clasps? Now, it's going to be on and gone. You know what a lobster claw clasp is for. They are essential to making jewellery. They're for finishing off your jewellery. Given the fact that we have got all of those amazing gemstones that we've seen so far throughout the course of the morning, you need your findings as well, don't you? You absolutely do. And these are probably the most frequently used size, 8 by 3 millimeters. They really can maintain that sort of consistency without being too cumbersome, too bulky. You get 10 in a pack. Solid precious metal that you're looking at here, at an amazing, amazing deal. £6.95. I know we are like broken records sometimes, and myself absolutely included. I'm myself most, I should say. our copper with sterling silver over, coating used to be around those prices, Mark, wasn't it, for 10?
Yeah, completely.
Now we're bringing precious solid sterling silver.
I think I've mentioned to you before that if I'm using a sterling silver clasp, I charge £5 before adding gemstones or wires or threads or anything, even before we start.
Don't you think sometimes, and I'm certainly guilty of doing this right now, that if you look at something and it looks too good to be true, are you a bit of a pessimist in that? I always think, what's the catch?
But I'm a glass half empty, not a glass half full sort of person as
I'd like to think I was a glass half full, but although sometimes I must admit I can be quite sceptical. If something looks too good to be true, especially with jewellery and things like that, I suppose it comes from my background, jewellery and gemstones and everything. That's why it actually took me a long time to buy from what was our sister channels. I watched for a long time, but it took me a good few months to actually buy, to make that first purchase. I've never bought anything from anywhere else since. And obviously JewelleryMaker as well. Never, but it took me a long time to gain that trust. But this is precious sterling silver, and I totally agree. 69 pence for a precious
That's amazing.
lobster claw. Now it is time. Oh, I'm excited. Really excited. Don't forget, we've got those new connectors coming up. Don't forget, the deal of the day is at the top of this hour. It's going to be a huge section of the day. It is the launch of your Singapore chain. This is absolutely stunningly beautiful. Added luxury, not just in the gram weight, which is over 8 grams, but also the fact that you have got rhodium plating. Now, those of you that don't know what rhodium plating is, I'm going to talk some more about it, but it does most definitely add to the overall luxury and value. It's up next. Okay, I want to talk to you about rhodium, which is a precious metal that we don't get to speak about very frequently here at JewelleryMaker, because it's not a metal, a precious metal that is used solely in jewellery, not like gold, not like copper, not like silver, because it can be very brittle. It is 10 times, sometimes above that, 10 times the cost of gold. So it's very expensive. We use rhodium to actually plate your jewellery. It gives you the most amazing reflective luster. In fact, it is the most lustrous of all of your metals. It's like a mirror, basically. If you can imagine chrome, highly polished chrome, but then stark white. That's what rhodium metal actually looks like. Now, in jewellery, we use rhodium plating to over the surface of gold. If you own any white gold, for example, I would imagine it's actually had a rhodium plating, just because it really enhances the beauty of the actual metal itself. It actually magnifies diamonds as well. It's believed that a rhodium piece of jewellery or rhodium plated gold, whichever it might be, will actually magnify the size of any diamond, just because it is so mirror-like and it is so reflective. It's actually quite tricky to see where the diamond starts and where the diamond actually finishes, because it is, like I said, that reflective. Now, rhodium plating, it does wear off, of course, but because it is so very expensive, it can be quite an investment to have your pieces re-rhodium plated. If you've ever noticed that your white gold starts going a little bit yellow, that's because the rhodium plating is actually wearing off. Take it to a very high-end jewellers, and I'd imagine they'd be able to do it for you. Certainly they used to do it in the jewellery establishment that I worked at. And it was expensive. It was expensive to do. However, really does transform the look of the piece of jewellery. It takes it back to literally brand new. It looks like it's brand new again. And the diamonds look absolutely amazing if it's diamond set. Now, only do that maybe once at most twice a year. Firstly, it's very expensive, so you probably wouldn't want to as well, but you don't need to rhodium plate any more than that. But go back to what I was saying, this can be 10 times, if not more, the price of gold. The actual plating of this beautiful, beautiful necklace. Now, so hopefully I've emphasized the fact that rhodium is expensive, and it tends to be used with your luxury products, your luxury pieces of jewelry, your luxury gemstones. So the fact I'm not in the least bit surprised that we're actually launching a beautiful new link called the Singapore link, and it's got a massive gram weight of your precious metal. Now I'm going to introduce the graphics onto your screen. I've got 250 of these available in the entire world. I am most definitely buying 2. One for me, one for my mum, 100%, because I just think we don't see chains like this, Mark.
It's incredible, isn't it?
It
Absolutely
really
beautiful.
is.
So can you get solid rhodium?
No.
No.
Well, not in jewellery.
Not in jewellery.
It's too brittle. They don't use it. It's too brittle.
Right. Okay.
They use it literally as a coating across the exterior.
Right.
But it makes such a difference.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
If I was to show you this necklace in sterling silver, listen, don't get me wrong, it would be amazing in sterling silver, and then next to the rhodium plating you would literally be, wow. It would hit you between the eyes. And here's something that's quite controversial, and it's only my personal opinion. I'm going to put it out there anyway. I was actually asked by one of my best friends he was proposing to his girlfriend, and she likes the white metals, and he said, well, do I get platinum? And I was like, no. I personally wouldn't say platinum. I prefer white gold because of the rhodium.
Okay.
Do you know why? Because platinum, and don't get me wrong, platinum I totally appreciate, goes a little bit grey over time. With rhodium, it keeps it that wonderful mirror-like white. I personally, and it is just my opinion, personally prefer 18 karat white gold because you've got the rhodium plating over the top. It just makes a massive difference in my eyes, and I actually think looks more beautiful for longer. So that's my personal opinion, and each to their own at the end of the day. This is exceptional. Look at the quality of those links. There are 250 of these available in the entire world. You've got over 8 grams of sterling silver. It's a brand new link that we're launching here, the Singapore link, and you'll notice that there is beautiful faceting across the precious metal itself that again is going to add to the luster, is going to really add to that mirror-like reflection. If I get this off the bust there and lay it across the hand itself, you can see how substantial it is as well. Absolutely amazing. You know, the average gram weight of a chain on the high street really does vary. It really does vary. But to get anything of this, what would be the word? Luxury, of this much of an investment of precious metal, and then like I said, with all of that rhodium plating around the exterior, you'd expect, I most definitely am going to say and make a suggestion, I'm not allowed to make valuations, but I know I would have to be, it would be a considered price tag. You know, what we are taking this to is ridiculous, and I highly doubt you're going to find anything even remotely close to the price tag. 250, and look how many of you are already, 250 in terms of quantity, by the way, and look how many of you making confirmations on the telephone lines and on the web. Now I hope that if you are, I hope that you did actually hear me slip up earlier on and make an indication of where we were taking it to. I'm guessing you did. I tell you what, if you weren't, don't worry, because this is it. I said under £20, which I absolutely cannot believe. Straight down to it. 8 grams. You know, take the rhodium plating out of it, Mark, for 8 grams of sterling silver.
Straight away. The big difference that I notice with if you're looking at rhodium plated is when you've got a sterling silver chain across your wrist, the section that the light is focused on more than the rest is the part that glows. Okay, that's the bit that sparkles. With this, every single part of that necklace is sparkling at the same time.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. It absolutely makes sense.
It's not just each section that the light is more prominent on; it's the whole piece.
It is the whole piece. Yeah. And I've watched before jewellers actually do the rhodium plating process, and it quite literally, I don't know if it's changed since that time, but it quite literally is almost like a dipping action, like a dipping action, which does mean that, and I don't know, I haven't seen it for many years, but it does mean that there's a lot of product and it literally binds to the precious metal itself. So you do get a lot of that rhodium plating on there as well. I couldn't tell you how many microns thick it is, I really couldn't. I don't want to get too sort of scientific on that, but it is like a dipping process, but it's very, very, very expensive. You know, it is something, like I said, which massively preserves the quality of the actual precious metal underneath, and brings you that wonderful diamond-like reflection. This is absolutely a final price. We've got 250 of these available in the entire world. It's the first time that we've ever brought you the Singapore link with this rhodium plating. It's brand new on your screens. I'm joining you 100%, literally in the top of the hour. I'll be making sure that my two are secured. I've got people who are, I'm going to say, I'll remain nameless, but I have got people who I think are jewelers on the phone lines, and I'm not surprised by that in the slightest. If you were to take a sterling silver chain into a jeweller and say, can you rhodium plate that please, I'm absolutely certain you would pay more than £17.85. That's without, absolutely certain. Gosh. I know that because when I used to get, well, not used to, I still do now, but the last time when I got staff costs, let's say it that way, and I worked in a jeweller's and I had my my white gold solitaire actually rhodium plated, it was £40.
So would they do it on site, or would they then have to send it off?
It depends on the jewellers, I suppose. But yeah, the one I actually worked at did actually do it, and that's how I actually saw how it does. It's very, very, very expensive. Very, very, very expensive. I've got people buying 8s and 4s and 3s and 2s. I'm not surprised. Well done to each and every single one of you. Can I just say, I've only literally got 2 people on the web who haven't checked out. So what does that tell you? What does that tell you? Not wanting to miss out on it. Look at that, the movement that you get. You can see the difference, can't you?
Yeah, completely.
You can really see the difference between what would be, if I was to lay, and I don't get me wrong, I love sterling silver. If I was to lay sterling silver across my hand as well, you would see the difference. And you can already without that, because it is so incredibly, incredibly crisp. Like I said, it's believed to make all diamonds and gemstones look so much bigger because it acts like a mirror. It reflects the colours or the brilliance or the fire. It's very difficult to actually work out where the gemstone starts and finishes. It's believed to make diamonds or colourless gemstones look brighter, most definitely. And I tell you what, I'm delighted for you, I really, really am. For the final few, make sure you stay on those phone lines. Again, I'm going to literally skedaddle out of the studios in a very short moment in time to make sure I get mine. Because if you do your price research, which I'm sure many of you will do as savvy shoppers, you won't believe that showstopper price. Don't forget that deal of the day is coming your way in a few short minutes. Our call centre are preparing themselves for what will be an absolute, well, let's say, inundation of gorgeous collectors. We have approval. Now, Bella, our wonderful head of buying team, has approved something. It did take quite a lot of negotiations. I've heard it going on in the background in my earpiece. I've got 1,000 quantity. When I said under 15, whew, I absolutely meant it.
There are 2 easy ways you can purchase from JewelleryMaker. You can watch our show on Sky, Virgin, Freeview and FreeSat, and call our free phone number where you'll be put through to our friendly help team who can place your order. Alternatively, you can go to our website and click to register. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking on the Watch Live Show button on the homepage. You can also use our quick search tool and narrow down your results. Once you have found an item that you like, simply click on the Add to Basket button and you can continue shopping or check out right away. Don't forget, you can add as many items to your basket per day for only 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with JewelleryMaker.
We here at JewelleryMaker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you'll receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with Jewellery Maker FIFO reviews.
When you place your first order with JewelleryMaker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. If you have a question or a query for JewelleryMaker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
I found JewelleryMaker by flicking through the TV one day and being absolutely astounded by the gemstones and the price. Obviously sceptical at first, but within days I'd ordered, never looked back. My first impressions were how friendly the channel is and feeling like being on the other side of the screen, you're still part of it. I enjoy the gemstones most about the channel, but also the presenters and the guest designers learning new techniques. Claire McDonald's my favourite guest designer. Her wire work is absolutely amazing, astounding. I love how the channel's evolved recently. I love the prices that we get, and the customer service is fantastic. Advice for somebody starting out in JewelleryMaker would be to have a little go at everything, see what you like, and then go with that, because you'll excel at whatever you're enjoying.
Okay, all eyes on JewelleryMaker. We are very, very, very excited about this launch. Rob's just stepped into the studio and I'm going to quote what he said to me. He said, listen, this took some bartering. Yeah. He said, our management team were not happy about, well, their words, they were saying, no, that's too low. But Rob's, okay, can I just be brutally honest, Rob, and just say exactly what you just said to me? Rob said, listen, our jewellery makers have seen a couple of tanzanite strands recently. True? Why this one? Well, okay. The quality, I can talk about that. The colour, the rondelles, the fact that they are rondelles, the fact that this is going to the lowest price point that we believe we've ever seen rondelles of this gemstone.
Everybody will now be able to own a strand of tanzanite.
Every single person on this planet, that is, well, 1,000 of you, I should say, will be able to own tanzanite.
Mm-hmm.
Our price should have been, and bear in mind throughout the entirety of the morning I've been saying under £15, is set at £14.95 as a deal a day. I'm a bit, I'm excited, literally. Do you know, I couldn't have said it better myself, Mark. Every person that is watching right now will be able to own tanzanite. Because I get it. It is a gemstone which is an investment. It is a gemstone which generally we're used to seeing at a higher price tag. It is a gemstone, you know, in this shape, in this quality. It is a gemstone which maybe we have to save up for. Not anymore. Not today, I should say, not after today probably, because this took, and I don't know what magical powers that my producer Rob actually has, but he has absolutely, I don't know, have you done a spell on Bella and Hannah?
He's very charming, is Rob.
He is very charming.
That's what it was, he used his charm.
I tell you what, you're going to be ever so pleased. You're going to be ever so pleased. Now, I'm going to introduce the graphics. We're not going to bring the price on straight away. Trust me. I'm saying that. If you know me and you know JewelleryMaker, you will be delighted. I guarantee. You've heard now, Mark, haven't you?
Yes. that's why I felt I could say however large, however small your budget is, you can now own tanzanite and not chips.
And not chips.
Proper beads.
Proper beads of this quality. I mean, look at that depth of colour.
I know, it's incredible.
50 allocated literally within seconds. Are you surprised? Are you in the slightest bit surprised? One of the things we don't talk about nearly enough is that tanzanite, and I'm saying this whilst you're making those confirmations, because this, I should say, I'll come to it in a second. This auction, we've got 1,000 quantity, will go in 3 stages. Well, as the graphics come onto our screen, right now, 200 have gone. That's our regulars that know us, that trust us, that love us, that are committed, and collectors that don't want to miss that boat. 200 sold out literally straight away like that. Then we have the second phase, and I always call the second phase those that maybe are potentially new to the company, maybe watching for the very first time, maybe don't know that everybody pays the final low price, maybe don't really understand that you get a 30-day money-back guarantee, etc. So they're a little bit more hesitant. Totally get that, totally understand it. That's our second phase, and we'll bring that price tag onto your screen. That's when we'll get that inundation of second phase customers. Then we'll have phase 3. Now, these people that, I might be wrong, you might have just tuned in at that time, but phase 3 I call the risk takers. The ones that think, do I, don't I, do I, don't I, do I phone, don't I, and then leave it till the very last minute to make that call, make that confirmation, and potentially miss that boat. Now we have got 300 gone within seconds. I haven't even shown you the strand yet. You've got the recording, but I haven't even shown you the strand on the back of my hand. Now, this is quality. This is quality. Going back to what I was saying earlier on, one of the things we don't refer to nearly enough is the fact that tanzanite is the gemstone of 2016. It's the gemstone of the year. And I'm going to be reading a wonderful article to you about why this gemstone is the gemstone of the year. But to be honest, it's fairly obvious. It's got those beautiful violet hues. It's very unique. It's unlike any other blue gemstone out there. It's one locational. It's what loads of royalty and Hollywood icons are actually choosing to adorn themselves in just recently, and that's not just because, oh, it's a gemstone of the year, I've got to wear that then. It's because it is stunningly beautiful. Now we have got a little bit of a queue on those phone lines. Thank you for your patience. It's free phone. It's a free phone telephone number. It's worth the time that you are investing. Now we are about to kick up a gear. Go into that second stage. Now the original price, the deal of the day negotiated before today was at £14.95. What has prompted Mark to say that everybody can own tanzanite as of this moment in time is because Rob and his amazing negotiational powers have managed to source 26 carats of tanzanite today for £8.95. I'll reiterate the question that we said earlier on this morning. Have we ever taken tanzanite rondelles to under £10 before? I don't recall. Do you, Mark?
No. Chips at £9.95. That's probably what I've seen. Yeah.
And by the way, in fact, Rob, you and I have taken a strand of chips, rough nuggets. Yeah. Do you remember that? We had 1,000 quantity. That was under £10. I don't believe it was this carat weight, and it wasn't this shape. Just in baskets on the web, we have about 120. We don't know how many people are on the phone lines, but there's a lot. Pretty much, gosh, 4 pages of call screens. I'm looking at the amount of people that are multi-buying as well. Violet's bought 3, Joan's bought 2, Denise has bought 2, Midlothian's bought 2, Gillian's bought 2, Jeanette's bought 2, Yorkshire's bought 2, Anthea's bought 2, Kathy's bought 3, Catherine's bought 2, Cambridge's bought 3, Audrey in London's just bought 4, Amanda's bought 2, Violet's bought 3. I literally can't keep up. Loads and loads and loads of people on this phone. friends, thank you so much for your patience. Do stay where you are. I'll walk you through this entire deal of the day, and the reason for that is because I don't want you to miss out. We are definitely in stage 2 of the auction right now. Not everybody will be successful. That's the reality. Not everybody will be, because 1,000 quantity might seem like loads, but the majority of people are actually choosing to buy more than 1s and 2s. Hello to you, Jackie in Shropshire. Wowzers, what a deal. I've got 6, loving it. There we go. Don't blame you, Jackie. Karen in Avon is saying, loving the show. Thank you, Eleanor. I've got 2. Mark, your jewellery is stunning as usual. Karen, you know what? Don't thank me, thank Rob. Rob's the one that did the negotiations, honestly. Jessie in Merseyside, my goal is to have 100 strands, and I'm now at 75, thanks to JM. Hugs back to you. Jessie, Sandy in Door says, wow, got mine. Well done to you, Sandy, on its way. CC in Oklahoma is saying, what a deal. At the first price, I fell out of my chair. On the second price, ordered 2 more. Oh my goodness, totally agree. Karen in West Yorkshire is saying, wow, just got 3. They are beautiful, isn't it? I mean, look at that colour. Christine in Carmarthenshire is saying, in a country fair Sunday, silver studs, a bunch, 10 rondelles on each, £75. And the reality is, that is a good price. On the back of that, Christine, shall I count out 10? Shall I count out 10? I won't necessarily do the ones in the middle because they're the biggest, or the ones at the end because they're the smallest. So let's do somewhere in the centre. Here we go. 2, 4, 6. Oh, hang on. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. About just under an inch. Look at that quality. I've not even spoken about the quality as of yet. You can see that depth of saturation, you can see that depth of colour. You know, I'm not talking about what I call Tanza white. I am talking about Tanzanite, which has got that definite vanadium presence, that definite richness of blue. And I've also got an article to read to you as well about how it is the gemstone of 2016. In fact, I'm going to do that now. We know about the Pantone colours. We know about how those pinks and blues, again, it's one of those colours of the Pantone. But this gemstone actually commanded huge desirability, not just in the 1960s when it was first discovered. There are a lot of celebrities actually wearing it more predominantly now as well. So it was inadvertently named the Gem of the Year. The renewed popularity of precious stones snowballed last year and is still going strong. And it says here, radiant orchids, a blend of fuchsia and purple with pink undertones. The firm's executive director, Latrice Eisman, said it was comparable to an amethyst when the announcement of the year's colours, the year's Pantone colours came to play, but a fusion also of the wonderful blues. You can understand, really, I'm not going to read the whole article because, like I said, it is weighty, but it just talks about why we absolutely adore Tanzanite, because it is so beautifully unique. It's not just a blue gemstone. You get, like I said, undertones, secondary hues from the gem's pleochroism. You get burgundies, you get pinks, you get other blues coming through. Fiona in Essex is saying, hi guys, I don't know what it is about plain rondelles, but I love them, and in Tanzanite I'm in heaven. Do you know, I love a rondelle in Tanzanite because I actually think it enhances the triachroism. Christina in North Yorkshire, wow, such a deal. Will be my first Tanzanite purchase. I'm so pleased. Bought 2, just come back for another 2, exciting. Goes to what you were saying there, Mark.
Yeah, completely.
Everybody can own Tanzanite today. Brilliant deal, Deborah in Northamptonshire says. Thank you, Rob, you're ace. He is pretty good, isn't he? He is pretty good. The charms of Rob. You literally spun that spell on our wonderful buying team, and they were very resilient to the fact that they did not want to take it to this price tag. They're all about amazing deals for you, but you know what? We have to be very, very, very careful of the fact that this deal of the day might well have been negotiated, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, Mark. You know, yes, yeah. And we've gone against everything that was ever planned in those in that time.
That's amazing.
Rob has just said to me, I can tell you when the negotiations were made. It's all on the computer system. Really? 27th of October 2015.
Wow.
It's often, it's a little known fact that coloured gemstones, and we often talk about the jet lag effect, which I'm not going to get too much into. If you've got any questions, do get in touch with me on my Facebook page. Most gemstones can be between sort of 5 and 10 years old even, so they're not literally unearthed and then sold straight away. A lot of traders, a lot of jewellers will sit on quality like this to obviously allow the prices to increase. They'll play it a little bit like the stock market, if you know what I mean. Know when to sort of buy your gemstones and sell your gemstones at a premium, so you're making the most profit. It's understandable. We are the exception to the rule, I need to add, because we have actually gone backwards. $14.95 was what our target price was, $8.95 for you today. Again, Janet buying 4, Mrs. Sally buying 2, Chris buying 2, Gail buying 2, Lynette buying 2, Deborah buying 2, Rosie buying 2, Claire buying 2, Remvrusha buying 4, Suzanne buying 2, Dorset buying 2, Dawn buying 2, Pamela buying 3. Are you picking up a trend here? By the way, and I'm literally reading it as and when the calls and the confirmations come through. So that is, I've got literally a handful of people buying ones, and that's absolutely fine. $8.95. $8.95. Mark, you know when you said that, you know, if gosh, heaven forbid you were to ever leave JewelleryMaker and you've got things to thank them for, this is one of mine.
This would be another one, yeah, completely.
This is one. I know I wouldn't own Tanzanite if it wasn't for JewelleryMaker.
Would you see it anywhere else? I've not seen it anywhere else to be able to buy like this on strands.
There's one jewellery establishment on strands, no.
And in a bead form, I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. Outside of pre-made jewellery,
no.
Outside of a four-figure price tag, yeah, I don't think I know of a single place either. And then, like I said, to buy with trust, knowing that you're going to get the actual genuine gemstone, and download those certificates of authenticity, knowing that you're going to get the quality like what you're seeing on your screen when it arrives on your doorstep, knowing that it is totally risk-free, knowing that it is ethically sourced, you know, all of the above. We are huge advocates of ethical mining, etc. Can I just point out as well, one of our very good friends here at JewelleryMaker is John Sowell, and John Sowell was the chap that actually walked Tanzanite into Tiffany's & Co. back in the 1960s. He's a very good friend of ours. I was literally starstruck when I met him. He's just literally starstruck. I mean, imagine that as your legacy, that you were part of this history of Tanzanite. Amazing. Now, what was that? Sorry, that's working out 35 pence per carat. I've read articles on air of Tanzanite being sort of 1,000, 2,000 pounds per carat. I know, yeah, there's various different degrees of quality, but colour is, you know, first and foremost. And you've definitely got that depth of colour here. How are we looking on quantities now, Rob? 700 of these have gone. Now you've seen with Rob, you've seen with Mark, you've seen with myself, 1,000 quantities sell, you know, this time of day, literally, repeatedly. Why? Because the quality and the deal is exceptional. It is the deal of the day. This is one of the deals of the year, I'm going to suggest, because we have desperately, all of us here in the studio, been trying to recall if we've ever taken rondelles and Tanzanite of this quality into a single figure price tag, and none of us can recall, and I do have quite an uncanny memory. Ollie, do you agree? You've been here from the start. You say no. Like chips, maybe teeny weeny chips. Which are beautiful, which are amazing.
Imagine this strand 5 years ago.
This strand 5 years ago. Oh, that's a good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
It's a really good point. What would this strand have been 5 years ago? It wouldn't have been $8.95, would it? And that doesn't make any sense because we're actually sort of defying what, you know, the trend of this gemstone. Okay, we've got loads more text messages coming through from lovely Beverly. Hello to, Our graphics are just like, oh, £8.95. So many people on the phone lines. Beverly, there we go, Beverly in Cardiff. I have a tight budget today. Fair enough, I understand that. Me too, darling. I've just literally moved house and everything. But I've got pearls and tanzanite for £17.85, including postage and packaging. Thanks, Rob. I'm over the moon. Ah, isn't that nice? June in Surrey is saying, yippee, 2 strands ordered. They're gorgeous. Thank you, JM. Alison in Merseyside saying, feeling a bit blue today, so appropriately ordered 2 strands for these beauties. Well, I hope they've cheered you up, my darling Alison. I hope they put a big smile on your face. And I agree, because Mark, you said everybody can own tanzanite today.
We're given the opportunity to be able to do that.
And how it is special, isn't it? It really does warm my heart, that. You know, when we start thinking about the only gemstone which has made it into, you know, the big 5, the only gemstone, when you think about it that way, and you think about the price tags that we expect it to be, even in like I said, chip form, you wouldn't expect £8.95.
I think all the anniversary years are pretty much catered for now, aren't they? Which is a shame, because I think a wedding anniversary having tanzanite as your stone.
Well, this is the gemstone of new beginnings, because I do love that connection.
Yes, yeah.
It's got one of the most wonderful sentiments, which I think can be included in so many different messages. I agree. What would you do with this strand now, Mark? Because we need to. One thing I would suggest, everybody at home that's done it, that's got their confirmation, eradicate that price tag from your memory when it actually comes, when it arrives on your doorstep. Because I do not want you to think £8.95, £8.95, £8.95. Do you know what I mean? It's not an £8.95 opportunity. In fact, it's probably 5, 6, 7 times that price tag, don't you think?
That's amazing.
If not more. Amazing.
I think I've told you on my earring stand, the bottom right hand corner is my posh range, I call it, which are your big 5, and they consist of 5 stones on a head pin at £15 a pair.
Yeah.
You showed us what 10 stones look like.
Yeah.
So that's doubled the price of the strand for
straight
one pair
away,
of earrings.
and £15 a pair is an amazing deal.
Yeah.
Rob was saying the first ever strand of tanzanite that he had, which is going back when? About 14 months ago, was £39.95, and it sold out. Absolutely. And by the way, good deal.
Yeah.
It's still an amazing deal. A single figure price tag is never something that we would imagine. Now, I'm going to be, again, brutally honest with you. There are gemstones that I can bring to you at £8.95. I can bring you certain agates. I can bring you certain quartz. I can bring you wood at £8.95. Do you agree?
Occasional pearl, maybe?
Occasional pearl, yeah. There are certain gemstones that we'll be able to have on reorder. You know, tanzanite is not one of those. Now, we have still got, how many in baskets? 70. Jewellery makers, can I just say, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? If you don't make those confirmations sooner rather than later, it is going to be a sellout. I've still got people on the phone lines. We had, what exactly Rob says, what else is there to think about? We cannot go a single penny lower, and we won't go a single penny lower. We literally, we are ever grateful to Hannah and Bella for being able to approve this price tag. But it did take some very considerable negotiation on Rob's part. Absolutely amazing. How many have we got left now, Rob? Less than 200. Less than 200. Considering the fact that we actually had over 1,000. Oh, really? We had more, we had considerably over 1,000 then. 1,102. Exactly. So. Right, okay, approaching 1,000 of these have sold already. Massive congratulations. And by the way, the majority of people are not just having 1s or 2s. I'm going to leave those final few with you. And like I said, it is final few, retrospectively speaking, I suppose. We're going to allow our contact centre to sort of catch their breath and grab a slurp of tea. And you to give yourselves that little moment of celebration, because it does deserve that moment of celebration. Massive congratulations everybody. What has been an absolutely amazing morning show is only going to get better, because I get to go and stand over by that gorgeous chappie over there and show off your wonderful pieces of jewellery in the Wall of Fame. So you have to wait a little bit longer these days for me to come across.
Oh, so when's the actual baby due? Which date?
The due date is the 12th of July.
That's 3 weeks away.
Yeah, but I really don't think it's going to be the 12th of July because she's already engaged.
Oh, right. Maybe not then.
Yeah, I don't think so. So yeah, it could be any time.
Not in the next half an hour, maybe.
Maybe not in the next half an hour. Who knows? Who knows? And literally, see, you just can't get me away from the place. No. I love JewelleryMaker that much. And I love this part of the show as well.
This is our last Wall of Fame.
I'm going to miss you. Can I give this? Can I just say, because you know, I genuinely love the team that I work for. I love you guys as well, and I'm not going to get all teary and emotional, but you are an absolute friend, Mark. So thank you so much.
Pleasure. That's been a joy. Absolute joy.
Yeah.
You'll be back anyway.
Of course.
Yeah, before we know it.
Before we know it. Yeah, absolutely. But I will miss you all. I will miss you all, most definitely. Take it away, my lovely.
Okay, so this is our best bit, isn't it? Wall of Fame. Number 282. And this is from Shirley Harris in Pembrokeshire. And Shirley says, hi all, here is my entry for this week. It's a banded agate cabochon, which I've netted with 0.4mm wire. I really struggle with netting, as it always turns out messy, but I'm quite pleased with this one. I hope you all like it too. And that's from Shirley in Pembrokeshire. That's amazing.
Definitely do.
Wow.
Amazing weaving. Look at that detail at the top. I've got number 287. Love these colours. Beautiful colours, very on trend. Coming from Toria. Hello to you. Victoria. Hello to you. And she says, hi all at JM. This is my entry for this week's Wall of Fame. A mookaite and bronze pearl necklace, all knotted with pale pink silk. Everything is JewelleryMaker apart from the clasp which I found in my stash. Good luck to all. Looking forward to seeing everyone at the garden party. And that's Toria. A stunning 360 design, and I am trying to come to that as well, by the way. So
I'm popping to say hello after the show. I'm doing the morning show. I'm going to pop in after.
Oh, there we go. Well, I might see you again then.
Yes,
I'm going to try and come to that if obviously I'm not busy. 287.
This would be perfect for that first kit this morning, wouldn't it? Number 283, and this is from Yvonne Livingston. And Yvonne says, hi all, I've used dyed rounds and large smooth nuggets of quartz together with a gold-plated chain and lobster clasp, all from JewelleryMaker, to make this necklace to brighten up any outfit. Thanks JM for a great choice of products, always on trend, and that's lots of love from Yvonne. Beautiful.
Goes amazingly with your shirt.
It does. Anything goes with my shirt today.
Do you think people might have been tuning in throughout the course of the show going, you're not realising it has been tropical day themed, and I wonder. 288, look at this. Oh, the labradorite. I remember those
are the
chains.
Necklaces, aren't they? They're amazing.
Yeah, we had them, didn't we, together on a show.
Yes,
Comes from Veronica Alcock in Liverpool, and she says, hi all, this is my entry onto the Wall of Fame. It's labradorite rope necklace with the carved shell pendant, everything from JewelleryMaker. Kept for myself as I loved it. When I saw the rope necklace on the show, I didn't believe, I can remember it was really low for that price. So treated myself. The carved shell was absolutely amazing. Then I wore it a lot and got lots of admiring comments. And that's Veronica Alcock in Liverpool. Stunning. We loved that too, didn't we? Amazing.
So we spent hours and hours and hours hand weaving that. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Look at this. Number 284, and this is from Tracy in Dundee. And Tracy says, hello JM. My entry this week is a quartz from a Lucky Dip enclosed in 0.4mm and 1mm wire, as per the Isle styrene demo last week from Gem. First time I've tried this. Many thanks, and that's Tracy in Dundee, number 284.
Beautiful.
It looks like an eye, doesn't it?
It does. It does. It all-seeing eye. It's like a druzy, isn't it?
That's just one stone out of a bead scoop.
Amazing.
Wow.
I've got number 289, and it'll go actually beautifully with what you've just seen. And it comes from Karen Humphreys. Hello to you, Karen. She says, hi JM. Attached is my entry for this week's Wall of Fame. It's a green aventurine cabochon, wire wrapped with silver plated wire. I've taken inspiration from one of Laura's cabochon DVDs. All materials are JewelleryMaker, of course. Good luck to everybody in this week's draw, and that's Catherine.
You know,
amazing.
I must learn how to weave. I think I'm missing out.
It's not, Mark, I'm useless at it.
It's not very easy, is it?
No, I just can't get it.
No. Number 285, and this is from Jeannie. And Jean says, hello, this is my entry for this week's Wall of Fame. I lost my mojo for a while, but I finally got it back. It's a choker made from black shell and black onyx, all from JewelleryMaker. Good luck to everyone in the draw, loving the shows, and that's lots of love from Jean, number 285.
Love that, Jean.
Sorry, I interrupted you, and that was so rude of me.
No, you didn't.
Had you finished? I thought I'd...
Oh, it's completely gone from my memories. No, you didn't. It's fine. 290. Oh, look. Nothing beats a classic bracelet like this. And it comes from Tink. Hello to you, Tink. I was messaging you and speaking to you the other day, my darling. It was yesterday, actually, I think. Tink and I were messaging each other. Hi, all at JM. This week's make is 3 very simple stretchy bracelets for my sister using all JM gems. Each of stones were holding healing properties for pregnancy and birth. Now, I already know this, as yes, because Tink's sister's has just had her first pregnancy and was very ill. So she's on baby number 2, and I think it's worth a try. Luckily, she loves them. Yes, that's right. Della, you were talking about your lovely niece as well, weren't you? And saying that she's a bit of a child genius.
Really?
Yeah.
No apology.
Yeah. 290, my lovely.
My last one for today is number 286. And this is from Michelle near Dumford Bridge near Holmfirth. Hi JM, this week's Wall of Fame is a necklace using 1mm and 0.4mm copper wire, pink and yellow quartz found in a bead scoop. This project grew and grew. I was trying to do something along a different path but couldn't get it to work. So I tried to solve the problem and it developed into this, which I really like. Good luck, Elena. We will miss you.
Oh, I miss you too.
Love to all. And that's Michelle Rathbone from Dumford Bridge.
Oh, thank you, Michelle.
Good luck, Ella. We will miss you.
I'll miss you too. I promise I won't be a stranger, though.
No, we won't. You know,
yeah, I'm literally around the corner, so I'll be literally coming in. Just stand in the corner. Just have the baby bouncing on the hip. 291, last but by no means least, right up my street. So classic, so beautiful. From Sue Lamb in Liverpool. She says, hi everybody, this is my entry onto this week's wall. It's cultured pearls and microfaceted peridot with sterling silver findings. Everything from JewelleryMaker, of course. Made for one of my husband's relatives for their 60th birthday. So wanted to keep it for myself. Yeah, the dilemma. Hope you like it and good luck to everybody. Sue, that's amazing, and what a lovely gift that is. Incredible. Keep those entries coming into the Wall of Fame and very good luck for tomorrow's draw. Now I'm going to go mosey this way because we've got those new connectors to come. Yeah. We've got some malachite coming up. 12:30, you've got diamonds coming up. Amazing, absolutely stunningly beautiful. We've got those connectors, by the way, we haven't had for what? How long? 2 years? 2014. 2 types, back to back, in about 15 minutes. Okay, let's bring in the malachite.
Happy malachite. It's Rob's favourite, isn't it, I believe?
Do you know what, Rob always will include malachite in the show if he can. Yeah. Always. But do you know what? I've never looked at malachite before and thought tropical.
Yes.
But I kind of do now.
Yeah, yeah.
It has got it could be tropical. Because it's green. Kerry's going, why? Because it's green. Yeah.
My malachite cabs arrived yesterday.
They are amazing, aren't they? Yeah. It is a stunning gemstone. Yeah. If you've never heard of malachite, it's totally opaque and it's got an amazing colour, which is totally and utterly natural, and it's got beautiful formations. Now, an 8mm round, it's one of the most versatile sizes. It's exceedingly wearable. The technique that Mark demonstrated earlier on this morning, which I'm going to be totally using for knotting your gemstones, just using a pin, basically.
Just a pin, yeah.
I would literally do with this strand.
What colour would you use? Would you go for black or green or a bit of red again? That might be quite nice, quite dramatic.
I reckon black.
Black, yep.
And I reckon I'd have a gold-plated finding, like clasp. But you know me, Mark, I'm quite traditional. You know me. I am.
Are you traditional though? Are you traditional?
I'd say so. With my gemstones and my jewellery, I am quite traditional. I like a solitaire and I like, you know, quite plain designs. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate all of them, and I like big jewellery. But when you've got a gemstone which is so fantastically unique like this, like your malachite, You don't
want to do anything to it at all, do you?
No. Okay, let's bring your should-be price on your screen. $29.95, that's where we should be. Oh, it's producer Rob's favourite gemstone. He absolutely loves it. It is usually very, very considered, like your tanzanite, like you've just seen. He's able to price slash it for you today to £19.95. You know, this is a gemstone which is seen within palaces, wonderful ancient architecture, beautiful, beautiful sculptures. It's very, very, very much a considered gemstone. You've certainly heard myself, if not all of our hosts, talk about the fact that it's actually featured in the FA Cup as well, on the actual plinth of the FA Cup. It's a very, very, very luxurious gemstone. You can understand why. This colour is totally natural.
Ollie was talking about the tanzanite pricing earlier. 2 years ago when we launched this, it wasn't $19.99. It was considerably more, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember launching malachites.
Do you? I can't remember what it was. I wasn't working for JewelleryMaker then.
No.
I bet it was expensive though.
Yeah, it was in the late high 40s, low 50s. Yeah. I'm sure it was.
I bet. I'm not surprised. Yeah. Gay in Hampshire is saying rainforest colours beautiful. See, yes. It's not just me. It's not just me. See, Kerry. See, it's not just me that's seeing those rainforest colours. Yeah, you could kind of team it with maybe your yellows, your oranges, your pinks, your purples.
That'd be nice, actually. Your dark purple amethyst.
Yeah, wouldn't it? That would be amazing. Well done. Again, I'm going to move on because we've got less than half hour. How about, again, should we stick to the rainforest colours? Look at this beautiful scene behind us. Amazing, isn't it? I bet you could feel the mist almost on your face. Rob's literally just shut me down, what I just said there. He literally went, yeah, okay, move on. Oh, all right then. Were you not picturing and feeling the mist on your face, Rob? You were picturing malachite. Oh, there we go. He did, didn't he? He just shot me down then, Ollie. And then confessed to the fact that he wasn't even listening to me. Oh well. 4 mil rounds and your beautiful moss agate. Yeah, they are lovely earthy tones, aren't they? Yeah, going back to what Gay was saying, the sort of rainforest colours, amazing. Just literally team it with other beautiful green gemstones, or even combine it with sort of colour contrast for a really colourful, vibrant piece of jewellery. A 4 mil round. Mark, what do you use? I know you made that bangle earlier on with the aquamarine.
Yes, it's perfect for your micro macrame pieces, your kumihimo, pretty much everything.
Everything. It's a very wearable size, isn't it?
I did a workshop on Friday and we had quite a few strands, and Wendy was on holiday, so we were a bit naughty with strands of choice. And the ladies had a rutile quartz chip strand or a moss agate chip strand to work with, and every single one of them went for the moss agate. They loved it. They'd never seen it before either.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Stone.
It's quite similar actually to your malachite, because they are all absolutely individual, and they have got. It's called moss agate for a reason. They have got beautiful mossy-like inclusions.
Beautiful strand.
Absolutely.
And you can colour graduate that quite easily as well, because there's such difference between the stones. That'd be amazing, dark to light. Absolutely
fascinating, and like I said, you'll see some which have got sort of banding, some which are, you know, complete opaque gemstones, and here we go, under magnification you can see those mossy-like impressions, so very, very, very Mother Nature-esque. 4 mil rounds are always very wearable, and it's a 40 carat strand. A natural strand, complementary of all different colours.
What?
That's why he wasn't listening to you.
That is why he wasn't listening to me.
He said something about a disgusting price.
Did you hear that? He said ridiculous price. I didn't hear that.
Well, you were having mist on your face.
I was having mist on my face. Wow. I was literally in that plasma screen with the mist. With the mist. This is why Rob wasn't listening to me, Mark. All right. I do let him off. I'll let him off, shall I? Because he said he was grumbling about the £2.95 price tag. There we go. £2.95. Didn't you just say that all the ladies in your workshop literally went for this because they'd not seen it before?
They swooned over moss agate because they'd never seen it before. They didn't know what it was.
It is very, and it sounds like its name. It has got those beautiful mossy inclusions. Yeah. This alongside, what do you reckon? Mookaite, pearls.
I like the lavender, the amethyst together.
Amethyst.
Amethyst with it as well.
Moldavite. Ooh,
wow,
that would be fab, wouldn't it? Okay, I'm just thinking, just because the olive greens, it's a very distinctive colour, isn't it? I don't think there's many gemstones that this won't match. You know, just as cheeky, add it to your order.
It's got tourmaline tones to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And variation, you know, you've actually got translucent, semi-translucent and opaque in the entirety of the strand. Now, check out those baskets, like I said, because we had a big quantity, but at $2.95 they're not going to hang around.
Gosh.
I need to move on in the essence of time. Okay. I'm about to be handed something. Thanks, Ollie.
I think if you brought out a perfume, it would be called Essence of Time.
Essence of Time?
Yeah.
Ah.
That's your catchphrase.
Essence of Time.
Yeah. We must move on in the essence of time.
Do I say that all the time?
All the time. It's nice. Yeah. I said that would be your perfume if you bought a perfume.
Essence of I never even knew that. I never even knew I said that.
Quite a few times, yeah.
Essence of
Time. It's endearing. It's lovely.
Ah. I bet you know, every time I do say it, I'm like, oh yeah.
You'll watch it now. Yeah,
yeah, oh yeah. Look at this beautiful sapphire strand. You've got all different variations from your royal blues to your salon to your white sapphires as well. Again, these are beautiful little rondelles, but they're smaller than what you saw earlier on, so great for your sort of micro faceting, micro beading rather. Wow, incredible, isn't it? I love that graduation.
I think it's so clever how they do it.
Yeah.
Because it's not only size, it's colour graduating as well.
Yeah. I've actually seen them do this.
I'd love it. I'd love it.
Would you?
Just do it for a week.
They literally, there's a section over in Jaipur of individuals that go through, they call it sort of the sorting rooms. They've got the quality sorters, and then they've got the colour graduations as well that actually graduate them either to go into a piece of jewellery or obviously to go onto a strand just like this. Look at that, amazing. Now you're looking at 36 centimetres of beautiful shaded sapphire. Now neither the dark nor the sort of cornflower blues, neither is more valuable than the other. It's all down to personal choice at the end of the day. Sapphire comes in multiples of colours. This has got the wonderful sort of white sapphires in there as well. So often used, white sapphire is used as accenting gemstones like your diamonds in many cases. Should be $34.95 apparently. Wow. Not today, not $34.95. I tell you what, the deals and the luxury of the gemstones that have been coming your way.
Gosh.
For how many carats? 25 carats. That's £1 a carat. £1 a carat. I know that like sort of guest designer Jan will be thinking about channel setting right now. I'm sure you're thinking exactly the same. Rosary linking.
So if you had looked along that strand and you had to choose an inch,
which one would it be?
Which inch would you go for? Yeah.
Now Kerry likes this one here. So where's that, Kerry? That's in the centre.
The paler tanzanite blue colour.
Okay. Which would I choose? If I was to choose, can I have it across a few?
No, just 1 inch. You had to go along one end to the other and choose an inch.
Okay. Oh, that's hard, that is. It's hard. I do like, I'd go with this. Do you know why? Because of my mum. My mum wears the cornflower sapphires.
Okay, that's nice. I like that section as well. Yeah, that's beautiful, isn't it?
My mum goes for my mum wears cornflower sapphires, so that I would go for that reason.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Isn't it? It is beautiful, isn't it? Amazing. Well done. Stay where you are on those phone lines. Now I've just been handed that Kumihimo kit that you spoke about this morning. Gosh, that was about 4 hours ago. You know, time has flown. You were raving about this little Kumihimo kit. It's back in stock. September last year is when we launched it. sold out entirely, and it is back in stock now. It is your matrix collection, and it includes the black and your bronze. I will open a few of these up so you can actually see and go through. Firstly, I've got jump rings, then I've got some connectors, then I've got some T-bars, then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 different sizes of your Kumihimo bell caps. Yeah, I can understand why these all sold out. You were talking and you actually demonstrated, Mark, about how you secure Kumihimo, Eslon, chain, anything really, into these little caps earlier on.
I just think they're ace. I think they're ace. And it's good to have the gents colours as well, because we've got gunmetal wire now.
Yeah.
So we can do all sorts of spacer, the silver spacer bead braids for gents, and we've got the gents bell caps now. You get toggles as well, do you?
Get toggles as well.
Brilliant.
I'm just getting variation. You've got obviously all the colours and all the sizes. I'm just getting one. What one do I need to get next? Black. There we go. So you've got your toggle and your clasp.
It's a neat bit of kit.
And the connector. Let's not forget as well, you also get the box itself. I've got 100 pieces here. Where we're moving on to. Here we go. Let's put that.
You get the bails as well.
Get the bails.
Gosh.
And your jump rings, which I'll just grab a couple of. So, Mark, why did this sell out? Oh, these are the oval jump rings I've just seen as well. Why did these sell out? Why did you love? Why do you love them so much?
Well, you can do so much with them. You're not just restricted to Kumihimo with them. You can use them as macrame endings as well. What I do as well is, if you get a pearl, you can actually glue the pearl to the rim of your bell cap and treat it as a cap for a bead cap. You can do that as well.
Ah, so actually use it to secure the gemstone.
We have quite a few shards in stock, the agate and quartz shards. You can actually flatten the bell caps using flat nose pliers with the cover, the vinyl cover, so you don't scratch the metal. You can flatten it and insert one of your shards, and you can actually squeeze it to your shard, so you can have one long shard on a long necklace chain using one of the Kumihimo, one of those, for example. And you can actually pop them in, that's it, and squidge. If you flatten it with a little bit of glue, and you get a really nice ornate cap to your shards if you have shards.
That's a really lovely idea.
Yeah.
Really, really, really lovely idea. Obviously, I literally just picked one.
Yeah.
Now, they're back in stock. They sold out, like I said. You have got the 2 different colours here, those lovely copper tones, and also in these lovely black colours. So great with your sort of titanium-esque style. Now, we've dropped the price tag for you, even though we've only just been able to relaunch these at £12.95. Like I said, you get the storage too. There's approximately 100 different pieces. It's not just Kumihimo. You can use this with your Eslon, you can use this with your chains, you can use it, as Mark was just saying, with your gemstones. Could you use it with your paracord?
Yeah, completely. Yeah, the larger ones you can take the paracord easily. I think, that big one there, you can get 3 or 4 paracords in there.
And what about the finer gauge paracord?
Yep, loads.
Yeah?
It works perfectly for those.
Could you use this with...
The bails are really useful actually with paracord.
Yes,
you can
that's these here.
You can get 2 or 3 strands through and then hang your big chunky pendant.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant. And the fact you've got the oval jump rings too.
Yep,
there is a benefit to an oval jump ring, because a round one sometimes will turn. Oval one will keep something central. Well done. Again, I've got to move on.
Wow. Go on, say it.
In the essence of time.
You'll notice every time now.
I have got to move on, but there is quantity there as well. Now, brand new connectors. It is the time for these beautiful, beautiful launches. They were on your screens back in 2014. I don't know why, but it's taken us this length of time to actually get them back in stock. They are amazing. I think they will really add to your design. The shapes are beautiful. They're going to be back to back, by the way, coming up right now. Individual little connectors, and I've never seen them before. Whenever I think of a connector, I usually think about the ones that we've had just recently, which are usually gemstone set, fabulous, amazing, sold individually. This is a big old pack that you're getting. 2 different sizes as well, so I think you're going to find them appropriate for different designs. You can start with a bigger, And then I'm going to move on to the sort of the slightly smaller. Now there's 150 approximately in a pack. I'm going to tip them out for you as well. These are more oval shaped. The others are a little bit more diamond-like. A connector, if I hold up one, can you see? Actually has got, oh, they're like little kidney beans.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Because they're set on the actual on the angle, on the diameter. So can you imagine a gemstone either side? Oh, imagine a complete chain with these.
Just those.
Just those and jump rings.
Yeah, it'd be beautiful, wouldn't it?
Really beautiful. I'm wondering as well if you could stamp on
initials,
these.
yeah, just thinking that.
You could stamp a little pattern with a rugby ball.
A little rugby ball pattern, Ollie says. They do look like rugby balls. They do actually look like rugby balls. Egg chasers, they call rugby players over in Wales. Egg chasers.
They did well last night, didn't they?
They did do well, they did do well, absolutely. I'm liking the fact that you could maybe put just one letter on each of these and have your own sort of hidden message.
Yeah, that's a nice idea.
You know, or a name, yeah, love that idea. But they're stunning, aren't they? Tiny connectors. Well, I say tiny, these aren't that small, they're 8 by 4 millimeters. The ones that are coming up afterwards are a little bit smaller, if I just hold those there. And I'll turn it round. So you can actually see the dimension. We're not just talking about a wafer thin amount of your brass with your silver plate. It has got, you know, it has got sort of a width as well. Let's bring that price tag onto your screen. You're getting approximately 150, 45 grams of brass and silver plating. Don't forget you've got your precious metal overlay for $12.95. I have got no idea why it's taken us 2 years to be able to get these back in stock. But they are very intricate, I suppose. Very, very intricate. What would you do with these, Mark? Because again, I just think they can make your gemstones go that bit further. Just one in a pair of earrings alongside and maybe a rondelle at the bottom, or a full neckline
I'd use
piece.
it as, on the back of every piece of jewellery you make, you know we have extender chains. We use those as a little dongle on the end of your extended chain with a corresponding bead. Dongle. Or toggle, whatever it's called. I call it a dongle, yeah, on the back. So it'll be your calling card, and you can stamp your initial of your business onto it as well.
I like that idea.
It's a big O.
A kind of branding or something like that.
That's what I meant, yes.
I really, really like that idea. I totally agree. I'm thinking, I personally want to see a hidden message. You know, maybe like, you know, personalising jewellery at the moment is all the rage, isn't it? So just take some jump rings, connect them together, and then, I don't know, you can put I love you, or your date of birth, absolutely, maybe your wedding anniversary, or something like that, something which is significant to you. Children's names, I don't know. $12.95. Hello David, hello to you Ali Beryl, hello to you London and Annette and Emma and Helen and Susan and Marilyn and Cornwall and Elaine and Buckinghamshire, Elizabeth. How many have we got of these available, Rob? We've only got 50.
Oh.
Okay, the second, if you miss out on this, by the way, the next lot of connectors, we have got a much higher quantity, but these are more limited. No idea, like I said, why. They will sell out. In fact, I'm going to move on, just because I don't want anyone... stay where you are on those phone lines, and do check out those baskets. Gosh, they're amazing, aren't they? Now, I love these. You know, I was saying about literally making a necklace. That's all I would do with these. They're so pretty. They've got their little diamond shapes. And these are tiny. The little diamond shapes. But there's a lot of beautiful lustre across the surface of them. And again, I'll hold one up for you. They're like little kites. Aren't they beautiful? I'm just thinking, you know, like the gemstone rosary link chains that we used to sell?
Mm-hmm.
They're like that. You could replace these for the gemstone itself, couldn't you? You could literally have these instead of a gemstone. Jump ring, one of these, jump ring, one of these, jump ring, one of these, jump ring. How pretty are they?
Can you oxidise silver plate?
I think so.
That might look quite nice. A gents piece as well,
Yeah,
oxidised. Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, no reason why not. It is plated at the end of the day, I believe so. Lots of interest in these, and I'm not surprised. They really do look luxurious. We've got a bigger quantity of these than we actually have the first. There's 200 of these available. Now, diamond connectors, £8.95. £8.95. You can see why they sold out back in 2014, can't you? And then and today's not going to be any different. I love them. It goes to show we are massive advocates of gemstones, obviously. Your colour gemstones as well. You know, most of your hosts are actually trained in accordance to the GIA as well. In fact, I think all of us are. But we're also not afraid to to talk about things outside of the gemstone world. You know, like these little connectors. Sometimes a piece of jewellery will look amazing on its own without gemstones. Do you agree, Mark?
Completely. I'd love to do just a show with findings and make jewellery kits. We had a findings kit on Christmas show 2 years ago that Carol and I did, and you can make some amazing jewellery with, well, Links of London, for example. They do quite a few pieces of jewellery using findings.
Tiffany's & Co. is another.
Yeah.
Pandora is another.
Yeah.
Absolutely, where it is literally just well, metals. Jump rings, exact. I love these. I think these are really, really pretty. Imagine shepherd hook. This, one tanzanite. What do you reckon it's going to cost? What would you sell that for? 20, 30 pounds at least? I reckon, and I think I'm being quite generous there, quite conservative as a retailer if I was to sell. And you're getting 145 opportunities. Absolutely beautiful. I love these, I really do. What about actually just creating movement? How about actually putting a rondelle on the top or something like that and making a bubble style bracelet with these? Because you could attach these to your chain, couldn't you? And then actually have the movement of the gemstones coming off these individual, look at my fingers doing that, the actual connectors themselves. There's more than enough for bracelets and necklaces as well. Now, we did have, like I said, 200 quantity. Haven't got anywhere near that quantity now. Well over half the stock has gone. Again, lots of you have actually chosen to multi-buy. I would be doing exactly the same. Don't forget, you have got diamonds coming up just after the break. Amazingly faceted diamonds as well, and incredibly they are going to an amazingly affordable price tag with a huge significant reduction. Now I'm back with you on Thursday, but before I go out anyway, can I just say, if you're not able to tune in with me on Thursday, can I just say thank you so much for all of your lovely messages that you have. I'm off to have a baby, just in case you're wondering, and can I say to our gorgeous crew and to Mark, thank you so much, team, you're amazing. And it's always a joy and a privilege to work with you all. They are an incredible team. They're not going anywhere. Of course, Mark, when are you back, my darling?
I am back Sunday morning for my first ever bridal show.
I'm really excited about this.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared. You don't think it's going to be ace? And you've got that big launch as well, which is incredible.
Yes,
So I need to go. So I'll see you on Thursday. Mark, once again, thank you so much. Love you lots. Love you lots. And I love you lots too. I'll see you on Thursday. You have a wonderful rest of the day, won't you? But don't forget, those diamonds are up after this.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck. You can now book Jewellery Maker workshops online. Just head over to our Jewellery Maker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. When you place your first order with JewelleryMaker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about JewelleryMaker. Watch one of our easy to follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today.
Good afternoon, jewellery makers. Welcome to our tropical day here at Jewellery Maker. My name is Rebecca Redican. You can call me Becky, obviously. If we've not met before, really nice to see you. I'm a creative from up north. Come from Chester. It's really lovely to be with you all today for this hour. And boy, do we have treats for you. Can I show this very special strand? This is incredible quality. Just look for blemishes if you can, because I tell you what, it is one of the best quality strands of genuine diamonds I have ever been able to bring to you. The price per gemstone will blow you away. It really, truly will. I am absolutely over the moon to be able to bring this to you. And discount on diamonds doesn't happen. Or does it? We have got absolutely loads coming up for you today, and I am joined by my guest designer, who I've got to say is really, really going for it. Wonderful Mark!
So did you watch the show from the opening this morning?
I didn't know.
Because I confessed that I bought this shirt when I was 17. I wore it once, it was put in the wardrobe, it's for a party, and I bought it out today at 44. So it's not bad going, is it?
That's really good going. Why did you buy it at 17?
For a party. It was a beach party in someone's back garden, as you do.
As you do.
And the theme was Bermuda shorts and Hawaiian shirts.
Wow.
But I feel quite uncomfortable in it.
We've all got an image of him in mind now, haven't we? 17 and his shorts. We have, haven't we?
We were talking about Club Tropicana.
Drinks are free.
Wham song,
yes, yeah.
1983. You weren't even born then, were you? Far from being born.
No, I wasn't.
No.
No, I wasn't. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for noticing. Okay, we've got loads coming up for you in this hour. Let's get starting, shall we? I'm going to start off with one of the most famous organics in the world, one of the most loved organics in the world. For me, organic material-wise, apart from the likes of jet possibly, this is the most sought after and the most highly prized and priced. What you've got with your honey amber is something very unique and very individual. It's truly a gift from Mother Nature. What you have here is something essentially from your monkey puzzle tree,
which will have been attacked in one way or another, for example by a woodpecker, and what that tree will then naturally do is release this very, very highly viscous material, and this viscous material has the opportunity to capture any organics, any living materials that even slightly brush past it, because it is so viscous, it is so sticky, they will essentially get caught within there. And because of that, you get the opportunity, which you definitely have here, for these wonderful materials to be captivated inside. A snapshot of history dating back even around to the prehistoric times. You've got with this strand here a natural amber, very unusual to see. Heat is applied to amber a lot to intensify its colour, but Mother Nature has done such an epic job of this, it hasn't needed that at all. If you want your snapshot of life from around 50 million years ago, this could be your opportunity. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, is rolling down, even though it is one of the most expensive organics out there on the planet. It's £14.95. Truly, absolutely incredible. In particular for the size of these, and in particular for our workability on them. A lot of the time when you see stranded amber, and I've done my research on this, because actually I purchased one not so long ago online, just to kind of see, you know, how our quality was up there. And I have to say, the one that I purchased, I couldn't even get my featherweight head pins through. With this, you absolutely could, because if you look at the internal core here, looks like around about a 0.8 cord to me, and you can see they've still got loads of space on there to rotate, so very workable, very highly sought after, and to get it naturally, absolutely incredible for £14.95. Don't know if you've noticed, we're seeing less and less of that. We really are. We really, really are. How do you feel about peridot? Because I am a huge, huge, huge fan. I'm in particularly a fan of when the quality is as epic as this. Now, Mark, I know that you love your high-end gemstones, and this most certainly is one. What do you think of this peridot?
Beautiful. I'm wearing peridot in my ears today.
Ah, yes, you are. I can see them sparkling.
I just love it. We do lots of green gemstones around the world, but I don't think you've got peridot and there's nothing else in comparison with it. It's just the most beautiful green ever, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
That really lime, zesty colour.
It's so zesty and fun, isn't it? And I would say in particular from this location in the world as well. Many, many, many people on the planet, many gemologists will say your USA peridot is the place to go and get it. You get it from this small location in kind of Arizona area. And what you get in that area is purity of the hue. Now, obviously, we know that this is a idiochromatic gemstone. That means it only comes in one colour. But what that doesn't tell you is the heart of the colour. And what I mean by that is the glow you get internally. You can get peridot from loads of different locations in the world, but most gemologists prize this because the glow you get from the centre, that brilliance, is that idyllic green. In different areas where you can get it, for example, in your Shanghai, you can get kind of the yellows internally. In certain areas, you can even get browns internally, which don't really sell that well on the market. But as you can see here, that glow is pure, true green coming from the centre of that. That's why many people say it is the best in the world. Oh, peridot. Beautiful, especially with chrome dioxide. Wow. Gail, absolutely hit the nail on the head there. If you want to treat yourself to this today, it would be for many the gemologist's choice. At £25, you're on to a winner here. You truly, truly are. Because of the quality of these, not all USA peridot is going to be as great a quality as this and have this great a glow, but this one does. Therefore, I wouldn't expect it to get them at £19.95. Truly an incredible price. USA peridot right now at the moment is way taking over the sales and popularity of even that from Shanghai, yet still you're expected to pay more for Shanghai peridot. This is an exceptional opportunity to get your hands on what is truly the connoisseur's choice. Peridot is always a much loved gemstone, but when you've got it in this quality with that amount of glow, I mean, you can even see the glow, you know, from my hand. You can even see it glowing and cascading through onto the skin. That's going to illuminate your décolletage if you wear this around the neck, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to give that brightness, it's going to give that glow. And the fact of the matter is, when you've got that amount of beauty without the inclusions as well, you really, really are onto something spectacular, because that will dramatically affect the price. Usually it means it's going up, but of course here at JewelleryMaker we've just taken it down to $19.95. Don't forget, if you do like our price drops, you have to get them in your basket and check them out quick because they change back at 8. Well done, absolutely everyone. I adore amethyst.
Well, that and peridot together, I mean, they're the perfect combination.
Perfect, isn't it? This is absolutely spectacular, idyllic Zambian amethyst. Oh my goodness, when you hold this up to the light, I've got that doming of the purple over the top that you would expect from your Zambian amethyst, that rich, deep, intense purple, but then I've got this really delicate, almost candy floss pink as the light hits around the bottom of this. Now, is that zoning? No, it's not. That's not what we will see in zoning. What you get in zoning is when you look at a gem like that, you'll see where it gets lighter and darker in areas. You do not want that in a Zambian amethyst because it means lower price point, it means not a great quality, but sadly we get it time and time again because that's what Mother Nature gives us. This is naturally zone free. What you're getting when you see those pinks is the pleochrysm of this gemstone. Again, not something you get with every single amethyst at all. If you love your gemstones because of the myths, the legends, the laws, this has to be one up there for you. So you've got the beauty of those pink hues, but you've also got the stunning, really captivating stories all the way from ancient Greek times of when they used to believe that this would help you against drunkenness, all the way up to present day, where now people think that it helps with sleep patterns, it helps with kind of connectivity and with creativity. If you love that type of thing, then this is going to be the gemstone strand for you. Your price point on your genuine Zambian amethyst, $17.95. It's one of my favourite gemstones. It's February's birthstone. If you want to get your hand on something that is so on trend for its hue right now, at the lowest ever price point, you have absolutely and completely got it. £11.95 for that much quality, for that much beauty of such a rich and intense gemstone from, for many, one of the best locations in the world to get your amethyst. What do you think of our lowest ever price on this, Mark?
It's incredible. It's my birthstone as well, so I've got quite an affinity with amethyst. This colour's just stunning, isn't it? And there's no letters in brackets afterwards. So that's my thing at the moment. Everything that comes up, I check for brackets.
Oh, you're checking. When we talk about the brackets, by the way, if anyone who doesn't know, at the bottom of your screen there, just above JewelleryMaker.com, around about there's brackets, and it'll have a little letter inside, and it'll talk about a treatment. You can look on our website to what the treatments are. A lot of us presenters will tell you, like if it says D, it means it's been dyed. A C is coated, for example. So yeah, what you're saying is natural.
Completely as it is. No, it's amazing. It's
phenomenal, isn't it? Well done, absolutely everyone. Big pieces of that there. A lot of inherent carat weight to that. Labradorite.
We didn't have any labradorite on the show this morning. Not one.
I'm seeing less and less of it, you know.
Yeah,
less and less and less of it. Tell me, please, Mark, because I know this is a big one for you.
Yeah.
Why is labradorite so captivating for you?
Well, it's one of I'd never heard of labradorite before joining JewelleryMaker, and it's a gemstone that if you blink, you miss it. What it's got, okay? And so I always make sure that I have it on my stall, and it's one of these stones that people look at and then they see a grey gemstone, but then when they walk past and they just turn around and it winks at them and they're hooked. From then on, they're just absolutely hooked. And that's when you lift up the strand, you look at the different colour, look at that. I mean, that's, wow, look at it.
It's exceptional quality, isn't it?
Yeah.
To get those pinks in your Madagascan labradorite, I would be touching upon whether or not this was spectralite, if I'm honest, because of that location, because of the range of colours you get in here, with those pinks, with those peaches, and the blues, and the purples tones that I just saw a flash of then. I would be thinking spectralite, and this could be classified as spectralite, I believe. I'm glad it's not, because if it was spectralite, you'd be looking at a much higher price point than the one you're about to see. Spectralite at the moment demanding around about a 60% increase on price of labradorite at £24.95. Imagine 60% on top of that just for the name change. I think this myself is spectralite because of the range of colours, because of that location. You're not just getting blues and yellows in this. Look, you're getting peaches, you're getting pinks. Look at the amount of quality you've got here. I don't know if you remember, but not so long ago in our old studio, it used to be, oh, hang on, wait, can you see some Labradorethans? £17.95 for you today. There's no trick of the light in here. There's no filters put on this. I haven't accidentally, you know, coloured any of these in with a marker. This is genuine, real deal, natural colouring we've got underneath the surface of this. And there's none of that, oh, hang on, if you look really closely, you'll be able to see a little bit of colour. Oh, there. There's none of that. The quality of this is absolutely profound. I'm not even trying with this strand, you know, I'm not overly shimmying. I'm holding it completely still. Look at that amount of colour. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Have a little look up to the neckline if you want. Oh, look at that beautiful effect. That Labrador essence is just bringing that light into the foreground, isn't it? It's giving you such a profound look and effect. And do you know what I love about Labradorite? It's going to go with everything you wear. Everything you wear. You can even see the colour from there, can't you? Can't you? That is such an exquisite look, and it is going to go with absolutely everything you wear, because even if you've got blues, pinks, greens, yellows, golds in your clothing at some point, then this is going to add to it. If you haven't, if you've got a little black dress on, you know, one of those little black dresses that you get out of the back of the wardrobe, a little bit like Mark's top, you know, that you've maybe had for a few years, well then you can pull this out. It's going to add a little bit of zest and zing. I'm going to count these up for you if I may. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I've got 26 on my strand. Now, obviously, that's done on carat weight. I can't guarantee you 26. You might get 27. 70 pence per stone. What can you get for 70 pence nowadays? Not even a can of pop. Not even a packet of chewing gum.
Packet of crisps.
Not even a packet of crisps, especially if they're healthy crisps. Anyone notice that the healthier crisps are more expensive? With less, yeah, they've got less fat, less flavour, less ingredients. I think they're conning us. I think they're conning us. There, I've said it. How dare you, crisp industry. I'm trying to get a nice taut waistline and you're charging me extra. Well done everyone who got that. A really great deal for you there. Okie dokie, what are we going to go for next? Ah, take my pick. That's so scary. No, I'm not. No. That producer just went, take your pick. And I'm like, I don't like decisions. Oh, you should see me when I'm ordering a takeaway. It takes me longer to pick than it does them to cook. Anyway, green quartz. Oh, that is absolutely sensational. What a unique and individual colour this is. It's like a spearmint hue to it, isn't it, actually, that we've got with this, with a real glow if I hold that out. Now, Mark, I know that these are your kind of shapes, aren't they? The shardy, stalactitey ones.
The ace, aren't they? It's the colour for me. I think it's a Paraiba blue, isn't it? It's beautiful.
What would you be doing with this gorgeous strand?
Well, just before the break, we had I don't think it was a star buy, but we had a kit of Kumihimo endings, and we discovered that the Kumihimo bell caps fit on top of the shards, and you squidge them so they sit nice and tightly around the shard, and you wear them from long chains, pendants, and that would what I'd do with this strand. And we had gunmetal grey, which would be beautiful with this strand.
You get a lot of pendants out of this then, wouldn't you?
Completely.
Wow.
Is it graduated in size for you? Like, you don't even have to do that?
No. And I think with something like this, you can do very, very simple, but you can go for it, can't you?
Just rose copper gold spacer beads in between. Just rethread it as it is. We'll just make it such a statement necklace. That's really tropical, isn't it?
Totally tropical. What's that? Lilt.
Lilt.
Other fizzy drinks are available, such as Tango and Fanta. Enjoy. Treat yourself to a totally tropical, refreshing strand to your price point today, ladies and gentlemen. £7.95 for you today. That is absolutely wonderful. You could go really simple with this, as Mark suggested. Go really big, bold and wild with it. Why don't you get your Ice Queen on? Just wrap this around your neck with a clasp on. I mean, you know, Look at that. I think that is something that we could all pull off on those days where we're feeling a little holiday. Yeah, I just think to work. I'd definitely wear this to work, I would. I'd wear this to work on those, you know, those like days where you're like, don't mess with me, guys. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me, because do you know what? I'm feeling ice queeny today. I think it's strong, I think it's bold, and I think with that gentle colour, it's got a really glorious look to it. I've got polymer clay on for you today. And I'm thinking polymer clay with these are going to look gorgeous for like a vine effect look. Going to look really, really pretty. £7.95 is a total bargain for you on this today. And I mean, how much per pendant would we be looking at?
£5.
£5. Money made back in 2. Mark. We're breaking the rules because we're doing a bracelet board by itself. Now, I know you're not into rule breaking, Mark. I know you play by the rules.
Rule breaking? How do you know?
Because I've worked with you for 2.5 years and you say it all the time. You won't dunk your chip into a bit of Tommy K.
No, I won't actually.
I would love to know, because when I see things like this, it does make me think of you, because it's kind of organised, it's kind of planning in your mind. Is this the type of thing you like to work with?
I've got one at home. What I really find really useful is the little dishes. Okay, you use those to keep your beads in straight away. Okay, and when you're doing the measuring at the bottom, sometimes you have to place each individual bead to get the all design that you want. With the little dishes around the dish there, okay, you just throw the beads in. When you've run out of space, job's done, you can rethread them straight on. So it's good for me being, I've got this lazy streak, and that would be good for me.
That's really good point though, making your life so much easier as opposed to adding a bead, testing it up against your wrist, accidentally dropping one, which is what I tend to do. Yeah, it's all there ready and raring.
No, I love the little dishes, I think they're ace. Little storage dishes.
And of course perfect for the likes of your chainmail too, you know, open jump rings, closed jump rings, make your life a little bit easier. It's a great piece of kit, and lots of people treat themselves to many of these, and you can today because it's £1.95. That is very naughty, says producer Rob. You're right, it is. £1.95 is not normally a price point that we would be allowed to do here. It is made for jewellery making. It's got a gorgeous flock. I think this is what we call a flock. It feels a little bit like lamb's ear, you know, the ones you get in your garden. Feels a little bit like that, which is great for keeping them in place in a sense, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good bit of kit, as you said. For £1.95, that's brilliant.
£1.95, well done, absolutely everyone for getting that. How do you feel about funky agate? Because this is tropical day, and this is really tropical. Wow.
Wow.
That's glorious, that, isn't it? That is bright, bold, but it's not over the top because you've got the black in there as well. You can therefore pair this with something else dark. You can therefore pair this with something else, you know, 100% tone, and get a really glorious look. Now, when you've got pieces like this, you don't have to be afraid of that colour because there are ways of taking it down, but you have got that opportunity to really have fun in the sun with this. This is the type of strand that maybe you could just use one in the centre of maybe a pearl piece to get that little pop of fun, a little pop of kind of imagination. Mark's handing me over some wire here. What's coming to mind, Mark?
Rosary linking, alternating the colours, or doing a wire macrame bracelet using them. That would be ace, wouldn't it? Isn't that good that we've got wire now for every single gemstone? I think it's brilliant.
It's brilliant, isn't it? That we are able to give that kind of pairing and that matchability, as it were. Shaded fuchsia agate, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't seen this in a while. Your price point today, £4.95. At that price point, you're not going to be able to see this much in the fuchsia at all because these are going to fly out. I think with this price point and with this strand, it's a give it a go strand, isn't it, really, Mark?
You can get 2 really funky stretches for that, can't you? That's a brilliant price.
Yeah.
So, no, that's brilliant. Capsule wardrobe piece, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? To add a little bit of a zhuzh, a little bit of a pizzazz.
Yeah, completely.
Absolutely. And it's kind of got a bit of the animal print about it. Do we all see that?
Yeah.
Can we see how it's
Yes,
almost got... It's almost... Oh, hey, it's World Giraffe Day. Did you know? Did you know? You did, didn't you? It's in your diary. I know. World Giraffe Day today. And that's kind of the look I've got with this. It's kind of that patchwork effect in elements and areas. £4.95. Well done, everybody. Okay. Filigree floral branches. Oh, wow. Oh, they're really, really beautiful. I really like these. These is a pair of earrings, absolutely done and dusted. But for me, I'm a creative. I'm one of those kind of jack of all trades. I love creating, I love crafting. And I think when you see things like this, so many mediums spring to mind. Imagine with the likes of your friendly plastic doing the ooze effect through these. Imagine doing a stained glass window effect maybe with your resins on this, because they are flattened, so you can do that just with a bit of sticky back plastic on the underside, and then you take that off once it's all cured. You can of course pick out elements with the likes of your polymer clay, because these are brass, and therefore you can bake these with your polymer clay. I think wire work is going to go absolutely epically with these as well. And even if you want to do perhaps your leathers with these, that juxtaposition between the softness of the leather and then the boldness, the impact of that brass with the silver over the top. You're not just getting one of these, mind, you are going to be getting 10, so it's 5 earrings worth there if you so wish to. Your price point today for all of these is rolling down, ladies and gentlemen. Bear in mind, 5 pairs of earrings you could do with these for £8.95 today, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, these could be pendants. These could be something that you have maybe as a hand adornment. In fact, perfect as a hand adornment. If you wanted to do maybe the loop itself going down to a ring, and then maybe attach some cords here to go into possibly a macrame or a kumihimo bracelet, would look really beautiful, effortless elegance with these ones, I think. And also, you can hammer these because they are brass. You can hammer these, you can shape these, even make it into almost a wrap ring if you wanted to give a really unique and individual look. At £8.95, that is a true corker of a deal. It really, really is. £8.95, well done to every single one of you getting your hands on these. I like the idea as well of maybe popping little almost cameo design in there if you wanted to. That'd be really nice, wouldn't it? That'd be really beautiful. Or a little birthstone dangle. That'd be really lovely. Yes, a carriage! Oh my gosh! Okay, imagine, get your wire, doing little curvy like wheels here, and then have a little princess there. Oh my gosh! Just before it turned into a pumpkin, get it into Wall of Fame. That is a corker of an idea. Really like that. Carriage. Now, from carriage to Claridge's and other high-end brands, I'm about to bring to you a very, very, very special diamond strand. I need to forewarn you, because we haven't had that many black diamonds on recently, I need to forewarn you, they have always been extremely popular. The quality of this is so profound and so sensational, but my quantity is low. Ladies and gentlemen, right here, right now, stand by. Truly exceptional. Diamonds are, as many know, one of the most famed gemstones on the planet. From all corners of the world, you will see diamonds in artwork, in crown jewels, and in some of the most notable of all literature. With this strand here, you have the opportunity to get your hands on what for me is most certainly an heirloom piece. We here at JewelleryMaker weren't always able to bring you diamonds. We weren't always able to bring you diamonds of a quality like this. It took a long, long time for us to be able to. But finally we have. When you own a diamond, You own something that has meaning. You own something which has a status. And you own something that every single time you place that piece of diamond jewellery on, you will have memories, you will have thoughts, you will have recollections of beautiful, kind and caring times. Gifting a diamond is one of the most precious things in the world, and I genuinely believe that. I can't actually think of anything more profound as a gift for a loved one than the likes of a diamond. A lot of people will imagine that the only time they will own a diamond is when they get engaged or when they get married. And understandably so, it is the eternity gemstone. It is the gemstone that 10 on the Mohs scale will last and last and last. It is a gemstone which history and lore and legend says it brings community, it brings eternal love and eternal joy. And I think this strand has all of that and more in abundance. Your graphics are now in. I wish you all the best of luck because not everyone's going to be able to own this. This strand that I have in front of me is profound, with all of the myths, legends, laws, tales and stories written about diamonds. You have got something highly profound, but on this strand, even more outweighing anything really that we've had on JewelleryMaker before. When have you ever seen such a large, focal, faceted diamond? You don't even get diamonds of that size on our nugget strands. When you're looking at diamonds of this size, you have got true inherent value because of the carat weight. I'm suggesting the central one is around about a carat of genuine, real black diamonds. With a carat's worth of diamond in one place, you have got something exceptional. When you're looking for 1 carat's worth of diamonds in a diamond ring, you're likely to find that carat split among around about 8 separate diamonds. You are not likely to find a 1 carat diamond with a central 1 carat piece in the middle, like you have on this, I believe. When you do see 1 carat diamonds with 1 pure carat gemstone in the centre, you are looking at thousands and thousands of pounds. Those are the pieces that are saved for those special occasions, for those special momentous occasions of your life, like engagement and like marriage. A 1 carat diamond piece is not the type of thing you would expect to be given even for the likes of a 21st. A 1 carat diamond is something prestigious and something that many spend a lot of their lives hoping for. You have the opportunity to own that 1 carat looking diamond and more. 4 carats worth in total. Your price point today of £199.95 is incredible. We're looking at around £50 per carat. I imagine if you did your research right now to find a 1 carat faceted black diamond for £50, I imagine you'd be looking for a very, very long time and still you would be unfulfilled. We don't do discounts on diamonds because our diamonds are exceptional quality and our diamonds are absolutely ethically sourced, and our diamond prices that we do for you are without the huge margins that everyone else seems to put on diamonds because of their fame. Today though is different. £129.95. That price drop is absolutely massive. That is one of the biggest price drops I've ever seen on any strand at all, let alone diamonds, which truly do not need to be dropped. These are Kimberley process assured. That means that they are absolutely and completely ethically sourced. It means that no one has been mistreated for these. It means that these have been collected in a respectful manner, and it means that we have paid all of our extra dues on the likes of training people to collect these properly and to look after the local environment. $129.95 for that amount is phenomenal. For the quality of this black diamond, don't forget, one of the rarest that we have in coloured diamonds. Very few diamonds will be a coloured diamond such as this at $129.95. That is truly exceptional. You have to be checking out your baskets now, and I'll tell you for why. Number one, we very, very, very rarely get black diamonds on the show. Number two, we don't do price drops like this on any gemstone, often let alone diamond. Number three, the fact that you're buying with us and you know you can be safe and happy in the knowledge that these are Kimberley process assured, and that you can get your authenticity with this. Get your authenticity with this, you can absolutely get it. But I'm also really encouraging you to check out now, because my quantity is not huge, my quantity is not massive at all, and for the facts that you are getting something of this amount of prestige with such a huge price drop is exceptional. These are going to be beautiful to work with. I myself have been lucky enough to work with a faceted diamond from JewelleryMaker. I've also been lucky enough to purchase and work with a nugget strand from JewelleryMaker, and I'll be straight with you, I'll be completely honest with you with this. The diamond nuggets that I worked with, I could only really now and again at a stretch get onto the likes of a 0.25 wire. My faceted strand, and looking at this is going to be the same. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this because it's black on black. But my faceted diamond strand had a much, much larger drill hole, as this one does as well by the looks of things, which means you're going to be able to get these onto your featherweight head pins, your 0.4, and possibly some of the cords you have in your collection. At $129.95, you have got something so special. Imagine a pearl bracelet. I've got Tahitian pearls coming up. Imagine Tahitian pearls, even just as a drop with one of these at the top of your pendant, or imagine this in the center of a pearl bracelet. How much of a price point would you be prepared to be paying for something like that? It's our wedding fair this weekend, and I can tell you this for nothing, I have not as yet got any diamonds on my wedding fair weekend this weekend. So if you want to get your hands on the bridal show treats, then and you want bridal focal points, well, diamond is the ultimate of all bridal pieces. There's so many of you with it in your baskets right now, and I need to let you know that you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. No questions, no quibbles, no IQ tests whatsoever. You just have to send this back if you don't love it. Say you get to the end of the month, okay, and you're going, oh, do you know what, actually, me dishwasher's broken, or, oh, blimey, me car needs a new battery, and you've just got to that point where maybe your bank account's going, no, please, no more. Send these back, the money goes back. Get it now though, because you might not get the opportunity to have these on your in your collection, on your stand, on your stall again. So I would most certainly say play it safe rather than sorry, because it is no issue buying from us. It's even a free phone number. £2.95 postage packaging for the entire day. That is an exquisite opportunity. Mark, I've just seen you staring at these diamonds constantly.
They're incredible, aren't they? That's a 35% drop in price. That's incredible, isn't it? But I've always said this, I think it's quite an honour and a privilege to be able to have diamonds in our stash. I remember 2 years ago, before we started doing topaz, that I couldn't fulfil my pledge on my craft stall. I can cater for every birthstone. Okay, we got topaz. A number of times I had to say, sorry, we don't have diamonds. Oh, April, oh, sorry. But now we can have every single birthstone on our table, and not many craft stalls can say that.
Completely.
That's amazing. I like your idea about the pearl bracelet with just one. I think that's really beautiful.
Really sensational, really, really gorgeous. Now, there are 8 in baskets, ladies and gentlemen, and my quantity is not going to stretch. You need to add this to your order and be checking out, because you're right, it does add a new audience, it does add a new gift. I'm just going to ask you something now. Okay, this is over a third saving on this. Over a third saving we've got on this one today. I want to work out, if I can, ish per diamond price, ish, because I've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got 10. I feel like I should be able to work that out. About £13 per diamond. 13. Can I just ask you something? What gift can you make for your best friends, your loved one, your partner, for £13 that will put a bigger smile, a bigger shock face on them than a diamond? £13.
So I'm assuming that they have to be faceted by diamonds, don't they?
They do, yeah, they have to be faceted against a diamond lathe, yeah.
Gosh.
£32.50 per carat. That is absolutely phenomenal. Genuinely, imagine £13 worth. What can you get for £13 worth? Well, a bottle of bubbly from the supermarket. From the supermarket, a bottle of bubbly. Okay, bottle of bubbly, not a great one. No. One that's spelt like champagnes, something like that. Do you know what I mean? Like, or Carver, you know, not a real posh one. From the supermarket, £13. If someone gives me a bottle of champagne, yes, there is a big smile on my face. I pop it open, it's gone within 20 minutes. I'm sharing it. You have to share it. Sharing a gift, what? You have to share it. But if someone gave me a diamond bracelet just using one of these, with maybe £3 or £4 worth of pearls at the pearls price we've been doing recently, I don't have to share it. I can wear it every single day if I wanted to, and I get the pleasure of, in 7-8 years' time, from wearing my bracelet, someone going, oh, I love that, where did you get that from? And I get that lovely moment of reminiscing of, oh, it was my birthday and my best friend bought it for me and I was this age and da-da-da-da-da. It gives you that gorgeous, gorgeous reminiscent. And yeah, then everyone's going to be super jealous because my friends are rad. And what did your friends get you for your 20 whatever's birthday? Oh, I can't remember. Probably a bottle of champagne. You know, it's special, isn't it, Mark?
What does rad mean?
Rad? Radical.
Radical.
Okay, I can't believe you're asking me that when you're wearing that shirt. That shirt is the ultimate rad shirt.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what I mean? It's surfer, it's rad, it's radical. Okay. Yeah, you get that? Have you not heard rad before?
No. It's my age, I think.
No. Well, I would have thought rad. Isn't rad quite a 70s word? Is it? 70s sort of. Yeah.
I should know it then.
Radical dude. It's surfing. And like the Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff.
Totally radical. Oh, yes.
Oh, you've got it now.
Yeah.
I can't believe it took me to mention the Ninja Turtles. Oh, yeah, I know. I think this is very special indeed. Well done to every single one of you. Can I just let you know, because I understand that this is a considered purchase, and I really do, but can I just remind you, okay, 30-day money-back guarantee, no questions, no quibbles. Even if by the end of the month something does happen and you go, do you know, I could really do with that £129, fine, send it back, no issue there whatsoever. But also, one thing I would say is, why don't you just think of a friend right now who's maybe got a birthday coming up in the next few months who might really cherish, love and adore this. You don't have to tell them it was only £13 per diamond. You don't have to say that. But I think, imagine their faces lighting up, and I would say that for me anyway, truly very, very loving person, I literally spend most of my life just trying to make my loved ones smile and happy. For me, that moment of pure pleasure, pure joy on their faces, and to see that time and time again whenever they wear that for me would justify the £200 that these should have been. Easily, without shadow of a doubt. With the added discount, that's just an added bonus. So please do check it out whilst you can, because I really don't want anyone to miss out and then be kicking themselves later on. Well done, every single one of you. That is very special indeed. Okay, shall we get a wriggle on now then? Shall we? Let's give you some quick, fast ones. Oh, thank you, B Diddy. I have got a strand of, ooh, these are such a gorgeous, glorious shape here. Your squares of tanzanite. Final few of these. I'm in my last chance saloon if you want to get your hands on them. Now is your opportunity. You have the blue zoisite, ladies and gentlemen. And can anyone else see loads of greens in this? Look at that central one in particular. I could see even more in the in natural light. You've got like bicolour ones in here. What you are getting today, ladies and gentlemen, is a real beautiful, unique and individual shape. The squares aren't something we get to see that often, but it adds a real nice element of interest to your pieces. These are spacers. Now I know tanzanite spacers, that's a bit posh, isn't it? But these are spacers because of their shape. They're going to give such a glorious elongation, and because of that, you're getting something which will go far and far and really, really, really far, but also totally unisex in this shape, isn't it? Now, I believe, you know, gents can wear absolutely anything, rounds, facets, drops, everything. But for some people who might prefer this kind of shape, I think totally and absolutely unisex, because it has got that interest to it, I would say. Do you know what I mean, Mark?
Just a straightforward bracelet, I think, as it is, I think would be really nice for gent stuff. There's a really nice I'm not sure what the drill holes are in this particular strand, but there's a really nice technique with these buttons that you can actually have them horizontal flat.
Yes, I
do. You know the one I mean. So that'll be a really trendy look for gents as well.
Really trendy. Your price point today, ladies and gents, just £19.95 for you today. And if you do already have any tanzanite in your collection, well then what a great way to kind of make it go further, because you've got so many of these on this strand. Deal of the day, you know, we're lovely with these ones. And you've got so many on here, you truly do. And don't forget, tanzanite rarer and rarer and rarer by the moment, to be honest. In particular now, we're not mining it. So please do treat yourself to these ones whilst you have the opportunity at just £19.95. Peach moonstone I'm going to put alongside this, actually, just to be a little bit of a minx, because I think there's something about blushes and blues that work so nicely together. I think because of those delicate hues you've got, I think it adds a real nice interest. Look at the quality of that peach moonstone, everybody. Oh, it's Norwegian, that's why. It's Norwegian moonstone, that is why. When you're getting your moonstone from Norway, in particular the source that we go to, we only go to one location in Norway for JewelleryMaker's moonstone. When you're getting Norwegian moonstone, in particular from our location, you are getting so much for your money. First things first, it's not a wishy-washy colour at all. It's not kind of muted. It's almost, if you look at this, do you think it's almost got that high-end quality colour of morganite? Don't you think? It's got that very high-end colour of morganite, hasn't it? That beautiful, idyllic morganite hue, yet still with shiller in there. If I hold that out for you, you'll be able to see it even better, won't you? So you've got that morganite base colour, and then the amount of shiller you get in this is absolutely phenomenal. Isn't that absolutely incredible? So you've got shiller that you would only expect in the best possible moonstone, and then you've got that idyllic morganite hue naturally occurring. All of that for the price you're about to see on your screen. Okay. It's cool, that. Did you just say, Rob? It's cool, that. Cool? If this was cool, this would be like the North Pole. That's absolutely freezing cool. I would not have expected that price point. My price generally for a Norwegian, obviously it depends very much, but for a Norwegian at moonstone, just the colour throwing me off. Norwegian moonstone, average, we're looking at around about the $14.95 mark, but I have brought you more expensive ones than that. I have been around the £25 mark before. $4.95 is incredible. I cannot get over that whatsoever. I really can't. Loads of you treating yourself to these, and quite rightly so. If you want serious quality, I'll be honest with you, I think this will be the moonstone that you use loads and loads and loads of. So I would multi-buy if I were you, because you'll use loads, but also keep yourself a strand to compare with all the other moonstone you buy in the future, because I think this is your idyllic quality. I really do, and you're going to be able to judge. Look, even just with the rotation of the wrist like this and not a spin, you've got that shiller. That is absolute. Should we get that shiller again? Oh, go on. Oh, look at it. I'm going to go really slowly, and then we'll go speedy. Ooh. That as a bracelet, when it's giving you, you know when it's on your bracelet and it rolls around when you're naturally working with it, I think this would be gorgeous. Oh, do you know what this is really, really nice in as well? You know one of those rings that you get, tactile rings that you're meant to play with. You know, those rings that will you're meant to sort of play with. It's meant to be, yeah, like a spinning ring. Yeah, that's it. Something like this will be absolutely beautiful. So many multi-buyers, and I do not begrudge you that at all. I would be multi-buying on this as well. Good work, all of you. Okay, next up, last strand, last of the opal. Ooh. We have had loads and loads and loads of opal for you recently, but I've got to say, I can't think of a time I've seen a strand in this shape. We've got the final 15 of these ones available, completely and absolutely natural. I was just thinking with your tanzanite, because of the shape, because of this one, that goes epically well, again, for that kind of gents jewellery look. I think the opal's just adding a little bit of a day at the beach kind of feel to it, isn't it? It's kind of adding a little bit of a softened effect to it. When you're getting this much opal, which is natural in its colour, you are getting a real treat. And I think that, for me, when you've got that shading, you've got a lot of work done to it. And the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, what you're getting is really delicate, bang-on trend hues if you're looking at the likes of your Pantone colours, because you've got your Serenity hues in here, totally. And that means it's going to go with so many things you've got popping into your wardrobe over the next few months. It was going to go on and on and on and on as well, because seeing the amount of it. If you want to treat yourself to this, then I absolutely encourage you to do so now, because it's the final 15 opportunities. Your price point today, Australian blue opal. Just think, this is Australian blue opal. What could you even post, really, to Australia of a decent size for that price? I think this is phenomenal. This has come all the way from Australia to be with us today, which made it sound like I was on some sort of, I don't know, stars in their eyes. I don't know. She's come all the way from Plymouth today. You have got a real special opportunity with this one. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm in my single figures on this right now. If you want to add it to your order, it's dead easy. 0800 644 655, press in option number 1, and you can also join us on JewelleryMaker.com as well. I think you were saying the button style design with the squares, these would be perfect too, wouldn't they?
Yeah, beautiful.
How do you feel about getting a little bit tropical? Poppy? Jasper, oh, leaves here, hiding behind that massive amethyst I did for you. These are a bit tropical with the leaf carved shaped.
They're amazing, aren't they?
What do you love about them, Mark?
I just think that they're exquisite, and the hard work that's been taken into each and every one, I think it's just incredible. Beautiful. I love this strand.
What would you be doing with a strand like this?
I would be using, what I've seen recently that gets used quite a lot is, lots of people are getting married at the moment, there's lots of wedding bouquets, and lots of florists are inserting tiara twisted gemstones in the centre of roses with a diamante or a crystal or something like that. And I've also seen incorporating leaves in the same, so they maybe have half a dozen roses, and then they'll have wire wrap leaves coming out the sides, and they'll have the crystals coming out the petals. I think it's called floral art. I don't think it's called floristry anymore. I think it's called floral art. But just incorporate gemstones in your bouquet, and then you've got something to keep when the flowers have all faded.
Glorious. And and at this price point, I can imagine that actually, if you were to go and get these done at a florist, $8.95 is not the type of price you'd be paying for the added gemstones.
No, maybe each flower, maybe.
Naughty producer Kim dropped the price on this. She's in the gallery, don't talk about her. Okay. £4.95. The genius producer Kim dropped it for us. So we have to copy that price. Kim is coming up as my producer in a little bit. This is a very special deal and opportunity for you. It really is. At £4.95, bear in mind they're all hand carved. and they're all hand carved on both sides. We haven't cut corners here, both sides individually carved with those beautiful vein elements to them. So it gives such an interesting appeal, such an interesting look, and depending on your design, you know, do step out of the box. I think quite tribal with the looks of these could work quite nice, almost Aztec in their appearance, definitely a tropical look. You could even, depending on what you're working with, class these as a feather shape if you wanted to. $4.95 is truly exceptional. It really, really is a wondrous, wondrous strand
with the amber that
for
we had
you
right at the
today.
beginning.
It really is.
Beautiful.
I think these are a great opportunity for you. Well done to everyone. Treat yourself whilst you can. Okay, going to bring you now a really very, very special strand now. It's the, which one did you want to do, sorry? Appetite. Now, this appetite is something which I believe you don't need a lot to go a long way because of how profound. Oh, that is idyllic, isn't it? When you see this, what comes into your mind, please, Mark?
It's like a topaz, isn't it? First thing I think of.
Yeah.
And I mean, that colour is just extraordinary. Paraiba again, going down the tourmaline route. No, it's beautiful. It's a lovely shape as well.
It's idyllic, isn't it? It is that idyllic shade, perfect for this time of year. It makes me think of lagoons, it makes me think of kind of beautiful pools at this time of year, extremely tropical. It really, really is. And I always think it's out of this world, the hue. You don't get that kind of hue in this kind of tone and saturation on anything other than this.
Looks like it's got electricity running through it, doesn't it? I always think that.
Oh, I love that definition. Yeah, it does a bit.
It's just this gemstone. It's the only one.
Yeah.
It's bizarre. I always thought that.
If you want to add a spark to your life, you can now at just £39.95. Until right here, right now, I'm going to do you the lowest ever price point. £22.95 is the lowest ever price point. That is absolute clearance price point we've done on that. If me and Mark wanted to go and buy this, we'd have to fake an accent because staff costs would be more. That is exceptional. £22.95. This should have been a £40 strand. Well, it was, and rightly so. You've even bought it at a £40 strand. That is a dramatic, dramatic price drop. Mark, can you believe that?
That's ace, isn't it?
That is absolutely outstanding. It's never been anywhere near that price. You bought loads of these at £40, and rightly so, because it is a rare gemstone. It is unusual. So many of you picking up the phone now, the phone lines are lit up. Do stay where you are in that queue, because I do have an okay quantity, but I've got to say, that price point, we won't be able to do it again. I highly doubt it indeed. I really, really do. That's incredible. Okay, I'm going to head on over now. Well done, everyone who got that and the diamonds. Wait, you got that £40 strand and the diamonds for less than £200, even though the diamonds alone should have been £200. Hello up there.
Hello. Hi. I'm doing 2 mid-shows in July.
Are you?
I think they're both for you.
Really?
Yeah.
When are you next time?
Sunday morning. I was telling the viewers before 12 o'clock, my first ever bridal show. And I'm so nervous. I'm really panicking, really panicking.
No. Why?
Mark Smith and Bridal.
Yeah, let's see your pieces of bridal.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm sure it'll be fine.
What have you got in your kits? Anything good?
Yes. I don't know if I'm allowed to say about the new launch.
No, I don't think you are.
No, but I've got some of that.
Something new.
Yes.
That new thing, Friday, Saturday,
Champagne.
Sunday.
That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, fab. I like that. Mark, thank you very much for today.
Pleasure.
As
Thank you.
always.
It's nice to see you. It's been ages.
It has been yonks. Loving this shirt today. Yes. And if you ever want to wear this at another point on show, please do. Because I really think you're pulling it off, isn't it? Really is. Ladies and gentlemen, I am with you for the next 4 hours, and I've got to say, I have so many really quirky, unusual things today. Tahitian pearls. Yay, we've got that coming up. We've got genuine silver chain coming up on a spool, and I'm selling polymer clay in individual packets at a crazy low price. That, Debbie Bulford and loads more coming up after the break. I'll see you in a minute.